pitch you out of trouble. He's done that all postseason. He's done that all year. It's not shocking, but dang, it feels good.
All right, Zach Gallen was pretty tough. What did you guys do to eventually break through against him? And then what about that 9th inning?
Yeah, for us, Zach pitched a heck of a game. We had some balls hard early that just went right at people. We just kind of stuck with our plan. Eventually, we broke that ice. 9th inning came up. Jonah came up big. Simi gave us some insurance, and that's a deep lineup. That's what I'll say.
All right, when I say Travis Jankowski World Series champion, what do you think?
Oh, you gave me chills. I love that. I could hear that all day.
All right, Travis, go celebrate.
All right, Jared, thanks very much. The Rangers are still out on the infield. The podium is being constructed out behind second base. Boy, Marcus Semien with a late charge. I imagine Corey Seager will probably win the MVP, but Marcus certainly making his mark with 8 RBIs in the last 3 games of the World Series, all of which the Rangers won. And Marcus, who was our pregame guest today, had gone through such a struggle in the postseason, really until these last 3 games. And let's go back down to Jared with the pitcher of the moment, Josh Sborz.
Josh, what's it like being on the mound, getting the final out to win a World Series?
It's an honor, man. First one of the team. They've been wanting it for a long time, but, it's just awesome to be a part of it and, get to end it.
Josh, you were arguably one of the 3 to 5 best relievers in baseball for the first 3 months. I know injuries kicked in. When you were trying to get back and get healthy, did you still envision a moment like this, or was it too tough when you were trying to get back and get your head above water?
I never really lost confidence. I just tried to stay calm. It wasn't a command problem. It was just get healthy. I know it would be there. So I just tried to wait, be patient. I know there were some tough months there, but we figured it out at the right time.
What was the key to your dominance here this month?
Just good stuff, good command, and having a great catcher and good defense.
All right, what Josh Sborz, World Series champion. How does that sound? Pretty good to you?
It comes right off the mouth, off the tongue.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
Guys, back up to you.
All right, Josh Sborz went 2 1/3 tonight to pick up the save, only his 2nd in the major leagues and his 1st of the postseason, with Nathan Eovaldi getting the win. Almost all of the Rangers have put on white T-shirts, white World Series champion T-shirts. Bruce Bochy still has his blue jersey on. Boch hugging Max Scherzer. Scherzer, of course, acquired at the trading deadline, had to okay the trade and did so because he felt there was a chance to get to a World Series and win a World Series. And even though he had to be taken off the active roster after having back spasms in his previous start, in game number 3, Scherzer celebrating as if he just threw the last pitch of the ball game.
Gets his 2nd World Series ring after winning one with Washington back in 2019.
And it's the 4th for Bruce Bochy. How about that? He is the 6th manager to win 4 World Series. And of those managers, he has done it now with 2 different clubs, 3 with the Giants and 1 with the Rangers. The record is 7 World Series championships held by a couple of Yankee managers, Joe McCarthy and Casey Stengel. Those were the 2 guys who won 7. Connie Mack won 5 with the Philadelphia A's. Walter Alston won 4. Now, Alston won them with the Brooklyn Dodgers and the Los Angeles Dodgers. And Joe Torre won 4 with the Yankees. And Will Smith has become the first man to win the World Series 3 straight years with 3 different clubs. And he's standing by with Jared.
All right, Will, yeah, Eric just said it. First person ever, 3 straight World Series, 3 different teams. It's been quite the ride for you. What stands out about this particular ride this year?
Winning. That's kind of our thing. We had a lot of our guys go down. It was a big next man up mentality. We never backed down. We never gave up. And we just kept grinding all year, and now we're the last one standing.
You've been on really good teams. Forget just the 2 other World Series teams. You've been on other good teams. I know that this roster was really good when you joined in the middle of spring training. At what point did you look around and say, hey, this team has some of the same intangibles to do something like this at other teams you've been on?
I know it was early in the year, but when we swept Philly to start the year, those are the reigning National League champs. They came into our park. We set the tone right then and there and just kind of carried it out through the rest of the year, I think.
What can you tell us about Nathan Eovaldi?
Stud. Unbelievable. Big game Nate. He can have all the nicknames he wants, but, he let them hang today, and it was awesome.
All right, Josh Sborz. Well, everyone talks about you as a big leader in this on this team and in the bullpen. Josh had some ups early, then some downs, back up. What can you tell us about Josh and his journey to get to where we are here tonight?
That's the life of a reliever. You kind of go through the peaks and valleys, but he continued to work. He never folded, and he knew he was good and knew it just a matter of time till he found his stuff again, and he found it at the right time.
Will, congrats on number 3.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Guys, back up to you.
All right, that's quite an achievement for Will Smith, who was a big part of Atlanta's World Series winning team 2 years ago, and last year was on the World Series roster of the Astros, but didn't get to pitch in the World Series. This year, at least, Josh Smith got on the mound a couple of times in the World Series. So we saw him last night, and that was his second appearance of the World Series. The Rangers have won the World Series. I just can't get over that we're actually saying that, Matt. And going back to the years of the Senators, you watched them play when you were a kid in the Washington, D.C. area. And the long period of futility for this franchise started in '61. Dane Dunning is standing by now with Jared. Let's go to him.
All right, guys. Dane, you're one of the few guys who you've been here through some of the lows of the last few years, right? We've had a lot of roster turnover. Thinking back to when you were acquired and where we are now, what has this journey been like for you?
It's been unbelievable. I mean, just from the past 2 years where I was struggling a little bit to now us world champs, I'm at a loss of words. I'm so happy right now.
Were there points, Dane, hey, go celebrate, get up on the podium. Guys, we're going to let Dane go. We'll do some more of this in a little bit.
The Rangers are heading for the podium for the presentation of the Commissioner's Trophy and the Most Valuable Player Award. Rangers wearing those, I guess they're kind of off-white T-shirts, kind of grayish, the World Series Championship T-shirts. And Commissioner Rob Manfred is up on the podium. I believe is that Kevin Burkhardt up there with Manfred? Kevin Burkhardt will be emceeing the award presentation. That beautiful Commissioner's Trophy that we've seen in so many other ballparks as we go around the league will now reside at Globe Life Field. Still so hard to believe.
And hey, I got to say it real quick before this ceremony gets started. Congratulations to you. You've been with this franchise since 1979. And working with you has been a beautiful thing. Let me tell you, brother.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Having missed the first 2/3 of the season and coming back and being welcomed back by you and Jared was one of the most gratifying experiences of my life. Welcomed by the entire ball club, too, and the Rangers front office, the people at the radio station. Just an incredible year in year number 45 for me. Just about everybody's up on the podium now. I see Chris Young has gone up there. Ray Davis is up on the podium as well. Neil Liebman. And Chris Young getting hugs all around right now, wearing a Navy Rangers pullover. And he said this would happen fast. When he got the GM job, we went to lunch and he said, I want you to keep working and we want a World Series while you're still working. And we will. It won't take too long. And wouldn't you know it, 3 years later, here we are, celebrating a World Series championship. And he constantly credits John Daniels for building the nucleus of the team. And really the majority of the players on the team were acquired under John Daniels. And we certainly want to recognize JD once again for his role in putting this team together. And I would imagine he has a rather large smile on his face right now.
Yeah, with what Chris Young told you at that lunch, no lies detected.
And honestly, I didn't believe that he could do it. I know Chris, for a long time. He pitched for the Rangers back in 2004, made his major league debut for the Rangers. And I know how determined he is. I also know how intelligent and competitive he is. And when he told me he missed the competition, he wanted to get back into it because he wanted to win. Let's join the ceremony.
Rangers. Majority owner Ray Davis, COO Neil Liebman is here, Executive VP, General Manager Chris Young, Manager Bruce Bochy, and the rest of the Texas Rangers. And now, the fun part, we get to present the Commissioner's Trophy.
63 years is a long time to wait, but the Texas Rangers are World Series champions. It's my distinct pleasure to present the Commissioner's Trophy to Ray Davis, Neil Liebman, and Chris Young.
That's Rob Manfred hoisting the trophy and handing it to Ray Davis. Ray holding it up, showing it to all of the players, the smile on his face, just as wide as it can possibly be. He hands it to Neil Liebman, who hoists it over his head. He passes it on to Chris Young.
You came on board, you bought this team, and you went to the World Series twice. You were oh so close. You had to wait a little bit, but how good does that wait feel right now?
You know, this franchise has waited 63 years to pick up that trophy. I can't tell you what it means to the city of Arlington, the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. We're just thrilled to death.
What do you say to these fans here tonight?
Well, thank you for all your support, for your patience. You know, I'm a man of faith, and I've had the hope that we would hold up this trophy one day. We always had that vision, and we never gave up that hope. And here we are.
And congratulations. Let's bring in the guy who helped make this happen, Chris Young. See why. Boy, am I happy for you. You come home, you're born and raised in Dallas, grew up there, you became an athlete there in Dallas, and you took this job for this exact reason, to bring this trophy home. Tell me how it all unfolded.
Well, Kevin, I got to start by congratulating the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's a classy organization. They have tremendous leadership, and Mike, Torrey, their front office, it's a tremendous organization. They deserve a ton of credit for a great season. Secondly, I want to give credit to our entire organization, starting with our ownership, Ray and Neil, good friend and mentor, John Daniels, who started this and set out the vision. Our players, they did this. They have this trophy, but we have this trophy because of them. They made this happen. They deserve this. I love them all. Bruce Bochy, unbelievable. What a Hall of Fame manager. Came back and led us to this. And of course, most importantly, our fans. They've waited a long time for this. The wait is over. They deserve this. Thank you.
Congrats, CY.
Thank you.
Bruce Bochy. Take hold of that.
They're saying Bruce, I hope.
So take us back when your guy Chris gave you a phone call and just kind of asked if you wanted to get back to managing again. You think that was the right answer to say yes?
Oh my goodness, it's unreal. I was sitting on a recliner there in Nashville and just enjoying myself when he called me. And I tell you what, I'm so honored to ride with these guys. They inspire me with how resilient they've been. But to get this call, be part of this, I know how blessed I am. I can't thank these guys enough.
Resiliency has been a name of this team, right? I mean, you've been road warriors. You didn't lose a game on the road. It started obviously in Seattle, and you go through Tampa and Baltimore and Houston, and here you are. How did you manage to play so great on the road this entire postseason?
Man, I tell you, it's amazing how they came together. And I go back to Seattle. We lost a tough game there, the last game, trying to win this division, and they could have got down. They went in Tampa, put that beside them, and just got after it. And it's incredible to do what they did, and that's what we talked about, how tough a group this is, how resilient they are. Again, they inspired me. Thank you, guys.
One more, Bruce. Let's ask you about Nathan. He's been so good in these big games. You know that. You know you had confidence in him, and once again, he delivered. What was most impressive about him tonight?
Well, that's Nathan. I mean, that's his resume. We had the right guy out there. We knew it. And we had all the confidence in the world in him. He's done it before. We knew he'd do it again. And for him to go out there and match against a really tough guy, it's incredible what he did for us.
Number 4, raise that thing above your head, Bruce. Enjoy it. Bruce Bochy, ladies and gentlemen, there we go.
Thank you.
And now we have one more piece of hardware to hand out. The Willie Mays Most Valuable Player Trophy presented by Chevrolet. Is there any doubt? Corey Seager. That's all yours. How about this? You're the 4th player ever to win 2 World Series MVPs, Corey. How did you do it?
Just behind this team, it's a resilient group like they were saying. We're just happy to be a part of this team and how we grind it and play through it. It's awesome right now.
When you came here for this person, but take me through the vision that you talked about when you came here and what you hope to do and to bring this trophy here.
Yeah, it's a lot of credit to them, a lot of credit to CY, a lot of credit to our ownership, on having a view and bringing in people, and it's truly incredible, to have this group behind us and to be world champs now, man. It's crazy.
The most impressive thing about these guys standing with you is what?
Cards? Yes, cards.
Hey, whatever works, right?
Yeah, no, but really, the resilience of this group and just the fight, man. The fight's what it is.
Hey, for the second time, you've got this MVP trophy. Enjoy it. Congratulations, Corey.
Thank you.
Corey Seager, the MVP.
Corey,
and one more time,
trophy,
ladies and gentlemen, the world champion, Texas Rangers. Joe, let's go back to you.
A lot of fans still here, not just Ranger fans as well as Diamondback fans cheering on the Rangers and Corey Seager. The other 3, by the way, who have won 2 MVPs, Sandy Koufax, Bob Gibson, and Reggie Jackson. And in case you're wondering, Reggie did win it with 2 different teams. He won it with Oakland and he won it with the Yankees. So Corey is the second man to win a World Series MVP with 2 different teams. Rangers winning 5-0, winning the World Series 4-1. Stay tuned. Our post-game show is coming up next. Lots more coming to you from Phoenix on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Rangers Radio Network.
Texas Rangers season tickets are on sale. Full and half-season plans start at just $15 per game and include benefits like priority access for the 2024 All-Star Game. Don't miss the good times. Explore your options at rangers.com/season tickets.
You're invited to change it up at Choctaw Casinos and Resorts, the official casino and resort of the Texas Rangers. Run the bases, then the tables. Experience the big leagues of blackjack, where everyone cheers for their favorite number, 21. This is where you slide into the slots and enjoy perfect games daily. So throw the weekend a curveball and head over to our diamonds, clubs, spades, and hearts. You're always safe at home at Choctaw Casinos and Resorts. Play ball.
Do you follow North Texas sports? Then you need to know the Dallas Morning News. From the first pitch, puck drop, tip-off, or kickoff until the buzzer sounds, time runs out, or the final strike, we've got every game covered. The Dallas Morning News keeps you in the know for all the stretch runs, playoff pushes, and hot stove deals and deadlines. Do you know another place you can get that kind of DFW sports coverage? Me neither. No more than the score from the Dallas Morning News at dallasnews.com/sports.
Lawn mowed, garden tilled, fence mended, flowering dogwood planted. The landowner's version of hitting for the cycle. While it might not be as difficult as hitting a 98-mile-per-hour fastball, it demands high-performance Kubota equipment. Kubota Tractor Corporation is the official on-field equipment partner of the Texas Rangers. Our tractors, mowers, sidekick utility vehicles, and construction equipment have the power, versatility, and durability to get every job done right. Visit your local Kubota dealer to demo equipment today. Kubota, together we do more.
As the official emergency response team of the Texas Rangers, American Medical Response is proud to deliver standby medical services for players, employees, and fans alike. Whether on base, on deck, or in the stands, we're ready to provide care at a moment's notice. To learn more, visit amr.net.
Fall is here, but it's still hot here in the state of Texas, which means pests like ants, roaches, and mosquitoes are out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home and business pest-free. Arrow is the official pest control provider of the Texas Rangers, so rest assured that with Arrow Pest and Termite Control, you're getting the best from the best. Schedule a free pest inspection today. Call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com. That's 888-GO-ARROW or arrowexterminators.com.
Adolis Garcia swings and hits one high and deep into left field. McCormick is back at the wall. It is gone! Gone! Adolis Garcia
Swing and a bouncing ball left side. Young cuts it off. Throws to first. Got him. And Evaldi gets out of the jam. How about that? They had the bases loaded and nobody out. And Evaldi escapes.
First offering is hit back up the middle. Simeon dives, comes up with it, throws to first. He got him. Great play by Marcus Simeon, taking a base hit away from Jeremy Pena.
Texas Rangers baseball on the Rangers Radio Network. Presented by Louisiana Hot Sauce, the original Louisiana brand hot sauce. The hot sauce of the Rangers. Choctaw Casinos and Resorts. Cars for kids. Right off the car, not the kid. Thanks for listening to Texas Rangers Baseball. You can hear every game all season long right here on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Texas Rangers Radio Network. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Bring the heat.
Taveras hits it deep to right field. Back goes Tucker. He turns, he looks, and that ball is history. There's the first postseason home run for Leody Taveras.
First offering to Seager is hit high and deep out into left center. Dubon ranging back to the track. He leaps. It's gone into the Houston bullpen. Corey Seager.
The pitch. He struck him out again. Got him to chase a curve down and away. 5 strikeouts for Montgomery through 5 innings.
Welcome into the Texas Rangers postgame show. Brought to you by Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. Hear every game home and away right here. Now, with more on the Texas Rangers postgame show. With Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler, here's Eric Nadel.
We are back at Chase Field where the Rangers have won the World Series 4-1 over the Arizona Diamondbacks. And let's take you through the highlights of this one. Nathan Evaldi and Zach Gallen were the starters. Evaldi was 3-0 in potential clinching games with an earned run average of 142. Well, he has added to that resume with another clinching win tonight, but what a tightrope he walked in the early innings. In the bottom of the second inning, with 1 out and a man on at second base, the batter was Evan Longoria for the Diamondbacks.
Evan Longoria back in the starting lineup, and he rips a liner into left. Carter coming on. He slides and makes the catch. Throw to second, and Gurriel just does get back to avoid being doubled off. Evan Carter chasing that line drive down. The ball hit basically right at him, and he goes into a slide and gets to it just before it hits the turf.
And that's the defensive play of the game. That saved a run early in the ball game. The Rangers were doing nothing against Zach Gallen. In fact, they had no base runners through the first 4 innings. And in each of the first 5 innings, Arizona had men in scoring position. In the third inning, they had runners at second and third with 2 outs. And the dangerous Tommy Pham was the batter.
So now he takes on Pham. Pham reached on fielder's choices last time, hits a sharp ground ball to short. But Seager is up with it. He lets it fly, and Pham is the final out in the inning. For a third consecutive inning, Evaldi with a bit of a Houdini act to get out of trouble. No runs, a hit. 2 are left in scoring position.
And Zach Gallen was perfect through 4 innings. He got the first 2 batters in the 5th on long fly balls. Then he walked Nathaniel Lowe. That was the first base runner for the Rangers, but Jonah Heim struck out. It remained a scoreless game into the bottom of the 5th, and things really got dicey as the Diamondbacks loaded the bases with 2 outs on a single and 2 walks, and Lourdes Gurriel came to the plate. Evaldi the set, the pitch. A swing and a slow ground ball to short. Charged by Seager, throws to first. He got him, and Evaldi gets off the hook yet again. The Diamondbacks leave the bases loaded. They are 0 for 9 with men in scoring position. And at that point, they had left 9 men on base. In the end, they would strand 11 runners tonight. The Rangers finally got their first hit when, leading off the 7th inning, Corey Seager hit a pool cue shot off the end of the bat, just inside the bag at third, a little dribbler off an off-speed pitch. Evan Carter followed by rifling a double into right center field. Seager going around to third, and that brought up Mitch Garver.
The 0-1. Garver swings, hits it up the middle. Base knocked into center. Seager scores. Carter being held at third as Thomas fires it back into the infield. RBI single for Mitch Garver. And the Rangers score first here in the 7th and lead it 1-0.
1-0 into the bottom of the 7th, and that was all for Evaldi. Nate threw 97 pitches in 6 scoreless innings. holding the Diamondbacks 0 for 9 with men in scoring position. And in the 7th, it was the Aroldis Chapman experience. Corbin Carroll swung at a pitch outside the strike zone and flied out to left to start the inning. Ketel Marte worked a 4-pitch walk, but Chapman bounced back and struck out the number 3 batter, Gabriel Moreno, before Bruce Bochy went to the bullpen for Josh Sborz, and he got Christian Walker to fly out to center field. The Rangers threatened in the 8th inning. They loaded the bases with 1 out. But against Kevin Ginkel, Evan Carter struck out and Mitch Garver grounded out. And in the bottom of the 8th, Sborz came back out, got a strikeout, a ground out, gave up a single, but then struck out pinch hitter Pavin Smith looking to end the 8th inning. And that set the stage for the Rangers' huge rally in the 9th. It was Josh Young leading things off against the closer, Paul Sewald, with a single. Nathaniel Lowe followed with a single, and that brought up Jonah Heim. And the pitch is swung on, ground ball right side. It's through, a base hit. Racing around third base is Young, and he will score, and the ball gets by all the way to the 4-13 sign. Here comes Lowe, he scores. Into third base is Jonah Heim, and the Rangers lead 3-0 in the top of the 9th. The ball misplayed out in right center field. And 2-run score. Alec Thomas charged with the error. Heim getting credit for a single and 1 run batted in. He was at third base. 2 batters later, after Tavera struck out and Jankowski grounded out, Marcus Semien stepped in. 1 hit in the 8th and 3 straight hits to start the 9th. 7 total hits. The 0-1. Semien lines one deep to left center field. That ball is way back, and that ball is history. A 2-run homer for Marcus Semien. It's 5-0 Rangers in the 9th. A blistering line drive that never came down in left center field. Marcus with 5 RBIs yesterday, 1 the day before, coming alive for the Rangers at just the right time. A 2-run homer for Semien, his 2nd home run of the World Series in as many nights, his 2nd home run of the postseason. He winds up with 8 World Series RBIs in 5 games. And in the 9th, it was not Jose Leclerc going to the mound. As of yet, we don't know why. Josh Sborz came back out. He struck out the first batter, Perdomo, looking. He got Carroll to foul out to the catcher, and working with a 5-0 lead, he was facing Ketel Marte for the 27th out. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sborz kicks and fires. He struck him out looking! It's over! It's over! The Rangers have won the World Series. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming. The Rangers are the World Series champions. After 52 years in Texas, 63 years of the franchise. The wait is over, and the celebration has begun. 5-0 Rangers, your final score tonight. And we'll be back with more from Phoenix after this on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Rangers Radio Network.
People take their chili seriously. At Whataburger, we also put chili on a pedestal made of 100% fresh beef. The Whataburger Chili Cheeseburger, made to order with our own chili on 2 all-beef patties, melty cheese, onions, mustard, and crunchy corn chips. This is chili elevated to burger height. The Chili Cheeseburger is back for a limited time. Whataburger, just like you like it.
Energy Transfer is excited to support the Texas Rangers. As one of the country's largest energy companies, we proudly move oil and gas products through our 120,000 miles of underground pipelines to power our communities and make our lives possible.
Do you follow North Texas sports? Then you need to know the Dallas Morning News. From the first pitch, puck drop, tip-off, or kickoff, until the buzzer sounds, time runs out, or the final strike, we've got every game covered. The Dallas Morning News keeps you in the know for all the stretch runs, playoff pushes, and hot stove deals and deadlines. Do you know another place you can get that kind of DFW sports coverage? Me neither. No more than the score from the Dallas Morning News at dallasnews.com/sports.
In 2023, the Rangers had one of baseball's best winning percentages at home. Now you can plan for success at Globe Life Field in 2024 with Texas Rangers season tickets. Full and half season plans start at just $15 a game and include benefits like priority access for the All-Star Game in July. Don't miss the good times at the ballpark next year. Explore your options at Rangers.com/season tickets.
The Rangers are World Series champions, and here are the happy totals. The Rangers 5 runs, 9 hits, no errors, and 7 left. The Diamondbacks, no runs on 5 hits, 1 error, and 11 left. Nathan Eovaldi, the winner, he's 5-0. Josh Sborz with his first save. And Zach Gallen takes the loss, 2-3. Truly a hard luck loss for Gallen, who gave up 1 run in 6 1/3 innings. Took a perfect game into the 5th inning and a no-hitter into the 7th inning, and it was broken up really on a fluky hit by Corey Seager. The game took 2 hours and 54 minutes before a crowd of 48,511 as the Rangers go 11-0 on the road this postseason. 11-0 when they score first. And Matt, you emphasized that so many times during this postseason, and it was the formula every single time.
And most of the time it was early, but tonight it was late. That first run not crossing home plate until the 7th inning. You know, sometimes we just can't explain feelings that we have when it comes to this wonderful sport, but I just had a feeling that the Rangers were going to score first today. I didn't know it was going to be that late in the ball game. But, yeah, such a tough loss for Zach Gallen, who was clearly on top of his game. But the Rangers just kind of chipped away there in the 7th inning. And how about Evan Carter again? I mean, you can point to every game this postseason, and that 21-year-old did something to help the Rangers throughout the postseason. And tonight he goes 1 for 5, striking out 4 times. But that double to right center in the 7th set the Rangers up with minutes 2nd and 3rd and nobody out. And it was Mitch Garver that got the hit through the drawn-in infield to get that first run. And now there was clearly a lot more drama to come after that. But the Rangers here this postseason 11-0 when scoring first.
Carter also made that diving catch in the 2nd inning that kept the Diamondbacks from taking a 1-0 lead. And who knows how different this game would have been had Torey Lovullo been managing with a lead rather than in a scoreless ball game. Let's take another break, and we'll be back to Phoenix after this on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Rangers Radio Network.
My kids are everything to me. I love spending time with them. We play, ride horses, and laugh together. Having them in the stand cheer me on, kept me going. While I'm always aiming to pitch a perfect game on the field, protecting my family off the field is always the perfect game plan. I'm Martin Perez, and my kids are my beneficiary.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Who's your beneficiary?
Do you follow North Texas sports? Then you need to know the Dallas Morning News. From the first pitch, puck drop, tip-off, or kickoff until the buzzer sounds, time runs out, or the final strike, we've got every game covered. The Dallas Morning News keeps you in the know for all the stretch runs, playoff pushes, and hot stove deals and deadlines. Do you know another place you can get that kind of DFW sports coverage? Me neither. No more than the score from the Dallas Morning News at dallasnews.com/sports.
The Whataburger Jalapeno Cheddar Biscuit is back. But some folks have yet to try it. So let's not do the thing where we're like, you've never had a jalapeno cheddar biscuit before? You know what? It's okay. Let's just invite them to try this flaky, cheesy, and slightly spicy goodness for themselves. The Jalapeno Cheddar Biscuit, available as a sandwich or on its own from 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. for a limited time at participating locations. Whataburger, just like you like it.
Energy Transfer is excited to support the Texas Rangers. As one of the country's largest energy companies, we proudly move oil and gas products through our 120,000 miles of underground pipelines to power our communities and make our lives possible.
The Rangers have won the World Series. Corey Seager winning his 2nd World Series MVP. He wound up hitting .286 for the series. He was 6 for 21. He had 3 homers, 6 RBIs, and several key defensive plays. Marcus Semien wound up hitting .292 in the series with 2 home runs and 8 runs batted in. And rookie Josh Young hit .350 in the series. He went 7 for 20. Just some of the Rangers standouts in this incredible performance to beat the Diamondbacks 4-1. And the Rangers did win 2 games this year where they didn't score first. When they didn't score first, they went 2-4. They went 11-0 when they did, for a total of 13 wins, which ties the 2020 Dodgers for the most wins by a team in postseason, as the Rangers had to do it the hard way, winning 2 games in Tampa Bay to sweep the wild card series, 3 games against the Orioles, the team with the best record in the league, 2 of those games in Baltimore, then dethroning the defending champion Astros in a 7-game series in which the road team won every single game, and then here winning the first game in Texas, losing the second game, and coming into Arizona winning all 3 by scores of 3-1, 11-7, and 5-0. The Rangers did everything right, and Matt, once again, they made no errors, and just about every conceivable defensive play that could be made, they made.
A lot of fundamentally sound plays made by the team as well, not just the spectacular plays like the Jankowski catch in foul territory yesterday or the sliding grab by Carter in left field today. They made good, solid plays when they needed to. And this Arizona club, which was right there, along with Texas, as one of the top defensive teams in all of Major League Baseball this year, when it really counted here in these last 2 games, they made 2 huge errors that contributed to these Texas victories.
So Corey wins the MVP, and in case you're wondering, in 2020 with the Dodgers, when he won the MVP, he batted .400. He went 8 for 20. He had 2 homers and 5 runs batted in as the Dodgers beat the Rays in that World Series. The Rangers, getting the home run from Marcus Semien today, wind up with 30 home runs in their 17 postseason games. That's 4 shy of the all-time record held by the Tampa Bay Rays, set in 2008, of 34 home runs in a single postseason. Let's pause for this, and we'll come back to Chase Field, and we'll have Jared back down in the Ranger clubhouse when we return after this on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Rangers Radio Network.
Texas Rangers season tickets are on sale. Full and half-season plans start at just $15 per game and include benefits like priority access for the 2024 All-Star Game. Don't miss the good times. Explore your options at rangers.com/season tickets.
And now, a Sweet Baby Ray's public service announcement. Do you know a loved one who's never known the joy of chicken dipping sauce? Someone who eats chicken fingers drier than Death Valley in July? Help is here. New from Sweet Baby Ray's is Ray's Chicken Sauce, a sweet, smoky, and satisfying dipping sauce that'll lift any kind of chicken you're chowing on to tasty new heights. Find Ray's Chicken Sauce on the same shelf as other Sweet Baby Ray's products and banish bland from your diet today. Sweet Baby Ray's, the sauce is the boss.
You're invited to change it up at Choctaw Casinos and Resorts, the official casino and resort of the Texas Rangers. Run the bases, then the tables. Experience the big leagues of blackjack, where everyone cheers for their favorite number, 21. This is where you slide into the slots and enjoy perfect games daily. So throw the weekend a curveball and head over to our diamonds, clubs, spades, and hearts. You're always safe at home at Choctaw Casinos and Resorts. Play ball.
When you're hungry and you want it quick, what you want is Golden Chick. Tasty chicken made the golden way. Delicious food you'll crave every day. Golden Chick. When you're hungry, you know what to do. Golden Chick. Get a favorite or try something new. Just one taste and you'll forget all the rest. The original, then still the best. Golden Chick. CarsForKids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
Donate your old vehicle in any condition to CarsForKids.org to make a difference in the lives of kids. Towing is free. CarsForKids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
You're a friend, daughter, expert multitasker. Everyone counts on you, and you can count on us. Medical City Healthcare is here for you because taking care of your own health means you can be there for others. Learn more at medicalcityhealthcare.com.
The original Louisiana brand hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers. It adds flavor to so many things, including wings, pizza, burgers, burritos, taquitos, tacos, and avocados. But that's not all. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce is also great on popcorn, barbecue, nachos, beans, chili, eggs, and corn on the cob, just to name a few. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Bring the heat. It's also great on French fries, mac and cheese, sushi.
Texas Rangers season tickets are on sale. Full and half-season plans start at just $15 per game and include benefits like priority access for the 2024 All-Star Game. Don't miss the good times. Explore your options at rangers.com/season tickets.
We are back in Phoenix, and of course you heard Chris Young congratulate the Diamondbacks. We want to congratulate the voice of the Diamondbacks, Greg Schulte. This was his final broadcast. He announced his retirement early in the season. Coming at the end of this season, he got to work one more World Series. He was the original voice of the Diamondbacks from 1998, and he had a chance to broadcast the World Series, of course, when they won it in 2001.
And classy enough, as he always is, Greg came in to congratulate us earlier here while we were doing the post-game shows. So best of everything to Greg Schulte as he pursues retirement.
And his partner, Tom Candiotti, not retiring. The Candy Man, who was a knuckleballer, also threw a curveball in his career for Cleveland and Milwaukee. Some of the amazing facts about Bruce Bochy: now his teams in games with a chance to clinch a series are 17-5. He is the second manager in the history of the four major pro sports to snap a franchise's title drought of 62 years or more in his first year at the helm. Terry Francona is the only other one. He did it with the Red Sox in 2004. And again, it's been 52 years in Texas, but 63 years in the history of this franchise, including the time in Washington. Bochy is also now one of the three managers who has won the World Series title in both leagues. Sparky Anderson did it with Cincinnati and with Detroit. Tony La Russa did it with Oakland and St. Louis. And Bochy, with his 57th career postseason win, is now tied for fourth with Dusty Baker on the all-time list for victories by a manager, behind Joe Torre, Tony La Russa, and Bobby Cox. And this is maybe the most amazing one. Matt, you brought this up yesterday and again today. Bochy has won 15 of the last 16 postseason series in which his teams have participated. Let's go back down to Jared. He's in the festive clubhouse now.
All right, Robbie, how much Creed did you listen to before this year?
A little bit, but not this much. But, man, what a feeling. We're World Series champs. We'll be together. We'll be remembered together for the rest of our lives. How cool is that?
Robbie, and you talked all year long, you and Travis Jankowski and some of the veterans, you wanted to be here because of this potential. What is it that you saw in this group beyond the talented roster that you thought made something like this possible?
I mean, CY put together such a good roster, such a good staff. The guys he brought in here, I wanted to win. That's why I came here, and I got my ring.
What happened this series? How did this team do it against Arizona one last time, taking 4 out of 5?
We're the best team in the league, and we proved it, and we all got rings now.
Robbie, last thing, there have been stretches where you were a big part of this lineup. There have been stretches where Travis Jankowski stepped up, Ezekiel Duran, Leody Taveras. You know, it's not all Marcus and Corey. The depth of this team has been apparent. What can you tell us about the depth of this group from a position player side?
I mean, we had a blast all summer, and I'm so proud of these guys. I'm so happy so thankful I got to be a part of this, and we're World Series champions.
Congrats, Robbie.
Thank you.
All right, guys, I'm going to go hunting for some more players.
All right, Jared, thanks very much. And, you know, what we're talking about here is 3 generations of Ranger fans who have not seen the Rangers win a World Series until tonight. You know, there's a whole new generation that doesn't remember 2010 and 2011, doesn't remember being run out of the playoffs 3 times in a row by the New York Yankees in the late 90s. To go with the old-timers, those who have been with the Rangers since they came to Texas in 1972. And I'm talking about fans. I'm talking about people who work for the organization, people like Tom Grieve, who actually came with the team from Washington, and Rich Billings and Don Stanhouse and some of the other guys. Just so gratifying to see them finally see their franchise win. Chuck Morgan has been there since the early 80s. Rich Price, Hoggy, who runs the umpires room, was there before me. I think he's probably the senior guy in terms of service to the organization, who is still working. Tawny Taylor came to the Rangers, I think, in 1982. Running community relations and player relations, and there have been a lot of people who have been in that organization or backing that organization for a long time. Let's go back to Jared.
Hey guys, we're going to do some producing on the fly. Do me a favor, don't go to break. It's a little tough in here, but I'm going to get someone, but I just want to let you guys know, Bruce Bochy's speech, he talked about this team making history, and he mentioned specifically the 11 straight road wins. When he was coming up the stairs, he walked by me, and he asked, hey, I just want to make sure, was it 10 or 11? And I told him it was 11, and that was the impetus of his speech, was what this team did against the odds, making history to win this World Series. And all of a sudden, then Creed starts playing, and then the party got started. But do me a favor, don't go to break. We're going to fight through the crowds. If I have to knock some of these TV people down, or Evan Grant, who's standing in front of me, I'll knock him down. Just be patient.
All right, Jared, thanks. I guess you get a speechwriter credit on that, right?
I wonder if it gets any money for that.
You get some of the royalties.
Yeah, you think about it. You know, when we finished this regular season with the trip to Anaheim and Seattle, when we started that trip, I think there were 4 different options of what could happen once the regular season ended. And so, you know, we were aware of those options and what could happen. And then the option that did happen was a trip all the way across the country to Tampa Bay. And that flight was exactly 5 hours and 5 minutes. And we ended up landing in St. Petersburg. We started the postseason there against the Rays. But what ended up happening is that when we left Texas, we ended up being on the road for 15 days, going from Seattle to the Tampa Bay area, and then from the Tampa Bay area to Baltimore, and in the postseason started with 4 wins all on the road. And I'm just wondering if that is where, even though at the end of the regular season the Rangers were 3-4 in their final 7 games there on the road, but winning in Tampa Bay and winning in Baltimore and being on the road for 2 weeks and a day, if that's what really brought this team together, with the real knowledge of every man looking at every other man and going, we can do this. We can achieve this. We just missed out on being division champions, but we took down a 99-win club. We took down a 100-win club. Not all the way. You had to come back to Arlington to win Game 3 of the division series against Baltimore. But it seems to me like if you're looking for some answer to why this club put up an historic 11-0 on the road in the postseason, you might want to look to that 2-week span there at the end of the regular season and the beginning of the playoffs.
Maybe, and as Mitch Garver said, the Rangers get hot dogs on the road. They don't get them at home. maybe that's when all of that got started.
It's the Babe Ruth factor.
That's it. He said that's how they used to do it. And, man, so many just unconventional things about the way this team won, coming from a losing season last year at 68-94, a 100-loss season the year before. And, of course, the Diamondbacks made it to the World Series with a lot of these same obstacles to overcome. But it's the Rangers as the last team standing. The Rangers didn't clinch their playoff spot until the next to the last day of the season. And, the Rangers had trouble with their bullpen all year, but it really came together in the final month, and it certainly held up in the postseason. And to see Josh Sborz on the mound for the final 2 1/3 innings with Jose Leclerc apparently not available, just wonderful. Let's go back down to Jared.
All right, guys, Nathaniel Lowe, World Series champion. How does that sound?
Amazing. That's what we play for.
You had a belief in this team all year long. We talked about it on the podcast, the ups and downs. You knew that it would happen. What was it about this group that you believed in them so much?
Man, we just came together at the right time. You know, it's out of our control when things are going to go our way or not, but this group just never gave up. You know, we got ourselves in a position to contend. The regular season didn't end how we wanted to, but we did it the hard way. Winning through the wild card round, beating a tough Tampa team, beating a really talented Baltimore team, and then taking Houston to the wire was special. But then we showed up here and executed when we need to. And I think this championship game tonight was a great reflection of that, because Gallen had great stuff going. We had to bear with him there for a while, sit on pause, and then we cashed in when we needed to. And what a special moment.
A lot of people talk about culture. What is the culture of the Texas Rangers ball club?
The guys are just happy, man. You know, it's tough to come to our ballpark and be upset. It's tough to live in the DFW and be upset. We got everything that free agents want. We got things for young guys, for family guys. If you're single or married, we'll find a way for you to enjoy it. And, you know, there's nothing better than winning a World Series title.
And it's like a Match.com advertisement for free agents. Hey, Nathaniel, this is not just a World Series championship. This is this organization's first. You guys will forever be remembered as the guys that brought this organization their first World Series. How special is that?
It's amazing, you know, and we got guys here who are, you know, maybe in the twilight days of their career. We got guys who are just starting their career. We got guys who are brought here specifically for this purpose. Like, it's just a great time to be a Texas Ranger, man. Ian Kennedy made a comment to us last night that we'll forever be the first ones to do it, and how special it is to cash in on that.
Congrats, man.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll get some more here in a second.
All right, Jared, thanks. And given the core of this team, and what they have in the minor league system, I have a feeling it's not going to be the last one. It will be the first Ranger World Series champion, but everything is in place for the Rangers to stay in that competitive window really indefinitely. You know, we never even saw Wyatt Langford this year, and he's going to be in spring training next year, and it's going to be very interesting to see if he is big league ready.
And there were questions here after Adolis Garcia got hurt that, you know, would the Rangers potentially maybe bring him up, but that obviously didn't happen. But nobody thought that Evan Carter was going to arrive here in 2023, a guy who spent the balance of the season at Double-A. In fact, he was with the Rough Riders there until right about at the end of August. I want to say August the 26th or 27th. And then he went up to AAA, but was only in AAA for about a week and a half before getting the call in early September because Adolis Garcia went down with that knee injury. But you know, even then you're like, all right, well, how much can a 21-year-old who's been doing a great job of hitting and getting on base in the minor leagues, how much can he actually impact this ball club? And now we're saying, would we have gotten here without Evan Carter and what he did?
And would we have had Evan Carter if Adolis Garcia hadn't gotten hurt?
Right.
Trying to make a leaping catch on a home run ball against the Astros in early September. And as for Adolis, if you had a chance to read any of the websites today about the speech he made yesterday in the hitters meeting, clearly it was inspirational. Corey Seager referred to it as vulnerable. And Bruce Bochy was talking on the Manager Show today about how happy he was that Adolis had spoken in that meeting. Boch was not in the meeting. He left it to the players and Donnie Ecker, the Rangers offensive coordinator. And we will have Jonah Heim in a moment, a guy who started the last 29 games of the season. And somebody mentioned to Bruce Bochy today in the media session in his office that they were tired. And Bochy said, "You're tired. What about Jonah?" 29 straight starts, 133 behind the plate for the season, and he's standing by with Jared. Don't wear him out, Jared.
I won't. So they just mentioned 29 straight starts behind the plate, 133 games in total. I guess it's all worth it for a moment like this, huh?
Are you sure those numbers are right?
Feel like 233?
No, I didn't know it was that many. I mean, damn, I guess when they're playing in important games, adrenaline's a great drug, and I mean, I'm just going to go out there and try to help my team win it any way I can, and it's a truly pleasure to show up to the park with these guys each and every day. And we had one common goal, and it's to get to this point.
How does it feel?
You can't really put it into words. This is one of the best feelings other than having my kids and getting married to my wife. This is up there. And like I said, doing it with these guys makes it even more special.
Moments ago, you were holding the trophy. And you had your picture taken. I mean, you had it for a few moments. That was yours. What was that feeling like?
It makes it all real.
Jonah Heim's a stud.
Yeah. That was Mike Maddox just reminding people in case they forgot that Jonah Heim is a stud, and that is a direct quote, guys. Jonah, when the Rangers acquired you, what do you remember thinking when you found out you were going from Oakland to Texas?
Yeah, I mean, being the backup in Oakland, backing up John Murphy, I mean, I can't thank those guys enough for giving me a shot in the big leagues and giving me my first experience. But getting traded over here was a new chapter in my life and a new opportunity to come and try to win an everyday job. And getting with Bobby, and he really changed my career defensively, and getting with these hitting guys. And, just like I said, being around these guys each and every day just made me better as a whole. And I can't thank them enough for giving me this opportunity to play every day. And that's what you work all your whole life for, is to play in the big leagues every day and get a chance to win a World Series.
When you were acquired, I remember people saying, hey, this guy's really good behind the plate, not sure how much he'll hit. You were an all-star starter, not just because of what you did behind the plate, what you did at the plate, a home run yesterday. You are a complete player. How have you become this type of a player?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I was always a defensive-first guy, and that's kind of what got me to the big leagues, is playing really good defense, and it gave me the opportunity to develop my hitting. And I can't thank this hitting guys enough for sticking with me. I think I had about 12 different swing changes throughout the year, and just trying to find anything that works. And something clicked, and just being confident and comfortable up there with my swing this year has made the world of a difference.
All right, last one, Jonah. You're a kid from Buffalo, but you have said on a number of occasions that Texas is home, that you feel at home in the Metroplex in the state of Texas. What is it about Texas that makes you feel at home? Why is this state and this area so important to you?
I mean, just everybody that I've met in Texas is nothing but kind and nice to me and my family. And just the atmosphere wherever you go in Texas is truly amazing. And I mean, this win just isn't for us and the Rangers. This is for the fans of Texas. They've supported us all year through this drought. And, man, I can't thank them enough for everything they've done for us this year. Packing the house, getting loud, and this is truly amazing.
Jonah, congrats.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, hey, keep with me. If you guys are patient, we'll get someone else here soon.
Okay, and Jonah was right. We were off by one on the number. It was 30 consecutive starts for Jonah Heim behind the plate. Let's pause here 10 seconds to allow our local stations to identify themselves along the Texas Rangers radio network.
Your home of Texas Rangers baseball. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. We are 105.3 The Fan.
And thanks to Mike Maddox for interjecting in the Jonah Heim interview. You know, this is the first World Series championship for Maddox. You know, he left Washington just 2 years before they won the World Series. He was the Ranger pitching coach in 2010 and 2011. So he was here for Game 6 in 2011, which now I don't have such a hard time thinking about, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
It would have been great for that team to win. You know, guys like Michael Young and Adrian Beltre and Mike Napoli, Ian Kinsler certainly deserved to win that year. Kobe Lewis, but it didn't happen, and a variety of things conspired to make it not happen, including a rainout when it didn't rain. And it seemed that tonight it was just the opposite. Tonight the Rangers got the breaks. There were some rockets hit early in the game with men in scoring position by the Diamondbacks that happened to go right at Ranger players. Corey Seager breaks up the no-hitter with a totally fluky cue shot hit on the left side of the infield, and comes around to score the first run of the game, and then gets another one of those hits later on. And in the meantime, Nathan Eovaldi managing to wiggle off the hook on a night when he didn't have his good command and walked 5. It just seemed that the baseball gods were working in the Rangers' favor tonight.
Yeah, no question about it. And how about everybody that's here right now soaking this in? There are so many people still on the field and so many Rangers fans that are here. You mentioned that team back in 2011. Well, you know who I spotted out on the field, and then he came over to shake hands with fans? Adrian Beltre was here tonight. And I don't know how many of those others that you mentioned may have been here tonight as well. But right now, there are still maybe 300 to 500 Ranger fans that are in the box seats right behind the first base dugout and down the right field line, just soaking in the moment. A moment that has happened for the first time in this franchise's history. And they don't want to leave. And, again, there are so many people still out on the field, so many family members, other members associated with the organization. You've probably got somewhere around 150 or 200 people that are out on the field. And, of course, you've got the folks from the MLB network and others that are still doing their jobs from a media standpoint. Lots still going on. And Jared has got someone else down in the clubhouse.
I got 3 Joshes and a Jake. I got Josh Smith, Josh Sborz. I got Josh Boyd, and then Jake Latz. They're here. Josh Smith is trying to DJ. I'm not sure how successful. We're going to get to Josh Boyd in a second. Josh Sborz, keep it clean. How would you describe Josh Smith's DJing?
It's awful. We're listening to Wild Rose. It could be better, but if he gets the code, we'll probably figure it out.
Okay, Brock Burke's eating a brownie. Interesting. No, there's no beer left, so he's having a brownie. All right. Josh Boyd is with us, guys, Rangers assistant general manager. Josh, I wanted to bring you over here because you're one of the few guys in this clubhouse who was here in 2010 and then 2011. Going through 2011, what does this mean to you and to this organization?
I mean, those 2 years were unbelievably special. We went to back-to-back World Series. It's been a long time to get back. Went through some ups and downs with those teams, but we got back here 12 years later to finish it off. It's unbelievable. In some ways, I feel it makes those 10 and 11 even more special. Back-to-back World Series, we came back and we finished it. First one in franchise history.
Were there times during that stretch where you weren't sure if you would be around to see something like this, especially once this team went into a rebuild and it just seemed so unfathomable to get to this point?
Yeah, I think you have to have those thoughts. I'm unbelievably grateful to be able to be here for 16 years, to be through this, to be through ups and downs, to get the opportunity from JD, from CY, to be able to see it through the first time, up and down and back a second time, be able to be a part of rebuilding this to what this special group is here, to do it with CY and Ross and Mike Parnell, Kip Fagg. Unbelievable. Like I said, I'm so grateful to be able to have a chance to continue to be here.
I want to ask you about 2 names you mentioned. I want to first ask you about John Daniels. There are a lot of guys in this clubhouse who joined the organization under his watch. What would you like to say either to or just about John Daniels, knowing that this was a moment that he had worked hard to try and get to, but wasn't able to quite get there?
Yeah, he poured everything into helping this team build the foundation to be here. Fingerprints are all over everything, but more than it, this guy, JD is a special friend to many of us. He had unbelievable vision for how to put this club together and set us up for success. He had impact on people like myself, Ross, Kip, and all the others to put us here in position to learn and grow through all the adversity, the ups and downs, and the challenges. He's a tremendous friend. I love him.
All right, what about Chris Young? What can you tell us about Chris Young and the job that he's done?
He has come in with the conviction that we are winning the World Series, and we just did that. He's come in from day one with these expectations, these standards, to do this, to put this team together, and to continue to raise the bar, the standards higher and higher. You look around the room here that we're celebrating in, and there's just winners, veterans, young players, guys that have come through player development that our coaches have touched throughout, guys that we've acquired through trades, and every one of them has been pushed by CY, Bochy, Mike Maddox, Donnie Ecker to get the absolute best out of their ability, and there's even more left.
Josh, thanks so much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, Jared.
All right, guys, back up to you. You guys can take a break, do some producing on the fly again. Take a break. We'll come back in a few minutes. I'll try to squeeze one more guy out here.
You got another Josh down there? Is Josh Bonifay around?
Well, Josh Bonifay is here. I don't know where he is, though. He is around, though. I did walk by him to get to all the other Joshes.
All right. Let's take a break, and we'll return to Chase Field in Phoenix right after this on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Rangers Radio Network.
There's a reason Rangers fans prefer the original Louisiana brand hot sauce. That's because the original Louisiana brand hot sauce adds a kick of flavor to so many things. It puts the pop in popcorn, adds zing to wings, pizzazz to pizza. Made using only the best sun-ripened peppers, the original Louisiana brand hot sauce is the Rangers' choice for game day. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Bring the heat.
My kids are everything to me. I love spending time with them. We play, ride horses, and laugh together. Having them in the stand cheer me on, kept me going. While I'm always aiming to pitch a perfect game on the field, protecting my family off the field is always the perfect game plan. I'm Martin Perez, and my kids are my beneficiary.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Who's your beneficiary?
Carsforkids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
Donate your old vehicle to carsforkids.org to make a difference in the lives of kids. Free towing from carsforkids.org, plus a $50 gift card.
Energy Transfer is excited to support the Texas Rangers. As one of the country's largest energy companies, we proudly move oil and gas products through our 120,000 miles of underground pipelines to power our communities and make our lives possible.
Texas Rangers season tickets are on sale. Full and half-season plans start at just $15 per game and include benefits like priority access for the 2024 All-Star Game. Don't miss the good times. Explore your options at rangers.com/season tickets.
The Rangers are the World Series champions. Most of the players on this team had never even been to a World Series before. There are 5 who had been to the World Series, and they all have World Series rings, and now they have multiple rings. Aroldis Chapman won one in 2016 with the Cubs. Nathan Eovaldi won one in 2018 with the Red Sox. Max Scherzer won one in 2019 with the Nationals. Corey Seager won with the Dodgers in 2020. And Will Smith, as we discussed earlier, won with the 2021 Braves and the 2022 Astros. He now will have 3 rings to wear. And congratulations to all of the other guys who have World Series rings coming to them for the very first time. And again, as Chris Young did, I want to acknowledge the ownership of this club for being willing to provide the resources for John Daniels and Chris Young over the last couple of years to add the players they felt needed to be added to make this a true championship club. And again, we talked about this earlier when the Rangers won the pennant about Chris Young and being the executive of the year in Major League Baseball, which we think should be a slam dunk. The other guy who deserves serious consideration, of course, is Mike Hazen, the general manager of the Diamondbacks, who, like Chris Young, went to Princeton and put together a team that managed to make it to the World Series after losing over 100 games 2 years ago. Let's go back to Jared.
So I think the guys are starting to, you have a better view of this than I do probably. I think guys are starting to head to the field to be with family and maybe take another picture. So this place is actually emptied out. I do want to tell you, though, that what's gone on the last 60 seconds is I think I've heard everyone in this clubhouse, a part of this team, go up to someone else and just say, "Hey, champ! Hey, champ! Hey, champ! What's up, champ? What's up?" I mean, I mean that these guys are obviously giddy, and there are guys in here who have won it before. Corey Seager, of course, one of them. Aroldis Chapman, another. But a lot of these guys have never done this before, and the giddiness is it's pretty neat. I mean, as you would expect, these guys are smiling ear to ear, and I think they're all out on the field now, but. I just wanted to share kind of what the scene is right now. We were going to get Chris Young. You can blame Ben Verlander, Justin's brother, who works for Fox. He took Chris Young from us. So, another, I guess Justin Verlander's not playing, so another Verlander had to get one up on us, and that's okay. But we'll hopefully get some more reaction at some point. But, guys, we'll send it back to you. I think this is going to do it for us here in the clubhouse.
Are you soaked with alcohol?
Guys, like 15 times over. There was one point where I didn't actually know where I was walking because it wasn't that it was in my eye and burning. It felt like I was in the heaviest water pressure shower of alcohol, and it was just a blur. But it was I'm not going to complain, right? We're going to be okay. I just apologize for whatever smells I bring into the booth.
Did you bring a change of clothing this time?
Not this time, nope, but we're not flying out this time, so we'll be all right.
Hey, Jared, before we let you go, you grew up as a tot and as a young kid rooting for this Ranger ball club. This is a really special moment for you, too.
Guys, I guess I haven't had a second to really process it just because of all the commotion, but there are a few things I think about. I think about how growing up as a 4-year-old, I went to the old ballpark, the old ballpark, I should say, for my first ever game. The first game I remember was at the most recent old ballpark at Globe Life Park when Kevin Gross pitched for the Rangers against the Cleveland Indians and Albert Bell hit a home run. Carlos Baerga doubled, and the Rangers did not win that game. But I fell in love with baseball. I fell in love with baseball because of my dad introducing me to baseball. I fell in love with baseball because of Eric. Eric, I can't tell you how happy I am for you.
Thank you so much.
And this organization, this team, this means so much. You guys know this. I'm part broadcaster, but you can't take the diehard childhood kid like Rangers fan out of me. This organization, this team means so much, and I'm just I don't. Like a lot of people, I know Eric and I have had these conversations. Matt, we've had these conversations. You never know if this day was going to come, and it's here, and it is everything that you would want it to be and more.
Congrats, champ.
Yeah, way to go, champ.
Congrats, champs. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again. So are you coming back up here now, or are you staying down there?
I will eventually find my way back up there.
Okay, very good.
All right, fellas.
Thanks so much. And, for me, a guy who was hired to be a Rangers announcer in 1979 without ever having done a baseball game other than into a tape recorder on my own, to have had the opportunity to learn how to do this on the job with my early partners, John Miller and Bill Merrill and Mel Proctor and Frank Lieber and ultimately Mark Holtz for 13 years. Just so rewarding to have had the opportunity to spend the whole 45 years with one organization and then finally come away a winner. And this morning, as I was leaving the hotel, I ran into Ian Kinsler, and I could only think about Kinsler, not having the World Series ring from 2011, but having one from the Boston Red Sox championship team that he played for. And how, Ian certainly can empathize with those players who didn't have one and also with those who did. And he's just one of my many favorite all-time Ranger players, and so glad that he and Michael Young have both been along for the ride throughout the postseason, and that they're both working for the organization right now. For guys like Darren Oliver, who spent 3 different stints with this organization and works for the club now, couldn't be happier for those guys.
Hey, we've got another champ in the booth, our engineer, Walt Ellis, who, of course, is our engineer during spring training. And I want to bring Walt into this because, Walt, is this your first ever time in the booth of a World Series championship call?
It certainly is. And I just want to thank you guys for 17 seasons of working with you guys, spring training, regular season, all that, and say how proud I am of the team.
Outstanding.
Thank you so much. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Matt was saying earlier, he says, hey, we're going to be back here in just a few weeks.
3 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we owe you another break. Jeff, is that correct? Do we have another break coming? Okay. Let's pause for these messages on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Rangers Radio Network.
Look, we're not saying it's wrong if you're still rocking the claw and antler shirt from 2010, but if that's all you have to wear for the fall playoffs, then maybe it's time to dial up your Rangers wardrobe with the official 2023 postseason look. Get to the Grand Slam team store inside Globe Life Field, where you'll find official postseason shirts, hats, and everything you'll need to celebrate the Rangers' return to October baseball. Shop in-store every day or online at rangers.com/shop.
Do you follow North Texas sports? Then you need to know the Dallas Morning News. From the first pitch, puck drop, tip-off, or kickoff until the buzzer sounds, time runs out, or the final strike, we've got every game covered. The Dallas Morning News keeps you in the know for all the stretch runs, playoff pushes, and hot stove deals and deadlines. Do you know another place you can get that kind of DFW sports coverage? Me neither. No more than the score from the Dallas Morning News at dallasnews.com/sports.
You've seen it all over the news. You've felt it in your business. The supply chain doesn't operate as smoothly as it used to, and it affects everything. What are you supposed to do to keep materials flowing in and products moving out? You do the same thing as your Texas Rangers. You call PGL, the official team logistics partner, and let the experts handle it for you. We deliver when others can't.
Visit shippgl.com/Rangers or call 833-SHIP-PGL to learn more.
As the official emergency response team of the Texas Rangers, American Medical Response is proud to deliver standby medical services for players, employees, and fans alike. Whether on base, on deck, or in the stands, we're ready to provide care at a moment's notice. To learn more, visit amr.net.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Sborz kicks and fires. He struck him out looking! It's over! It's over! The Rangers have won the World Series! Ranger fans, you're not dreaming! The Rangers are the World Series champions! After 52 years in Texas, 63 years of the franchise! The wait is over! And the celebration has begun! And that's your Whataburger What a Play of the game, the final one of the year. Whataburger's Jalapeno Cheddar Biscuit is back, or if you've never tried one, it's here for a limited time at participating locations. We've talked about a lot of the people we are happy for with this Rangers World Series victory. We also want to remember a couple of the people who are no longer with us and certainly are enjoying this from up above. Most notably, our beloved engineer, Ted Nichols-Payne, who passed away last year. And we had an opportunity to hear from Ted's wife today, and ex-wife, we should say, and a couple of his daughters as well in recent days. And Ted would have really loved this entire experience.
There's no doubt about it, and I think that each one of us on a nightly basis think about Ted and think about his family, and you're right. He would have enjoyed this. He might not have been exactly following along pitch by pitch, but he would certainly be a part of the celebration. And like I said, we think about Ted every day.
And I think about Mark Holtz every day as well, my partner for 13 years who passed away in 1997. Never got a chance to even do a Rangers postseason game because he switched from radio to TV. The year before the Rangers went to the playoffs for the first time in 1996. And again, Cindy and Jeff, I'm thinking about Mark and wishing that he was with us to share this celebration. Still the best baseball announcer the Rangers have ever had and will ever have, in my humble opinion. Well, that's going to just about do it for us for the network portion of tonight's show. We want to thank everybody who makes these broadcasts possible. The folks back at KRLD, Jeff Carroll and Ross Lebinsky and Alec Medford, and the rest of the boys who've been on the board this year. Great job by Ken Mendez engineering the home games. So we guess we won't see Ken until come April, I guess, when the Rangers start the regular season at home. All the people in the Rangers public relations and communications department who help us out, John Blake and Rich Rice and their staff. We couldn't do it without them. And at our flagship station, 105.3 The Fan, Gavin Spittle and all the folks over there who make these broadcasts possible and work so hard to do such a great job. We appreciate you, and please excuse me for anybody I'm leaving out. There are just so many people who are involved in putting on a broadcast like this, and so many games over the course of the season. And once again, thanks to everybody who has followed the Rangers, whether it's been just this year or for the whole 52 years that they've been in Texas, or the whole 63 years of the franchise, as Matt and Bruce Bochy have done. We are happy for all of you and thankful to all of you. And I'm particularly thankful this year for the opportunity to come back and kind of jump on the bandwagon as a a trade deadline acquisition, if you will, and do the final 2 months of the regular season and this incredible postseason run. I'm very, very grateful. We're so fortunate to be here. So, for our engineer, Walt Ellis, for Jeff Carroll and Ross Lubinsky in Master Control, for Matt Hicks and for Jared Sandler, this is Eric Nadel signing off one last time in 2023. The Texas Rangers, your Texas Rangers, are World Series champions until late February from Surprise. So long, everybody. Swung on and lined down the right field line, hooking. Fair, it lands right on the chalk. 1 run is home, 2 runs are home. The Rangers lead it by the score of 6-2. Seager ends up at third. Carter at second on a 2-run double.
This ball is drilled deep out into center field. Leote going back. He's on the track. He leaps, and he makes the catch. Leote Taveras says to everyone, you want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. He takes a home run away from Yordan Alvarez.
Leclerc ready now. 1-2 pitch. Ground ball. Second base. Simeon's got it. On to first to Nate Lowe. And hello, World Series. The Rangers have won their 3rd American League pennant.
You've been listening to the Texas Rangers postgame show, brought to you by Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who's your beneficiary? And by Choctaw Casinos and Resorts. Thank you for listening to Texas Rangers Baseball. Catch every game all season long right here on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Texas Rangers Radio Network. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Bring the heat.
Texas Rangers season tickets are on sale. Full and half-season plans start at just $15 per game and include benefits like priority access for the 2024 All-Star Game. Don't miss the good times. Explore your options at rangers.com/season tickets.
People take their chili seriously. At Whataburger, we also put chili on a pedestal made of 100% fresh beef. The Whataburger Chili Cheeseburger, made to order with our own chili on 2 all-beef patties, melty cheese, onions, mustard, and crunchy corn chips. This is chili elevated to burger height. The Chili Cheeseburger is back for a limited time. Whataburger, just like you like it.
You're invited to change it up at Choctaw Casinos and Resorts, the official casino and resort of the Texas Rangers. Run the bases, then the tables. Experience the big leagues of blackjack, where everyone cheers for their favorite number, 21. This is where you slide into the slots and enjoy perfect games daily. So throw the weekend a curveball and head over to our diamond, clubs, spades, and hearts. You're always safe at home at Choctaw Casinos and Resorts. Play ball.
The original Louisiana brand hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers. It adds flavor to so many things, including wings, pizza, burgers, burritos, taquitos, tacos, and avocados. But that's not all. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce is also great on popcorn, barbecue, nachos, beans, chili, eggs, and corn on the cob, just to name a few. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Bring the heat. It's also great on French fries, mac and cheese, sushi.
You're a friend, daughter, expert multitasker. Everyone counts on you, and you can count on us. Medical City Healthcare is here for you because taking care of your own health means you can be there for others. Learn more at medicalcityhealthcare.com.
My kids are everything to me. I love spending time with them. We play, ride horses, and laugh together. Having them in the stand cheer me on, kept me going. While I'm always aiming to pitch a perfect game on the field, protecting my family off the field is always the perfect game plan. I'm Martin Perez, and my kids are my beneficiary.
Globe Life is the official life insurance of the Texas Rangers.
Who's your beneficiary?
When you're hungry and you want it quick, what you want is Golden Chick. Tasty chicken made the golden way. Delicious food you'll crave every day. Golden Chick. When you're hungry, you know what to do. Golden Chick. Get a favorite or try something new. Just one taste and you'll forget all the rest. The original and still the best. Golden Chick.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been presented by Health Markets. Shop for health insurance your way.
The 0-1. Garver swings, hits it up the middle. Base knocked into center. Seager scores. Carter being held at third as Thomas fires it back into the infield. RBI single for Mitch Garver, and the Rangers score first here in the 7th and lead it 1-0.
And the pitch is swung on, ground ball right side. It's through, a base hit. Racing around third base is Young, and he will score, and the ball gets by all the way to the 413 sign. Here comes Lowe, he scores. Into third base is Jonah Heim, and the Rangers lead 3-0 in the top of the 9th. The ball misplayed out in right center field, and 2-run score. 1 hit in the 8th and 3 straight hits to start the 9th. 7 total hits. The 0-1. Simeon lines one deep to left center field. That ball is way back, and that ball is history. A 2-run homer for Marcus Simeon. It's 5-0 Rangers in the 9th. A blistering line drive that never came down in left center field. Marcus with 5 RBIs yesterday, 1 the day before, coming alive for the Rangers at just the right time.
How are we feeling, Texas Rangers Nation, right now? 877-881-1053. Get on the text line right now, the truckwreck.com text line, and you can call in. We got lots of calls all night long. We're going to be doing this bad boy. It's myself, Corey Majors, alongside Mike Bassick, who's got his Rangers jersey on, and Reginald Atatula, and all the fellas that are working, grinding in the studio right now, doing great work for us, and we're here for you all night long. 877-881-1053, home of your World Series champion, Texas Rangers, Mike Bassick.
Don't say that. I can't believe it.
Why not?
I cannot. They are the world champs. I can't believe it.
You don't have to hold back anymore, Mike.
I'm sitting there watching, and the final out when Sborz strikes out Marte, and I'm like, do you see that logo that says World Champs with the Rangers logo? And I'm like, this isn't happening, right? This isn't supposed to happen to us. We're the world freaking champs.
I see the logo up right now on the Twitch stream and on the YouTube as well, and it looks like Carter Freeman has made his way into the studio after he was out at Texas Live and Globe Life having a party with everybody out there tonight.
And those folks hung around at Globe Life.
Yeah, they did. I don't know exactly where to start. It's been a long time since I've hosted one of these, by the way. So it's been a minute since I've done this. Yeah. But this is Rangers Extra Innings right here on 105.3 The Fan. Again, your home of the World Series champion, Texas Rangers.
That's right.
It's been, for us, 45 years for me. 43 years we're rocking on here. It's 52 years for this franchise. And they did it in a manner that I think was unexpected. Going on the road the way they did, winning 11 straight on the road is spectacular. This was an amazing run for the Texas Rangers. Guys, do y'all want to start with tonight's game or just overall, how are you feeling right now? Because I'm looking at the fan text, and it's going freaking nuts right now. Already got my shirt, ready to rhinestone the hell out of it. That's from Emily right there. And you know what? I just saw somebody message me on Twitter, and they were like, the line's already over 300 yards long over here at Academy Sports for gear right now.
I'm overwhelmed, Reggie. I called up my father after the game was over, and obviously he played for the Texas Rangers. He's early 70s. So he didn't grow up a Ranger fan because they weren't here. They came here as he was graduating high school. But he makes the Texas Rangers in 1975 through 77. And he's like, Michael, I just never thought after that 2011 run where it just didn't happen. And then the way the Rangers had been going recently, like he's just like, he didn't think he was going to see it in his lifetime that the Rangers would be world champs. And I was hoping I would, but I'm struggling to believe that we get to say now for a long time, we're the World Series world champions.
You know, Reggie, I was telling you just a few minutes ago that the part that got me. So after all was said and done, I'm sitting there kind of like feeling it, watching it, observing everybody like going nuts and everything. All the guys are cheering, they're partying, and my kids are asking me questions. My wife keeps looking at me and she's like, are you crying? Are you crying? And I'm like, well, no, not yet. Y'all aren't really giving me a chance to cry here. And then as I was driving in, I did have a moment where it was tough for me to do it because the eyes started to well up, and it was when Matt Hicks, it was listening to Nathaniel Lowe. Nathaniel Lowe was saying that Ian Kennedy told them last night that they're going to be the team that forever was the first ones to do it. And that's a special thing right there. Those guys are going to be historic for this franchise. They're going to be historic for every Rangers fan out there. You're going to be looking at that. There are going to be kids that are going to be looking at that team photo, and they're going to know every single person on that team photo, and they're going to know what they did throughout that thing, whether or not they played, what they contributed, and everybody's going to remember this specific team for that specific purpose. It's not going to be lost in the mix. It's going to be remembered forever. And a lot of people keep saying the 2011's washed away. Look, it's the 2023 team, baby. They did something special tonight.
This team just wouldn't go away.
No, they wouldn't.
Like it's kind of the amazing part of it. I really want to just swim in the emotions that you guys are feeling, and everyone under the sound of my voice, and even further, there's Rangers fans all over the world are feeling right now. But the thing I just keep coming back to is this team refused to go away at every single step of the process. You can look at the ways in which they refuse to go away tonight.
Yes, tonight specifically. Oh my God, Kevin's here,
Kevin's
baby!
here.
Kevin's here for the celebration.
I just kept looking at the fact that, look, man, if you just watched this game without a score bug, without the broadcast, which I'm sure a lot of you did, and then just looked at the pitching, and you were like, man, one of these guys is dealing, one of these guys is struggling, and you looked up and they were both putting up zeros. And that just felt like an illustration of the Rangers season. It didn't have to be pretty at times. Who cares? Mm-hmm. There is only one rule. It just has to work. And for the Rangers, ultimately, they found what worked. So, which is a salute to and a testament, I think, to Bruce Bochy as a manager, Chris Young, just the tenacity that this clubhouse put together, that this roster put together, this organization put together this season to ultimately hoist the World Series championship.
Kevin, your microphone on?
Yes.
How are you feeling? Because I still am in a little bit of disbelief. I'm struggling to believe that we actually are the champs.
I am with you. My wife was worried because I varied between jumping around and screaming and doing the nuclear weapon drill,
the full surrender Cobra.
Yeah, exactly. And she's like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, and then I talked with 10 people on the phone. I just kept going, "Oh my God, I got nothing else for you." So I hope the callers are bringing the heat, because my responses are probably going to be like, "Dude, I know." That's
Isn't that crazy?
That's what I've got for you right now.
Isn't that crazy? And
I think Sandler might be ready to go too.
All right, if we have Jared Sandler up, Jared, you are in Arizona. You are right there at where everything's going down. What are you doing? How's it going, man?
Guys, this is amazing. It's starting to set in now that I'm not just getting absolutely drenched with alcohol.
Typical weeknight for you, huh?
What's this? Yeah, it's a normal Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
For me, I guess I should be used to it. I got Eric to my right eating some popcorn. Matt's standing up, adjusting his headset. All is right in the world, guys. This is unbelievable. I've said this a lot over the last couple months, and I'll say it again. Everyone fans differently, all right? Some people, sports is something they enjoy, but just in passing. And for other people, it is what they wake up and go to sleep thinking about, their favorite teams. And there's no wrong way, right? There's no one is better than anyone else. But for people, and I'm in this category, I know you guys are as well, and a lot of our listeners are, there are a group of Rangers fans for whom 2011 was heartbreaking. And it still, up until maybe about an hour ago, was painful.
Yep.
And because this organization had never won a World Series, that cloud, even it didn't matter what this organization achieved, it always felt like but 2011. And that no longer needs to be attached to anything positive that this organization does. And it is a weight lifted, much like 2011 was for the Mavericks. It is for the Rangers. And whether you just started following the Rangers with 2 outs in the 9th inning tonight, or you've been following the Rangers since 1972, or even when they were the Senators before that, I am so happy for Rangers fans. And I just want to say again, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the guy to my right. That's Eric. I grew up listening to Eric. I didn't realize it at the time, but going to bed every night listening to Eric contributed to me wanting to be here, wanting to become a broadcaster and wanting to broadcast baseball. And I got to meet Eric in 2008. And ever since then, he has been my biggest mentor. And there's no doubt that I wouldn't be here without him. And I am so thankful for him and Matt. You guys know how much I love Matt. But I do, but I love Matt.
And Matt.
I love Matt a ton. I promise there's a reason why I'm talking about Eric.
Not cry-worthy, but
we
love Matt too, yeah.
Matt knows how much I love him. But Eric has been a part of this organization for 45 years.
Yep.
And he has experienced way more losing than winning. And let's be honest here. Eric's not 35 years old. And I don't know that I communicated this with him a ton, maybe once or twice. I know that he thought it. I know Matt thought it. And I know I thought it. It killed me. It killed me to think that Eric would never have this moment. Because for so many of us, players come and go. And Nolan Ryan and Michael Young and Adrian Beltre, they're a big part of Rangers baseball. But for so many of us, when we think of Rangers baseball, the first person we think of is Eric Nadel. And I hated to think that this team was going to win a World Series, their first World Series, and Eric wasn't going to be the guy getting to call the final out. And I can't tell you, last night when I couldn't sleep, I thought about that. I just had this feeling it was done. And I know that we don't like jinxes and we don't – there was this feeling we had this one, much like in Game 7 in 2011, even though the Rangers had every chance to come back and win, it was like we were done. I mean, how many people actually thought the Rangers were going to win Game 7? It was gonna happen tonight. When the Diamondbacks continued to not score off of Nathan Eovaldi, it was going to happen. But I am just, Eric, thank you for everything you have done for Rangers fans. Thank you for everything you have meant to Rangers fans, because you have talked to Rangers fans through a lot of bad years. And I love you so much. And Matt, I love you too. But I am so happy that you got to experience this. And I know that throughout the beginning of the year, when Matt and I were here and we were holding things down, as fun as it was while this team was doing well, there was a big part that was missing, and that was you. And I am so thankful that you are healthy and here and getting to experience this. And I think I speak on behalf of all Rangers fans. Thank you so much for everything you have meant to all of us, to this organization. And thank you so much for being the best gosh damn broadcaster in Major League Baseball. You are a Hall of Famer from start to finish. And I am so happy for you.
Well, thank you so much. I'm so blessed to have had the opportunity to do this, and to be with you guys. That was the thing I missed the most about the job when I wasn't doing it for the first 4 months of the season, was being with you guys on a nightly basis. And Ranger fans have embraced me, right from the start when I was a hockey announcer, not really knowing what the heck I was doing, broadcasting the games, and were patient with me. And it's just been a totally warm and welcoming Rangers fan base for so many years. And I couldn't be more fortunate. I couldn't be more grateful. And to have had the opportunity to see, you develop into the broadcaster you are now, Jared. I tell people all the time, I don't have any kids, but it's the closest thing I could possibly come to working with my own son. And, we talk about having a brotherly relationship, but it's even closer than that. And it's amazing to be able to share this experience with you. It's fantastic. And, Matt's been here now since 2012, so he's not exactly the newcomer anymore. And, he burst upon the scene as a mid-season call-up from another organization, not really knowing anything about what was going on with the Rangers, who had been to 2 consecutive World Series in 2012 and immediately showed that he was more than equal to the job. And the way that the public has fallen in love with the work that he does as well has been really fun and gratifying for me to see. And, I couldn't have 2 better partners possibly in the world than you 2 guys.
Matt, it's fitting that we're here. I don't know if you remember this, but earlier this year when we lost that game, Nathaniel Lowe had the hit to put the team ahead in extra innings.
Yeah.
And we lost. And
yeah, we went up 3-1 in the 11th.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, and I pounded my fist on the table, and I was
You pounded your fist on this table a lot that
I
day.
did. And we talked, and you said, I got to be careful not to let the fan come out. And you guys, we're all fans.
Right.
But you guys have put up with the fan in me, and I'm so appreciative. And Matt, I love you too, man. I give Matt, guys, you know this, and Eric knows this, and every engineer who's ever worked with us knows this. I give Matt more crap than, it's amazing that I have not been punched in the face 400 times by Matt. But
especially in that last speech, huh?
Especially when Matt, I love you too. And you guys, Eric or Corey and Kevin, you guys probably wanted to punch me in the face in 15 and 16
every day
when I was a total, what?
For sure. Probably mostly Corey.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Corey asked some horrible questions, and I don't know about it.
And you gave long answers.
Yeah, I did. I'm still giving them today. I'm so grateful, and I'm very excited to be able to do this with Matt and Eric. They are the 2 best broadcasts. We have the best broadcasts in baseball, and because of them too. I'm not a part of this. It's because of them, and they are family for life, and I am so honored that I'm in the booth with them right now. But I don't know. I'm just rambling now. This is amazing.
Well, let's put it this way, Jared, because you're wrong. You do have a big part in this broadcast. You have elevated this broadcast with all of the hard work that you do and everything that you come up with to make this a much better broadcast on a daily basis. And then I want to echo what you said about Eric, because earlier today, Levi Weaver wanted to ask me some questions. Levi of The Athletic is doing a piece on Eric, and Levi has a way of asking questions that just get to the root of everything. And I'm going to do it again. But when he asked me about, how excited I would be about a Ranger victory tonight, I told him, yeah, obviously I'd be excited about a Ranger win. Who wouldn't? This is not just the first World Series that I've been a part of as a broadcaster. It's the first time I've ever been at World Series games. I'm 62, and I never had an opportunity to go see a World Series game before. So being a part of it, being a broadcaster, and then being a part of a winning broadcast is obviously very special. But what I told Levi was that I'm obviously happy for myself. I'm happy for you, Jared. But I am so totally happy for Eric. And while you didn't get any sleep last night, I slept like a baby. And when I went to sleep last night, I think I had maybe the same kind of feeling as you did, that we were going to win today. I didn't think that there was any doubt that we were not going to win today, even through Evaldi having guys on base all over the place and wiggling out of those jams. I still felt like we were going to score the first run and we were going to win this game, and that's exactly what happened. But my overwhelming sentiment was I wanted us to win because I wanted Eric to have that call, which was beautiful, and for Ranger fans to be able to embrace all of this with Eric behind the microphone. That was my biggest hope for what was happening here.
Do you feel, can I ask you, Eric, maybe it hasn't set in, is there a weight lifted now? Do you feel like there have been some demons that have been exercised?
Absolutely. You can talk about David Freese all you want now. I don't care. And, it's really funny because I got maybe 5.5 hours sleep last night, and I woke up at 6 a.m. this morning, and I was thinking about David Freese. And one of the things I was thinking about was a piece that Bob Nightingale wrote in USA Today in 2017 about how David Freese had suffered through depression through that whole 2011 World Series run of the St. Louis Cardinals. And a guy who Ranger fans demonize, they hate. He's the villain. He kept the Rangers from winning the World Series. And, he's just a human being like anybody else, with the same kind of problems. And, having gone through that this year again, it really hit me. I don't know why I woke up thinking about that, but I reread the piece. And those of you now who are willing to embrace David Freese as a human being who is just doing his job, Google David Freese and depression, and you will get Bob Nightingale's story from 2017 on USA Today, and read that, and you'll get a little bit more of an appreciation for what people go through, who are troubled by this terrible ailment.
I'll add, on the bus trip earlier this year, I was sitting next to Corey Seager, and he played with him with the Dodgers. And I was asking Corey what it's like to win a World Series, and we were talking about it. And he was asking me where I was in 2011 and all that stuff. And I told him, that the Cardinals and David Freese, that those are bad words. And he said, I can't wait for the Rangers to win a World Series, because I got to tell you, David Freese is one of the greatest teammates I've ever had. And it was painful to hear that, but it just. I'm glad. I'm glad that we don't have to live with that. I'm glad that you don't have to live with that. And hearing you say that that is not a burden for you. And Mike, can I ask you, Mike Bassick, are you there?
He's there. He's eating popcorn, but he's ready to go.
Mike, what's up?
Mike, I love you, dude, and thank you. My Rangers experience since coming to the station has been enhanced greatly because of you, and our friendship is very special to me. And it all starts with Rangers baseball. And I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Eric, and I'll let you guys kind of run with some stuff here. But is there a weight lifted now for you? I mean, how are you feeling right now?
It's really cool because about 10 minutes after it ended, I called up my dad. And so obviously my dad has a part in Rangers history, making the team in 1975 and being the first ever local product to play for the Texas Rangers. And he said, Michael, I just didn't think I was going to live long enough to see the Rangers win a championship. And so it kind of got to me right then, because I grew up, I was too young to know him playing for the Texas Rangers. But just knowing him taking me to Ranger games in the 80s, and then really when I became an adult, how much it kind of hurt him, just because baseball can kind of hurt you when it's over. We love baseball. Baseball doesn't love us back. And so he became obviously a Texas Ranger and a Texas Ranger fan, and took me to tons of ball games as a kid. And so just to kind of be like, wow, a father-son moment for us. Yes, it just feels awesome that we're Ranger fans. Whether he grew up a Frank Larry fan of the Detroit Tigers, because his brother was a Yankees fan. And so, but then you take on the Texas Rangers as they move here, and then he plays for the Rangers. I was always a Ranger fan, and I honestly just kind of in a way never thought the Rangers would win a championship. It's not meant for the World Series championship isn't meant for the Texas Rangers. We're meant to be in the major leagues, but not to be the champs of baseball. And so, it just getting to talk to my dad, getting to watch the game tonight. I love working for Bally's, but to get to be with my two boys for the game tonight meant a whole bunch.
That's awesome. I love hearing that.
Well,
Thank you for sharing that, Mike.
We appreciate all of y'all's coverage every single step of the way, and we're just going to keep on partying all night long. And I hope
Same
you guys,
here.
I hope you guys get to do the same.
I fully plan on it. It might be with myself. It could be with Eric and Matt. It could be with the entire state of Arizona. I really don't care. Martin Maldonado, you want to join us? You got nothing else better to do. If you want to come fly to Arizona, we'd love to have you. And guys, I want to.
He's up having a midnight snack, right?
I'm sure he is. Yeah, working on his receiving and his framing, because he sure as hell can't hit. Hey, I just want to make this very clear, guys. I said this last night with Mike, and I want to just for whoever's listening, and I will be tweeting this. Simple math. It took the Astros 55 years to win their first World Series. The Rangers just won their first World Series in their 52nd year since moving to Texas. So you want to know who runs Major League Baseball in the state of Texas? It's the Texas Rangers. We beat the Astros by 3 years. Once again, Houston is inferior to the DFW Metroplex.
So does that mean we're allowed to pop champagne and celebrate now?
Yeah, let's check. Let's check with
do whatever the hell we want.
Let's check with Brian McTaggart. He is MLB.com's senior champagne and celebratory beat writer.
Yep.
If he gives us permission, then I think we can maybe go ahead and do it. But we've been holding off on celebrating until we got the green light from him.
All right, guys, you go Rocket. We have to take a break or we'll get in a lot of trouble.
See you guys.
I think Bochy gave us permission. I think Bochy, once
not
Bochy
take a
walked
break?
in there, gave the speech, Bochy can tell. Yeah, if he was like, don't take a break, guys, we would be like, yeah, whatever, we got you. But I think he gave us permission to celebrate. You know, he walks in, he tells the fellas, hey, guys, y'all did this thing. Let's pop these bottles.
Hedgie's got nothing on his ass tonight.
Oh, man. But it'll be soon, I bet.
All right. We're all here. Reggie's here. Mike, Corey, me. I'm here. Carter's here. Jeff. There is a ton of I think I saw Spittle around there.
Yeah.
Man, everybody is here. And then I've missed at least two people. Sorry.
Ross and Chris.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Rigo's right
Rigo's
there.
back there.
I know he's tiny, but you can see him.
Man, why are you going to call him out like that? You know what? It's okay. We can do whatever we want right now. All right. But we do have to take a commercial break. We will be back. We're here. We're not going anywhere.
Phone lines.
There's
Phone
a
lines
crap
are
ton
lit
of
up.
people who want to talk on the phone. 877-881-1053. You want to get involved? Call, text, whatever. We'll be back in just a minute. Right here on your home of the world champion Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
This is your world.
World champion Texas Rangers. And I just want to remind you, you can celebrate your home team with gear from Academy Sports and Outdoors. Shop in-store or online at academy.com for officially licensed team gear from Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, and more. Have fun out there, and we all know what you're shopping for, even if I shouldn't directly say it just here and just now.
Big game?
For the big game.
That's right.
For the global event.
That's right.
All right. Mike, you're here.
You going to ask about free agency now?
No, I don't. I don't want to hear about Shohei Ohtani right now.
Yeah, what transactional moves would you like to see, Kevin?
No.
All right.
Do you want to get, I know there's.
I feel like these callers have been online for at least 30 minutes.
Okay. I'm going to go with, man, they've been on so long we flipped over because it's a new day now on there. Let's go to line, not cut. Line number 2, big picture Phil. What is happening in your Rangers brain right now?
Man, so much is happening right now. I just want to say real quick, I love you guys' show. Mike, I see you at the Dallas Card Show every single time. You nod to me like you know me, but I never talk to you. But you're awesome. If you see me this weekend, shout out to me. I'm going to actually talk to you this weekend. First things first, I texted into you guys not a couple weeks ago. And I said I'm not the biggest baseball guy. I'm really not. I went to a lot of Rangers games when I was little. My best friend and his parents used to take me all the time. I got hit with the ball when I played, and it kind of just turned me off to the sport, right? I watch every now and then. I watched in 2011 when we lost to the Cardinals. So, I mean, I've watched every single game of this playoff series, and I'm just, totally tuned in. So I really just want to ask you guys, will you accept me as a true Rangers fan? Because I know you guys have been in it for the long haul. I'm just now starting to really get tuned into these guys. So I really just need your blessing and your acceptance to be a true Rangers fan going forward.
Okay, Corey, this fine gentleman has been on the phone for about 30 minutes on hold.
Yes.
And it's past midnight.
Right.
That feels pretty good to me.
As the gatekeeper for all Rangers fans.
It's true.
I didn't realize I missed that.
Welcome all of you. Welcome everybody that wants to jump on board. It's a little late, but hey, you're here. And
Phil's in.
I'm more than happy to have you aboard because, hey, every party needs to get a little bit bigger. And this is a good party right now.
Enjoy, because you're on the bandwagon now.
Yeah.
Get on the parade route on Friday, 1 p.m. We can say it now. There's no jinx, Laura Miller. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, we need to go to the Reggie News Desk.
All right, gentlemen, there's been a word that a lot of folks on 105 Through the Fan have been avoiding. It starts with the letter P.
Safe harbor. You can say it now.
I'm not. It's not that word.
All right.
That's different.
We have been avoiding that word. You are right. It's parade.
Yes.
Ah, yes.
Because look, you talked about every party needing to get bigger. It's going to be real big. Arlington, Texas, Friday.
All right.
1 p.m. Arlington, Texas. We already have a parade route and everything. So it's going to start south of Globe Life Field on Cowboys Way. It'll go west to AT&T Way, go north all the way on AT&T Way up to Road to Six Flags. It'll come back east. It'll go to Ballpark Way around Choctaw Stadium, formerly Globe Life Park, and then it'll come back down back to Globe Life Field. So it's a tight little area there, but we're going to be all up in Arlington for the parade on Friday.
You're right about that. I think the station's going to have it covered. Also, as of right now, we're scheduled to be at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington. Are we going to change that? I was hoping we would tailgate all day.
I would think that we'll see how things go.
We might be in the stadium.
We're going to be getting this thing rocking.
Might be on the
though.
stadium. You never know.
Yeah, we might be on the stadium.
I would like to be in it.
That's a fair. I would also.
I'll take on it. Yeah,
I would also prefer that.
Give me the roof
if we can.
If we were on it and they started opening the roof.
Yeah, why would they do that? They know
Star Wars in the opposite
they want
way.
to take us higher.
We're up on the roof and like they know we're there. So
all right. Mike, let's go to line number 8.
Yeah, you love lines.
Jeff in Jeff in Louisville. What? I don't know what the. Oh, okay. I know what that means.
Celebrations.
What is on your Rangers' mind right now?
Oh, Jeff.
We got to put him on air. We got to put him on air, gentlemen.
Oh, on.
There we go.
Jeff, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Do it.
What's
I
up?
can. Let's go, Rangers!
What else?
What else you got?
That's what I'm hearing.
There doesn't have to be any more.
No, you don't need it. Is that, man, that's a, what do you mean,
Holy
what
cow.
else?
Mike,
Yes.
thank you for everything you've done, for putting fucking...
No.
Get out of here, dog.
Jeff's done.
Oh,
Jeff's out of here.
Jeff was going to thank me for doing something to somebody.
I heard it. All right. Here's the deal, everybody.
I've only been with my wife, whatever you're thinking.
We can keep these calls going a really long time, but you can't say those words or else we have to dump you off the line and eventually stop taking phone calls.
And we want to celebrate with you, so
yes.
let's keep it clean.
Well, Jeff, it was a good run.
It was.
Let's go
a
Rangers.
good run. All right. Let's go to line number 5. Now it's become a twofold question.
Yes.
Daniel in Dallas, can you keep this clean? And what is on your Rangers' mind?
Hey, guys, yes, I'm going to keep it clean. I was about to keep it go dirty, but, you know.
I appreciate that.
Well, first of all, guys, congrats. Well, I'm not a Rangers fan. I'm a Dodgers fan, but I am happy for you guys. I came here to Dallas when you guys lost against the Giants, and then I saw the Cardinals, and I felt, you know, like, damn, that sucks. And Seager's my guy, as you know, as a Dodgers fan. Seager's the guy. I mean, it sucked when we let go of Seager. Scherzer is my favorite pitcher. He's the one that made me want to watch baseball. So I'm happy for both the Seager and Scherzer to win the World Series. And I am so happy for you guys. You know, good thing you guys wanted this game. I'm like, if you guys wouldn't want this game, I kind of be worried about it. But I'm happy that you guys won it. I'm happy for all you Rangers fans. You guys deserve it. You know, all this drought you guys have. I mean, I've had successful baseball, you know, as a Dodgers fan. And then
park.
When I saw you guys, you know, and you guys have a good manager as Bochy. I wish we had Bochy. We probably had 4 by now. Because Dave Roberts, you know, ain't a good manager. I wish we could fire him. All
right. Face, Mike.
Oh,
in your face, Mike.
Listen, he stole second base in 2004, okay? But anyways, hey. Also, I tell you what, on Twitch right now, we have 200 people on Twitch. 200 Ranger fans right now on Twitch at past midnight right now. Let's go, Rangers. Let's go to Wolos.
I'm going to go to line number 3, Amit in Princeton. What is on your Rangers brain right now?
I hope you're a Ranger fan.
I am a Rangers fan.
Yes!
How about them Rangers?
Woo!
Man.
Love it.
Wow.
What did you do when they got the final out, or when Alec Thomas missed the ground ball base hit, or when Simeon hit the home run? What was your favorite moment?
Man, when he missed the ground ball and it ran, you know, all the way to the wall, I was just laughing my ass off, like, what the heck are these Diamondbacks doing? You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
And my daughter was watching with me. She's 13 years old. And, you know, Seager is my favorite player. Simeon is her favorite player. And, you know, when they were celebrating, they were hugging, right, you know, when we won the game. And it was just a cool moment, you know. And, man, this is so surreal. Like, I can't I feel like I'm dreaming that we won the World Series.
Man, sorry about that. We're trying to get to as many people as possible, but you're right. It does.
This is a dream.
This is a dream.
It does feel like a dream, but it really happened, and nobody can ever take that away from us, ever. And yeah, I'm going to say us. I don't know. You're not on the team. You're right, but I grew up loving the Rangers my entire life, so I damn sure I'm gonna.
You've had this feeling 6 times in your life, not including your Duke fandom.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. So
I've never had this feeling, my baseball feeling though. Like it's never come true.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing is like I've never been able to go, oh, okay, so we came out on top here. I've always sat down and slumped into my chair or looked around at the room as everybody else was sitting there going, oh, man, what went wrong? And we had to discuss that part of it. And we had to have the nauseous sickness that came along with it the next day. And we get on air and we're like, I don't even want to talk about anything today. This is so but right now, it's like all I want to do is talk all night long, all day long. I want to talk about what happened in the game. I want to talk about what happened throughout the series. I want to tell everybody thank you because guys like Chuck Morgan, all right, Eric Nadel, we saw, what the speech that Jared gave him that was amazing. People like
say Matt Hicks,
John Blake, dude, like all the work we've done getting the Rangers throwback throughout all season long. Rangers throwback has been awesome, and John Blake was huge for us. People like Rob Matwick, Angie Swint, all the people that we've met along this way that have gotten us involved in the Rangers organization. It's been an absolute blast to be part of it, and I'm just really excited that we've been able to have pieces of that as we've gone along.
We have around 700 people right now on YouTube watching.
This is amazing.
Wow.
So we have now it's 241 on Twitch. I'll be on Twitch with you guys too if you guys want to celebrate with us. Thank you so much.
And I want to get back to the phones just 1 second. Is from the 254. Please shout out my Uncle Sean. He's the reason I'm a Rangers fan. It was the biggest Rangers fan I ever knew. All right. And I wanted to read you one more thing, Corey, that we got earlier that I thought was awesome. It was from Kenneth. In 2010 and 2011, I was in Afghanistan. I stayed up and went on a mission. And when we lost, we lost a man. I was in the Navy. We were both big Rangers fans. Tonight, I toast him. Tonight, I feel relieved. Tonight, I can rest easy. Thank you for everything.
Dude, this is the great unifier is what I'm going to continue to call it, is sports and championships like this. Make those things. Mike, one of the things that when we go out to the stadium to do shows, and Reggie, you're always back here. Jeff's and Rigo's are all back here making sure that we're on air for everybody.
I thought you were throwing it in their face, but keep going.
No, but we get to go out there. But what do we always see? As the stadium's getting ready to open up, there are hundreds of employees in that stadium that are walking by saying hi to us.
Right.
Saying that they told us. There are hundreds and thousands of employees that are working in that stadium, and they're there because they love it, man. They're big-time Rangers fans. And it's always the coolest thing. They know Mike by name, and Mike knows most of them. He's waving back at them, chatting them up and everything. And I just wanted to say thanks to them, too, for being there throughout the entire season, multiple seasons, probably people that have been there for years and years, as long as we've been alive doing this thing. Hey, shout out to them for that, too.
Let's go to line number 6. This is Christian in Fort Worth. What's happening in your Rangers brain?
What's up, guys? Rangers are World Series champions. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, it feels so good to say that out loud.
It's nice.
32 years old, man, and I've been a Rangers fan all my life. My dad's taken me to so many games, and I appreciate, just him and my family and all of us. My son's is named after Ian Kinzer. My nephew's named after Josh Hamilton. We're big Rangers fans, and, hearing y'all call and talk about our Rangers and support us, and, hearing KMC, G-Bag, everybody on 105.3. Big shout-out to Eric Nadel, Hicksy, Chuck Morgan, huge part of my life right now. Just every time I'm at the ball game, hearing him is special. And, this is something that we've dreamed of for a long time, and it was surreal, whenever it happened. And it took me a moment to kind of process it. And, a few tears came out finally. And hearing Eric talk about how Eric was how he was so instrumental in, in getting him into broadcasting. And it's just, man, it feels so good to be World Series champions. And, it finally tick it off. I know we're a Cowboys nation here in DFW, but Rangers are there, man, and that's my number one always. And next up, I'm just praying for those Stars to get there as well. So, I think that's pretty much it, man. One thing too is
he said Rangers are there. No, hold on, let's say it right. Rangers are champions.
Oh my God.
The Rangers are champions. Let's not forget that right now. The most recent team to win a championship here in DFW, Kevin.
Yes.
As of last night, the Texas Rangers.
I hear you. I'm still going to say
it is Thursday night morning.
It's Thursday night morning right now. So, yeah.
And then they did it for Thelma. Obviously, the call we heard on Sean, RJ, and Bobby is fantastic. You want to take another phone call?
Yeah, man. Let's line them all up.
All right. Line number 7. Let's go to Kyle in DeSoto. Kyle, the Rangers are the world champions.
Yes, sir, they are. Hey, quick shout out to Mike. I think there's 3 people doing it. I might as well make it 4. I actually worked with a former teammate of yours at Duncanville, Cliff Bartosh.
Yeah, man, former major leaguer.
Major leaguer. He's my guy, man. And it's funny, his favorite play of Major League Baseball is the play that you mentioned, was that 2004 stolen base. We talk about it with our players all the time about just that little moment. So that was beside the point. I'll get into the Rangers, but I just thought that was really cool. So the MVP, I think, of the entire playoffs, man. This guy stayed consistent. He didn't care how much trash was talked about him. He didn't fold. Has to be John Smoltz. I mean, dude, how much we went after that guy, and he didn't fold. And series after series, he propelled our Rangers, man. So thank you, John Smoltz, for all that trash talk, because, boy, did it propel us.
I think Smoltzy's flying back here for Game 6. He still thinks Arizona's alive.
I think it was Bobby who put out a tweet, and he's like, Smoltz is saying, well, when the Diamondbacks come back in Game 9, they're really going to be able to take this thing down. Another excellent phone call right
really
there.
Funny watching it and just really listening to Smoltzy. And he's breaking things down, but when I say from a Diamondbacks perspective, if the Diamondbacks took a pitch and it was a really close pitch, he's like, that's a great take.
Yeah.
If Zach Gallen threw a great pitch on, let's say, a 1-2 count, he's like, that is a great pitch. He's going to, and I'm like, so it's always a great pitch for the barely misses, and it was.
Yeah.
But it was also a great take. How come it's always a great take from the Diamondbacks and a great pitch from the Diamondbacks, and always like, boy, you're in big trouble now. Here comes the Gallen curveball. Good luck, brother. But guess what? We scored. I'm telling you, after that 5th inning, I remember watching the game, and after Evaldi got out of the 5th inning, I went from the living room and I walked into the kitchen and I screamed, this is our night. This is our night. And my wife looked at me and my kids looked at me and I said, they can't score. They're not going to get 9 opportunities every inning. They're 0 for 5 in these innings. We're going to break through. We're going to find somebody who's going to get on base and somebody's going to come through. And our dugout, even though opportunities hadn't presented itself, I just felt like when the Rangers get this opportunity and they break through, those Diamondback guys are going to look and go, we wasted is one type of word, but Evaldi pitched his ass off in those first 5 innings to get out of those. And finally in the 6th inning, he had a 1-2-3 inning for his only inning where there wasn't a guy in scoring position.
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Yes, we are live right now celebrating the World Championship for the Texas Rangers. We'll get to more of your texts, more of your phone calls, 877-881-1053. We will be back next on your home of the world champions, 105.3 The Fan. Champions. We're taking your phone calls. We're taking your texts. But I also wanted to take some thoughts from folks around the room if we can. And I know this might be difficult. And you guys can tell me if you're like, not the time to talk about things that happen in the game. Do you want to do that? Or you're like, hey, that's great. I just want to talk about the fact that we won.
I don't mind doing that right now. What do you feel like?
So I think you made a great point about Evaldi getting out of trouble, although I do want to take issue with the broadcast saying one person on second base was a jam. Like, you might have given up a run. It's not the end of the world. It's not great, but it's not the end of the world. Not every time somebody is on base is jam. There were some jams, to be sure. But how were you guys feeling once the lead got extended out? Because at 1-0, I was on the verge of a panic attack in every pitch. And then once it extended out, and the Diamondbacks were like, yeah, maybe I'll scoop the ball in center field. Maybe I won't.
Oh,
that
man.
made me feel a lot better.
What a miss there, too, man. That was huge, Mike.
Yeah, he tried for Thomas in center field. He tried rounding that ball at a full sprint, and he just didn't really break down soon enough and was trying to round that ball so much instead of making sure you field the ball first. And really in that situation, good for us, there wasn't anywhere really to throw the ball to stop a runner from going somewhere.
Yeah.
The runner was going to score from second. The runner from first was going to get to third, and the base hit was the base hit from Jonah Heim. But luckily it added another run on the board, got Heim to third base. Simeon with a huge hit. You know, it's amazing that Simeon, who struggled so much.
Goodness.
At the end of this, when you look at it, I think he finishes fourth in RBIs in the playoffs for the Texas Rangers.
The second Adolis drops out and you're like, what are you going to do? Marcus Simeon's like, don't worry.
Yeah, I will now clock in for work with 8 RBIs.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
What a great time
games.
for that. Now, Reggie, I have to know, you have the 3 TV setup, and the Stars and Mavericks were both playing this evening. Did you only focus on one thing?
I focused on 1.5 things, and I didn't do it at my house because it felt very apparent that, look, man, this is the night. I mean, I think we all had that general feeling, and I was like, look, man, if this is the night that the Rangers win their first World Series, I got to be amongst the people.
Yeah.
So I went to a sports bar and took this in, and obviously I don't think that there's a single sports bar in the city of Dallas, in the city of Arlington, in the city of Fort Worth, and any other city around here that did not have every single TV available on the Rangers. And then on my phone, I had the Mavs just to keep up with them. But you know what? That's not what matters right now. What matters is that the Texas Rangers made so many people jump out of their seats, yell with excitement, and fulfilled years and years and decades of dreams by clinching their first ever World Series championship tonight.
Reggie was just sitting here when I got here. I thought I was going to be the first one here, and Reggie was sitting here, and I was like, "What's up, dude? What are you doing here?" And he said, "I just want to be around you guys. I just want to be around the celebration of it all." He wanted to like be part of that, and that's what I think is awesome right now, is because everybody that's listening right now, that's texting into the show, I see all this happening right now. Where the hell's G-Bag? Trust me, they'll be here.
We're shifting it out here.
They're going to be here. Trust me, everybody's rolling through tonight. We're going to be partying all the way through tomorrow.
The morning show will start at 4:30.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about, dude. It's one of those times where you don't get these moments very often in life. As a matter of fact, this is the first time any of us have ever experienced this specific moment where this team now, like basically said, "Hey, we wanted to join the party. Like the Stars have one, the Mavs have one, the Cowboys have a few. We want to join the party too." And Kevin, now I just want to point this out: you do not have to suck Rafael Palmeiro's Congress pointing finger.
Oh wow!
Like you don't have to do that now because we got the championship, so it's happened now.
Congrats.
You always said I would do that. That's what you always said.
That's true.
And now we're past that because we got the championship. Bruce Bochy and company said, "We'll take care of that for you, Kevin. Don't worry about it, buddy."
Absolutely incredible. Let's go to Jose in Arlington. Line number 4. Jose in Arlington, you've been waiting. You're in the City of Champions now. What's on your Rangers' mind?
I really appreciate you guys taking my call. First off, I just want to say maybe we should screen those calls and get some real Ranger fans on these calls here.
Salty in your face!
Just been waiting here for a little bit, but I'll wait. I'll wait as long as I need to. Just gotta say, obviously, you guys have done a great job all year. And getting back to like what Jared Taylor was saying a little earlier, like he started getting a little emotional on the phones there. Just getting back to what he's brought a whole different aspect to this broadcast team as far as just bringing on a new age, a new way of thinking. It's great to just listen to him and the whole broadcast team the whole time. You guys are obviously great as well. Bassick, I love listening to you. Me and my dad go back and forth about things that you say every day. Just got to get into this real fast. I was definitely in the bathroom shouting for Thelma because I heard the radio cast a little earlier. A shout out to Thelma for sure. And secondly, like I said, I just got to say this: being able to experience this with my family and my dad just as much as any other Rangers fans here is something that I will never ever forget. This is one of the greatest things for the city of Arlington. I've lived here my whole life. I can't sit here and say how excited I am about this night. Everybody deserves this. You guys are doing a hell of a job. Let's go Rangers. Obviously, thank you so much for having me on the phone call tonight. Appreciate you.
Boom. There you go. Jose in Arlington. That was a damn fine
Congratulations,
phone call right
Jose, man.
And you're right. We are making adjustments right now to, I believe, broadcast from the parade.
Yeah.
On Friday. So I
already knew that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I got this.
Okay.
I've been here for a while.
Hold on. Did you know it because somebody told you or because of logic?
Oh, because I know what I want to do, and I just
Okay.
figured that I would just do what I wanted to do and show up at a certain place, and then everybody be like, "Oh, I will go too, Corey."
Okay.
Do you think this will be a bigger Ranger fan than Jose? The next caller. You pick. Who do you think could be a bigger Ranger fan than Jose?
Okay, let's go. Let's go to line number 9. James in Cleburne. What the heck's
how you
going
doing?
on?
Man, it's been so surreal. In 2011, my son was 9 months old. Had him in his Rangers onesie, and we're sitting there. It's only me and him watching the game. And when Sborz threw that last strike to wash that taste of 2011 out of my mouth, I looked over, and there's the same kid, 12 years old, jumping up and down, screaming, and it was just a really cool moment. But it wasn't a lot of celebration on my end. It was really weird. It was more of a sigh of relief. I don't know how to explain it. It was a very odd feeling. So it was pretty cool. And, talking about Sborz, man, that guy was nails. And to think, when I saw him on the playoff roster, I was kind of upset because he had done so bad in August, September. I was like, why do they have him on the playoff roster? But, man, the guy was amazing. This whole team's amazing. It's just a dream come true. Honestly, I didn't think I'd ever see it. My 75-year-old mom calls me. She's jumping up and down, and it's just been really cool.
That's awesome.
I think I understand that feeling of relief that he's talking about. I think we all understand that because I was in our friend Rachel Ring, who we have dinners with all the time.
Best.
She invited us to her suite. It was her birthday suite that she got for Pizzathon.
Yep.
And she said, I want you guys to come out and hang out with us. And we did. And she said, I won't be good until Eric Nadel says the final out is over with. And so I think all of us were in that moment. But I think at the same time, did y'all have that feeling that once we put the runs up on the board, Kevin, the 5 runs, that it was over with? That we're rolling into bottom of 9th and this thing's over. This is ours. They look like they quit.
I know.
You could tell Marte just threw his bat out there like, okay,
At
whatever.
5, I felt good.
Okay, I'm glad to hear you say that because earlier today on the show,
yes, you did.
We all swore up and down. I was like, I don't care if it's 58-0. I'm not going to feel good. But because of the way the game had played out, it felt like if it would have been 0-0, but like the Rangers would have had chances and didn't get them and everything like that, but they had been no hit, and as soon as they got it, bam, they turned it on. So once it got to 5-0, I was like, oh my God, we're going to win.
To your point, Rachel texted me, have it at 8:02, so we're probably through 3 innings, and Rachel says, I'm really hoping to listen to you until the wee hours, but I'm not liking how this is starting. My response, you're going to be shocked by my response. You guys knowing me
positive?
well. I go, we will find a way to score.
My Lord.
And then she texts me after we scored the run. I bow to your wisdom, Sensei.
Of course, Mike's going to read that.
I was optimistic just because I just had a feeling that we were getting through these situations that the Diamondbacks were putting themselves in. Good job, but they weren't getting the hit to score. And I just felt like we're going to score. Whether it was against Gallen or not, we're going to score. And it is interesting, when that ball was hit, my dad actually texted me. He was kind of ticked that Beasley didn't send Carter home on that hit just because how he can fly. Because he's like, nobody on the Rangers, literally nobody on that team could have had a double on Carter's hit because he can just fly. And he made it to second pretty easily. And I said, man, there's nobody out. We have 2 chances here to just knock them in. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Josh Young, if I have the thing right in my head, he struck out. Then we had the ground ball. Then I had my buddy LeBrent, who I played basketball with at Duncanville. He's like, why in the world did he run home there? And I'm like, well, he had to because if he freezes or goes back to the base, they turn a double play. And obviously they would have turned it really easily because Nate Lowe was standing there for 5 seconds. And I was like, run to first. And at least he did. But
because he thought the ball went off. Well, I mean, it did go off his shin, foot?
No, it
shin
didn't.
Was Simeon. He was seeing.
He thought the umpire yelled foul. And so, but you still need to run to the base. But yeah, I was worried when we didn't get Carter home. I will say that. I don't know how you guys felt after you scored that run. I'm super excited, but when Carter didn't score, I was concerned, like, dang it, a runner on third with nobody out. Did they ever have that situation, a runner on third and nobody out against Eovaldi?
I thought it was first and third with 1 out.
And he got a big strikeout, right?
Yeah. Reggie, I don't know about you, but I was thinking about all of the opportunities that the Diamondbacks had fumbled away in the first 6 innings, and I thought, this is going to cost them because it's 1-0. And as much as I love Leclerc, Sborz, and other aspects of our bullpen, there are many that I am not as fond of, and I thought, you don't push more runs across the plate, this is going to cost you.
Yeah, it's funny because in the moment, I kept seeing Fox note that, the Diamondbacks were 0-9 and with runners in scoring position, but it didn't cross my mind in that moment. It was only in retrospect where I looked back at not just this game, not just this World Series, but the entirety of the postseason and was like, how many times did I look up and at the Rangers opponents and be like, man, they really didn't take advantage of opportunities? And I don't think that's entirely true. I think it was just compared to the Rangers were so good at taking chances, taking advantage of their opportunities in this postseason run. And I think it was just points to the tenacity of this team. It feels like when they had opportunities, not only did they take advantage of them, but they stacked hits, just like they did in that 9th inning where you go single, obviously a hit out to the outfield, and then you could take advantage of them not fielding it properly and then bringing 2 runs in. It just felt like the Rangers did that so well that obviously you can't argue with the number 0 for 9 in those first, 4 innings for the Diamondbacks, but it just feels like anything that any of these teams did pales in comparison. The Astros, the Blue Jays, all of them, it feels like it pales in comparison to the way that these Rangers just continually stepped up when it mattered. And one thing I was also thinking, is there a single person on this roster that did not step up at some point in this postseason?
I don't think there is.
No.
I mean, no, you say this postseason.
Yeah.
because I was about to say like Robbie Grossman didn't tonight or this World Series, but like everybody did. Everybody had an opportunity to do something, and even we go back to Robbie Grossman, it wasn't a big hit, but it was a big at bat that took lots of pitches off of a pitcher that we really needed to wear down. There were all these different, like we said, cast of characters throughout the day that said, hey, we'll be part of this at some point. We'll make something happen for you guys. I was surprised that we only saw Sewald twice this series, right?
Well, it probably helped that we rocked him in game one, and then game 2 wasn't particularly competitive. Game 3, they trailed.
It's wild to me that, like, we were talking about Sewald, and we were like, man, I don't know, like this bullpen and everything, and we really didn't even – it didn't fare against us.
I guess I would need to go back and look at the numbers, but because he was traded from Seattle at the trade deadline, I'm assuming the last few years some of our guys – had some looks at him. So I don't know how many at bats, but maybe that helped us there that we weren't facing. Because when those guys were facing Leclerc, and I know we played him 4 times this year, or Sborz, I don't know how many at bats those guys had against those. But man, that was Simeon. That was just such a huge home run to just go, awesome. We got this. Like, I mean, it goes back to the start of this segment. It's like when that ball went over the fence and I sent the video to you guys, that's when I was like, this is our night.
We've seen that swing how many times? I mean, tons of times this year. And like once he hit it, I knew. Like as soon as he put a bat on it, I was like, that one's gone right there.
Can I fire off one more phone call before we break and then we'll get back into it?
Can I say something else?
Yeah.
Corey Seager.
He good.
Defense, offense, everything about that dude. Whenever we were in the offseason before they signed him, I was like, give me all the shortstops. Put all the shortstops in our infield. We'll take care of it from there. I didn't know that we were going to get that kind of dude, that he was going to elevate beyond. And Mike, we were talking, I remember we were like, well, he doesn't hit for power. You know, he just didn't have all these power numbers to go along with it. And here we are now, and we're looking at it going, geez, what a great investment we made there.
Even last year, I was frustrated in September because I felt like Corey Seager, I hate talking about this tonight, but I just felt like, man, I don't know how invested he is. And I think from what I understood,
a little aloof it felt.
Yeah, he was just so frustrated, really not on a winning team, that it was, and look, it was his first time in his life. And now he went back to winning the World Series again and being the World Series MVP. But he was everything. I don't know if it was you or Sandler, Kevin, that said today, if we win the World Series, I don't care what else he does. He's worth the money.
I firmly believe that. All right. I know there's people waiting. I know there's some people who've been on the phone waiting for more than 30 minutes. We got to take a quick break. We'll be back. We'll get to your phone calls. Maybe we'll start cranking out some audio from that game as well. Next, live on your home of the Major League Baseball World Champion.
That's right.
Texas Rangers. It's 105.3 The Fan.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming. The Rangers are the World Series champions. After 52 years in Texas, 63 years of the franchise. The wait is over, and the celebration has begun.
It's true. It's all true. The Texas Rangers are your world champions. That call was delightful.
Man.
Like I said, I was really hoping he would say the F word in there, but I guess we've already gotten one of those tonight.
Thanks, Jeff.
I can do it again if you want.
It's no.
When we go back to callers, man, let's celebrate. Don't say the F word.
Okay. Well, let's
Hey, hold on. What was Eric Nadell's first word of advice to us, Kevin?
Don't say F, except he most certainly did not edit it because we were off air and away from, because Corey was like, hey, do you have any advice? Yeah, don't say F.
and then he walked off.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, it was such a badass moment to me.
Yeah.
I better, enjoy it while I can. And then he didn't start the season, so I didn't really follow as closely as I used to. I grew up a Rangers fan. I was at Kenny Rogers' perfect game, and I remember asking my dad, what's going on? And he was like, you're not supposed to say anything, but it's a perfect game. Eric Nadell is, I don't know how to put it. I didn't get emotional until right this second. Thank you very much. I'm enjoying this mini piece-a-thon, by the way. But Eric Nadell is like, I don't know, he's like a god, for real. And we are spoiled with great radio broadcast teams across all of our local sports, but especially the Rangers. And this season gave us a glimpse into life after Nadell. And it looks pretty good. Jared Sandler is going to be a pretty good replacement. And, the second in command, Matt Hicks, who's not so bad either. But also the Rangers did it faster and cleaner than the Astros. Real Texans do it without cheating.
Facts.
I mean, what rebuild? And old school, all these statisticians, you gotta put, you gotta take some statistics, but everyone needs a Bochy, and you gotta go back to playing wash ball, stealing bases, all that, and bunting. I mean, it's making a comeback for real.
All right. Since Bochy got brought up, we are trying to see if we can have him on the show tomorrow. Things are obviously very busy, but that would be freaking delightful.
Yeah, I think he would give. I think he would give a lot of comfort to every fan out there that's experiencing these. Like he's been through this before, so he knows kind of
how to guide us through it.
Yeah, how to guide us through all this thing. As
so
he
can tell us what to feel.
Yeah, how should we feel, Boch? I'm sure he's gonna be like,
I mean,
you
clearly
should feel delighted.
He can coach guys up.
Yeah,
like, coach us through this, Boch.
Yeah, so I think he knows how to take us through all this. But man, what we've had some really great managers here in Texas, like. The Johnny Oates jersey is hanging up right out there in center field.
Yep.
Ron Washington was amazing. He got us to our first ever World Series. We've had some really fun rides here. I mean, Jeff Bannister, you saw him on the other side giving his signs and all that stuff while you were going through it. Chris Woodward, we understood the process. We were hoping everything for him. But when Bruce Bochy became the manager, the first thing we got was Derek Holland texting us saying, you guys are going to love him.
Yeah.
And we were like, all right. So as we went along through the process, we got to meet him. We got to talk with him. And then all year long, every Tuesday, he showed up. I mean, even when he was in an Uber and Bobby Wilson was having to pay the Uber guy or whatever.
Oh, my gosh. That was my favorite.
That dude's showing up and he's telling us about this team. He was as much of a fan. Tonight, whenever he was doing his speech, and he's like, I'm amazed at these guys. I'm motivated by them. They're the ones that drive me. And we saw this whole process of him inspiring us. And so so much thanks to Bruce Bochy for being the hand on the wheel the entire time. When we were panicking, he was like, I don't know what's wrong, but we'll figure it out. We'll get back to work and do it. And that's a dude that I think we can all trust a lot there.
From the 682, no, everybody has the day off tomorrow, so let's just radio broadcast all day.
I've been told we're also simulcasting on News Radio 1080 KRLD right now, so we're all across the entire world.
Do we have to do traffic and weather on the 8s?
If you're looking outside right now, I
know
the blinds are drawn.
Would you like me to open the blinds for you so you can at least see what you're talking about?
Yeah, man. This is
I know we should take another call. I was just looking at Twitter. I just teared up. Everybody showing their fandom on Twitter is just pretty spectacular. So awesome moment.
I want to take at least this next phone call because this person has been on hold for a really long time. Let's go to line number 8. Thank you for waiting. Oliver in Fort Worth. How the heck are you?
I don't even know what to say. Let's get a roll call going. Where's Mike?
Right here.
Corey.
Tip of the hat.
Kevin.
Boom.
Reggie Adatula.
What up, man?
And everyone else part of the show, dude. You guys don't know how much you guys mean to me. You guys probably, they tell you this all the time, but I've been going through so much crap, but Rangers playoffs, Rangers baseball, every day, listen to you guys, amazing, and I'm just lost for words. And like Corey was saying, or Kevin was saying, I waited for so long just to be on this phone call, but just wanted to tell you guys that. Keep doing what you guys do. Every single one of y'all are listening to matters. We're all here for a reason. And we just saw the Rangers win the World Series!
Yes, sir!
That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That was great, man. That was great. He did a roll call just like we'll be doing at the stadium all year next year.
Look, if you're calling
what are you
in
doing right now?
I'm getting ready.
I appreciate everybody calling in. If you're calling in and all you want to do is go, the Rangers won the World Series,
that's fine.
I think that is totally acceptable.
Corey, and real quick, what you just said about kind of the Rangers next year, and I know we're about to get to a call, but this wasn't expected. 2.5 million fans. That was a really good crowd this year for the Texas Rangers after losing 94 games last year, I believe it was. Next year's going to be over 3 million fans. We've seen this. It might be a sellout almost every night at the ballpark because this team, almost all of them, are coming back. And possibly even Shohei Ohtani. All right, what's the next call?
Up Shohei Ohtani right now.
I just want to listen.
He wants to play for a winner. What are we?
Yeah, Kevin.
Who just won the World? Kevin, I need you to answer a very serious question for me. Who is the reigning World Series champion?
Well, that would be the by God Texas Rangers.
There you go. Who wants to play with the World Series champion?
He wants to play for a winner. And Kevin, if you can't dream big, then don't dream, bro.
You make a compelling argument, but I feel like we're less than 3 hours removed from winning that world title.
Yeah, free agency started now. Maybe Chris Young's on the phone. Maybe he's not waiting until Christmas Eve to sign Nate Eovaldi. Maybe he's doing it right now.
Yeah, look, man, that man worked on Christmas. He will work on the day that they win the World Series to make sure that they win another one.
He ticked off his wife big time to get Nate Eovaldi.
Yeah, pitchers and catchers report February 13th through the 15th.
That's basically tomorrow.
What?
Yeah.
We just started November.
Look, man, we'll worry about that today, all right? Because today is Thursday. So we'll worry about that today.
Next championship call. Who's the next champion to call?
What up, champ?
The next champion to call is line number 1. This is Luis in Dallas. How are you this evening?
I'm good, and I'm very tired.
Agreed.
Why?
This brings up, that's actually ties into my story. When I was very young, as a small boy, I lived in some old apartments. My neighbor, who used to be the tenant, was a big Rangers fan. He was in his late 70s. And he got me a Texas Rangers a bottle opener, and I thought it was really cool. And I got interested in the Rangers, and I fell in love with them. They were a hometown team, and I was a fan ever since.
Man,
that is
2011.
I love that story.
Yeah,
hey, pop a bottle in that honor. Seeing as your fandom started with a bottle opener.
Bob Nightingale has tweeted this out. If you would like to know.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
Does he know who's starting game
John
6?
John Gray will be. No, I'm just joking. Texas Rangers memorabilia that will be going to the Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Will Smith's luggage tag.
Okay.
Interesting start.
Nate Evaldi's spike and cap.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Like they're taking a spike off of his shoe?
I don't know, Mike. It's a spike and cap. Spikes and cap.
Okay, there we go.
Makes all of them
Multiple
together is a good
spikes.
way to
There
go,
we go.
yeah.
Adolis Garcia's game 1 bat because he hit a home run with that.
100%.
Marcus Simeon's jersey and armband. Evan Carter's batting gloves.
Oh, I want those.
Josh Sborz' glove. Corey Seager's helmet. And Bruce Bochy's hat. So all of those will be going to the Baseball Hall of Fame as the Rangers have. This is the class that takes in the first ever World Series to the Texas Rangers for the Texas Rangers to the Hall of Fame.
That is
kind of awesome, dude.
That
especially you guys like y'all and y'all's love for not only memorabilia but cards and everything. Like that stuff right there is going to be something you're going to want to stop by and say hello to.
Look, we've talked about the Dallas.
I've never
Card
been to
Show.
the Hall of Fame. I want to go.
And Bochy's hat, we could all fit under it.
That is
hat's in
probably
there.
true. If you're making your way to the Dallas Card Show from another state and you're listening right now, make sure you have plenty of Ranger stuff to bring with you along the way, because I have a feeling that the iron is very, very hot. By the way, I know that R. Carter said that a lot of stuff was sold out up at the stadium. The Grand Slam Team Store Globe Life said they're going to stay open until about 3 a.m. All right, so you still got a couple more hours. And then tomorrow, or if you're one of those sticklers like Corey and you want to say later today.
That's right, because it's Thursday
Today
night
is
morning.
Thursday.
That is stupid. They will be open from 9 a.m. till 10 p.m. So most of the day tomorrow, if you want to go get your gear, we already told you that Academy is going to have all kinds of stuff. So opportunities galore if you want to pick up whatever championship memorabilia you want to pick up.
I'm seeing a lot of people like they're going and hitting everybody's old takes on Twitter right now. And like when you were, somebody probably took a shot at Leclerc in the middle of the season. Somebody probably took a shot at Sborz at some point. This isn't the time for that, right? Like that's a couple rows down, right?
Wait, are you telling someone how to championship fan?
You know what? You're right, Reggie. I should not tell anybody how to championship fan.
And let's say you are a Rangers fan. Do you give a crap that you're being scoreboarded? Is like in May, if you thought Leclerc was struggling and they're like, oh, you thought he was done in your face. You're like, you're right. I was wrong. Congratulations to me because we won a championship.
Yeah,
There'll be nights in 162 games or 82 games or even in 17 games. There's going to be times where you do not believe in a certain player or your team anymore. But it doesn't mean you're not going to be ecstatic that they turned it around and they played their best when it mattered the most, because this was supposed to be the Atlanta Braves championship.
Yeah, it was.
But they didn't play their best in October.
Didn't make it.
The Rangers did. And that's why I need to hear from Gina.
What?
In Dallas?
Line number 6, Gina in Dallas. I'm sorry, I was not prepared for Mike throwing to a phone call, so that's really thrown us all off. What's going on?
Well, hell, Mike, you scared the crap out of me, too.
Damn, Gina.
Like I'm up here drinking my margarita, okay?
That's what I'm talking about.
Shoot. I'm going to say that I'm a Texas Rangers from 2010. I signed on board. I missed 2010. I came on board with the Texas Rangers on 2011. I've been a Ranger fan ever since. My son, who is a baseball player, hooked me up with, this terminology, that terminology. But, guys, listening to the fan every single day, every single night, okay, after the games with Jared and the mornings with Mike and you guys, I have learned so much more baseball this year than I have in the last, 11 years. And I feel like I know so much that I'm telling my senior grandson, hey, did you know that this happened? And did you know that that happened? And he looks at me like, what the hell are you talking about? And I go like, yeah, didn't you know that this is what happened? And he's trying to tell me, oh, well, you know that this is going to happen today. Like, dude, where have you been? I already know this is going to happen. We're going to win, okay? It's just in the cards. Today I called it. The other day I called it when Garcia hit that home run. Today I called it with my associate. I said, we need some runs here when it was only 1-0. And I go like, we need some insurance here, okay? Before you knew it, we had 3-0. And then I go like, oh, man, we need some more, okay, just to really put the icing on the cake. Before you knew it, we had 5, okay? And I'm like, oh, man, we've got this in the bag, all right? And I'm like, I wake up in the mornings listening to the fans. I go to bed listening to the fans. I'll probably won't go to bed until you guys sign off, okay? And that's just it. My husband told me, like, what are you doing away? Go to bed. Leave me alone. Go away. You know, I'm listening to my guys here, okay? We're talking baseball.
Love it.
All right?
That's what I'm talking about.
That is a fantastic phone call right there.
So she ain't going to bed tonight. Is what
Yeah,
I just
bad
heard,
news.
because
We're
on.
We're gonna keep on going. By the way, just a quick programming reminder. Our actual show starts in 9 hours.
All right.
So if you're enjoying this, and you know what? I really enjoy, people are giving us the updates. We joked about traffic and weather together on the 8th. I know we're about to get there. So here's our sort of traffic update. Academy and Burleson is not closing. They will be open for 24 hours.
Go get it.
Academy and Rockwall had plenty of gear. And Rally House on Greenville is open and selling shirts. That is all from the truckwreck.com text line. So they are giving updates about where all the stuff is right now.
Our city's a champion.
We are the city of champions.
Area's a champion.
Metroplex.
I like that. There we go. All right.
I mean, state in a way. Come on.
Well,
Country.
It is the
except for
Texas.
except for that Houston.
But it's the Texas Rangers.
All of Earth is a champion right now.
That is a great
The
point as
bandwagon's
well.
big enough. Go ahead and jump on.
All right, we got to take another break.
The entire universe and all the other places, too.
All right, we'll give you more places that are champions.
Tatooine.
Take more phone calls. Read some text. Tell our own stories from the game.
Grapevine
Play some more
definitely
audio.
champions.
All of it next on your home of the
Richardson.
champions of
I've
the
heard Duncanville.
universe. Is that what we're up to?
Mansfield.
The Texas Rangers.
Burleson for
right
sure.
here on 105.3 The Fan.
Weatherford.
A message for drivers from TxDOT. Cars are bigger than...
Worth is open and had millions of shirts. No black hats till around 2 p.m. What I like is, you know what?
Oh man, we're getting inventory updates too.
I love it. Yeah, not only are here the places that are open, here's what they've got. If you want to send
black
in
hats
your
only.
inventory reports from these different places, I am absolutely here for
Our
it.
buddy Kyle Yeomans just texted me.
Shout out, Kyle.
And he said Waco, Texas. So he said Waco.
Adam, are you spending $500 or $5,000 worth of your money for Texas Rangers championship gear?
The 3-2. Freeze, drives one into center. Get up, baby, get up. Oh, yeah. Game 7, here we come. R.I.P. Mike Shannon.
All right, so that was a jerk.
Hey, so do we want to like screen these a little bit?
Just get them on.
All right,
Hold on, just 1 second. That person was on hold
for 40 minutes.
For 40 minutes
To do that.
for that.
Was that supposed to hurt?
Well, we have
Yeah, we're not-
exercised
We
the
just
demons.
won the World
Was that
Series.
supposed to hurt our feelings?
You
Who
can't hurt
cares?
us.
All right, man.
Because you know what I can say? It's strike 3 from Sborz. The Rangers just won the World Series. So that's fine.
Dude.
If you would have called yesterday, that would have hurt a lot.
Sborz
I'm
closed
fine
this
right
thing
now.
out. Who would have thought that Sborz would close the thing out, the World Series?
He didn't
out
just
for
close
us?
out two plus innings worth of work.
He pitched it.
All right, so line 9's from Dayton, Ohio. Do you think this is going to be a Cleveland fan or
I think
a
you should
Rangers
go
fan?
for it. I think you should go for
Jordan,
it.
you're on. Please, God, be a Rangers fan.
Man, I'll tell you what. I am a Rangers fan. I'm feeling like I'm dreaming, so I wanted to call y'all before I woke up in case it was a dream.
That is
Man,
delightful.
I'll tell you what. I moved to Arlington in '95 and grew up there. Been told with you guys since like 2009. Moved to Ohio in 2018 with my family. Got a job opportunity up here. Was tough to leave the Metroplex, but have kept plugged in with all the local sports and all my teams through you guys and the Odyssey app and all that. But Mike's story about the connection with him and his dad was really relatable to me. My dad's name is Steve, and he and I spent a bunch of summers sweating our asses off out there at the old ballpark. And he's the reason why I love baseball and I love these Rangers. You know, we've been suffering like so many others through a bunch of these rough seasons. And after the heartbreak in 2010 and especially 2011, weren't sure if it was ever going to happen or even get close again. But, you know, here we are. He's 64 years old now and recently got some kind of concerning health news. He's got a procedure set up coming up on Monday up in Denton. He came up here to visit me and my wife and my kids this past weekend to go trick-or-treating. He went back to GFW this morning, so we didn't get to see him clinch the title tonight. But we were able to watch games 2 and 3 and 4 together. You know, and long story short, you never know how long you've got with somebody. And I'm incredibly happy that he and I both finally got to see our Rangers win this. And I feel like we've all suffered together. So I just wanted to thank you guys for being a big part of my day-to-day and living through the struggles with us. Love my dad. Love you guys. Love our world champion Rangers, guys.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Good call, Jordan.
Salute, Jordan. You're a champion.
That was beautiful.
And
Best
you're
of luck
welcome.
to your dad.
He said thank
And
you. You're
that.
supposed
He
to say
did
you're
say
welcome
sure.
whenever people say
Fair.
thank you. So I just wanted to acknowledge that part of it.
That is fair.
That was the first thing, by the way. My dad and I were calling and texting back and forth, and I remember specifically, I told him, I was like, I can still smell the ice in my Grandpa Wendell's cooler. Like out sitting in those bleachers, the ice had a specific smell, Mike. I don't know what
He
it is.
didn't clean his
Probably
bucket.
not, yeah, or the ice filter, you know, like that was back in the day. But we sat out there, and my grandpa would give me a Sprite as Steve Bouchel's walking up there, and I told my dad, and he was like, "That's the memory that I didn't know you had." You know, he's like, "I remember being there with you, but I didn't know it stuck with you that long." And like that's the thing that I got to share. Mom and Dad, they're not together, but I got to share that with them, each of them tonight, as they were going through all the excitement and joy and elation that this thing brings to us, man. It's amazing.
All right.
Guys, can I hit you with this quick thing that came up on the
Please.
YouTube? Yo-Yo Times said baseball is romantic, and I think that's been the part about a lot of this. Seeing it in all three of your faces, local guys that have grown up in this Metroplex, and seeing like the romanticism that you guys have and the relationships that you have when you're talking about all of your friends and your families that are celebrating with you and along with you as you've seen your Rangers clinch a World Series championship for the first time.
So with that in mind, I will share my story. And I told my mom this earlier. I said, hey, thanks for taking me to baseball games and helping me fall in love with sports. She took me to my first Rangers game when I was 11 months. So she says, clearly I do not recall such things. But
what? You remember everything.
That's a good point. But I always remember her. We would go up to the Rangers games with her work. She worked at Southwestern Bell, and that's actually where I learned not only about baseball, but I learned about gambling, because they would pass, because we would have like a row or two, like an entire row or two with all these people. They would pass this cup up and down the row and put like $1 in it for every single hitter. And it took me a minute to figure out that once there was a hit, that person took the money out of the cup. And that helped me figure out gambling, of course. But that is also where my mom told me she knew I was going to do this for a living. And she goes, yeah, you would be explaining the game to all the people around there. And they'd be like, oh, why did that happen? And you were 6. And you'd be like, oh, because X, Y, and Z. And she said, so I always knew you were going to do this. And I said, I appreciate that, Mom. You could have told me earlier, and I would have gotten to it a little bit quicker. We might not have stopped at the newspaper, but I kid you not. The old blue Arlington Stadium that you were talking about, where in my mind every seat was a metal bleacher.
Every seat was.
Is where I watched baseball, where I learned baseball, where I learned how to keep a scorecard. That's why I'm super pumped, Mike, that you've been keeping the book for a lot of these playoff games. I think it's the coolest thing.
Dude, I just want to point out, I'm kind of thinking about this right now, and I know it is kind of weird. Like, you beat the Rays, the Orioles, the Astros, and the Diamondbacks. That spells road, by the way. They did it all on the road. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
11-0.
But you did beat all those teams. The Rays and the Orioles were the best teams in baseball, or in the American League.
Yeah.
And then the best team in your division was the Astros. I don't know about the Diamondbacks, and they were a formidable opponent and everything, but all the guys that showed up on this team said that they wanted to be here because Chris Young had a vision for getting them a World Series. Jacob deGrom, Corey Seager, these guys. And a lot of people, if you go look at the messages from back then, the comments were always, you took the money. You took the money and all that. And I understand, like at the time, hey, I get it. But today, tomorrow, and from here on, they get to look at everybody and go, I came here to win. I'm a champion. So you can say I took the money and everything, but I wanted to be on a winner. They created a winner, and they did it tonight. They capitalized on it. They took advantage of it. They're the winners. And so they're the ones that get to sit back and go, yeah, so you can say I took the money, but I kept my promise, and we won.
And thank God they changed their name to the Rays, or we would have gone to Dode. If it's a Devil Rays.
That's true. Would that have taken away from your enjoyment of this success?
Well, it wouldn't have made the acronym or the synonym.
Whichever one it is. It's an acronym.
Oh, okay.
What do you think a synonym is? Well, I guess you think it's that.
You put it in a roll when you bake it.
No, that's
really good.
cinnamon. That's a different thing. They
Colony,
start with different letters.
Louisville.
Help us out, Carlos.
Carlos and
Grand
Carrollton.
DeSoto.
Line number. It's Carrollton.
Let's go, freaking Rangers, dude!
Oh!
What's happening, y'all? Okay, oh my God, a couple things. I'm 7 beers in. My son, listen to you guys from my driveway. Didn't want to wake up the family. And
How's
then
that
shout
going?
out to the Rangers for Evaldi, the great start he had for 6 innings. I want to shout out the D-backs guy that made the error, Alex Thomas. It's a lot of time to make the 3 runs. Simeon for the home run, 2-run single, and Sborz for closing the game and bringing us home. And one last thing, guys. Honestly, I've been a Rangers fan since 2021. I used to find baseball boring, but you guys at 105.3 The Fan, you guys made me a fan. From Sean and RJ to you guys, the KC Masterpiece, to the G-Bag, the Nosebleed 6, and which is now the Gate Right. to get right. I'm sorry. To get right. You guys made me a big fan from now until I die, dudes. Let's go. And one last thing. The Mavericks won.
All right.
And the Stars. And the Stars won too. Yeah.
The Stars won too.
How did FC Dallas do?
They're not playing
looking good.
That dude is celebrating. All right.
The level did not drop at all in that call.
And the most impressive thing, I'm going to put this right up with Evaldi getting out of jams and Sborz tonight. He said he'd had 7 beers and 5 shots, but still edited himself and said freaking Rangers.
That's right.
I am proud of him
man.
for making that edit.
That is freaking great.
Yeah. But what about Cole Hamels?
I
remember 5 years from now.
3. It was 3. It was 3 years. Will he be able to be today?
Yeah. I loved that level of enthusiasm. 877-881-1053 calls and texts. Academy from the 817 in Arlington is open for 24 hours.
From the 214, my guy's faded. Let's go.
If there was ever a time to be faded, though.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Come on now.
In your driveway? Yeah, exactly. Not
Yeah,
out there
safe.
causing
But
problems.
he said he didn't want to make his family up.
In about 8 hours, we have to be back up here. What do you
is what you say. I want to.
Okay, I know, but do you want me to bring alcohol? Do you want to do the show while we're drinking?
Let's do that. Let's drink all day. Kevin, you can start
Kevin, you
drinking.
can lead. You just have to deal with us, having fun.
You said at the beginning of the year, if the Rangers
We'll
won the
Uber.
World Series, you'd get hammered with us. That's what you told me.
That does not sound.
Can't mix alcohol and cocaine though.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
You know what?
You can.
I love that being Jeff's first submission to these proceedings.
God.
2 thumbs up,
Just
Jeff.
because I give notes every now and again. He's like, you know what? That's
Every
fine.
now and again. That's cute.
That's okay. Probably a lot. Look, I think the boss is still up here, so you might have some thoughts about that.
Well, then you just tell him that the Rangers won the World Series,
Yeah.
and at that point,
Yeah, did you not hear Carlos?
Yeah.
That was an amazing call right there. That's the energy that the boss
Carlos
wants.
sounded like he was having fun. Let's see if we can drink 7 beers and talk on the radio.
Yeah, dude.
He did a great job. Maybe we should be drinking 7 beers before the show.
You know what? I am not super keen on that idea, but I will tell you, that sounds like a tune in to me.
Yeah.
And then I think even more so, Mike's going to be like, Bochy, listen. Just hold on. Just listen 1 second.
Or it'll be
I have no clue what you're doing sometimes, and that's why I'm stupid.
Wait,
Bochy, I just want to tell you that I think I love you. You're
That's
great,
right.
and
That's
I love
right.
you. That's exactly how it would go. I mean, based on Carlos's call.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fans, celebrating Championship Rangers Radio on your home of the 2023
We get
World
paid to do this.
Can you
Champion
believe it?
Texas Rangers.
Well, not tonight, but
We got relax, Mike. God, even in the middle of the night, you can't.
The Rangers just won the World Series, Mike.
Management.
We're world champs.
You swerved across the highway.
Let's go, man. Get to
All right,
break.
okay, we'll be back. Coming up next, more of your calls, texts. Who the hell else knows
Everything.
what will happen?
Yells.
We'll do it next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
deep to left center field. That ball is way back, and that ball is history. A 2-run homer for Marcus Semien. It's 5-0 Rangers in the ninth. A blistering line drive that never came down in left center field. Marcus with 5 RBIs yesterday, 1 the day before, coming alive for the Rangers at just the right time.
I just want to note a couple of things is when you hear that home run, you hear the crowd pop. When Corey Seager came up, you could hear an MVP chant breaking out. And I know they sound similar, but you could hear a Let's Go Rangers
I heard Let's Go
chant.
Rangers from the get.
Yeah.
From the get tonight out there.
I think it needs to be noted, a lot of Rangers fans traveled. I know at least 3
Dude
people
Perfect
out there.
was out there.
Yeah, because Kevin Sparkman made a note that he was flying
and he
out.
said the whole group was going out there.
Our very own Parker Hillis, who is now the King of Radio, is he was out there too. So there are a lot of Twolos and Tolos out there as well, man.
I am very concerned for a lot of people listening from the 469. I got to go to work at 8:30. Guys, I don't want to sleep. I mean, we're going to be at work around that time. From the 9727
I'll be here
beers
when I
in,
get here.
I got to be at work by 7.
You're going to sleep
I
on the
might
couch.
be in
Come on.
trouble.
I do feel like when a city wins a championship in a
Take the
major
day off.
sport like this, I feel like there should be 2 days off. Now, if it happens on a Friday, you're screwed for getting off work more. But when it happens on a Wednesday, when you win a championship on a Wednesday, Thursday and Friday's the parade.
Yep.
I mean, you've never been able to do this for a Texas Ranger team. You've never had a parade in the 52 years they've been here. So this is your time, Friday afternoon. I believe it starts at 1 p.m.
It does.
I'm seeing 12:15. Am I wrong about this?
Oh, okay,
From what I'm
sorry.
seeing, Kevin, on this.
I'll go start double checking because
we got something from Rangers communication that said 12:15, but that might be like start time. You know, parades, they're weird.
You know, maybe that's when to tell the players to show up.
Yeah.
That's when like Dwight Gooden didn't show up because he's like, I was coked out of my mind and I forgot.
Which
about
again, I can't really blame you. However, you decide to celebrate a championship.
Exactly, it's your celebration.
That's why it says the entire team is expected to participate. They're like, hey, look, we think everyone's
Remember
gonna
Deshaun
be here.
Stevenson? He showed up eventually. He got there, I think.
You want to take more calls, Mike?
Let's take a few more. I feel like they've been on the line so long now. Obviously, they can be on the line for multiple reasons, but I feel like if
Fair
you've
enough.
been on the line for 25, 30 minutes, you really want to say something.
All right, let's go to line number 8. This is Jax in Dallas.
Oh, my God. Let's go. How we doing, boys?
Oh, we're doing fantastic. How are you doing?
I just can't even believe I finally made it on. This has been a long road listening to you boys. From back in high school, from the good old Plano Senior High days, shout out Wolchuk, to the days that, where we're at now. Can't tell you boys where I grew up. I grew up as a Giants fan out here in Dallas, Texas. It's been tough. I listened to you guys a lot, and it's been real tough. Moved out to Scottsdale for a little while. As soon as I came back, I was at a very dark, bad point in my life, and you guys really brought me back, man, from Sean and RJ in the morning to G-Bag Nation. Those are the two I was able to listen to working. And, man, you guys really turned me into a Rangers fan. My dad raised me as Yankees everything, Giants everything. And you guys flipped me where we've got a house divided now. And, man, I'm about to shed some tears right now with how much I was of a Rangers fan. That was the first sporting event I ever went to solo and sat there for all 9 innings of 6 different games of this season. Man, oh my gosh! I still feel like my heart hasn't started beating the correct way since the Rangers won and Sborz took that last out.
Man, that's awesome.
He's right. He's right about that last out because as much as 5-0, I'm thinking we got this. I think my wife started a video while I was watching. I was pissed when that next to last pitch wasn't called a strike. I realized the Fox box said it wasn't a strike, but I was like, come on!
Dude, Sborz has such a nasty curveball, too. Good God.
He's going to be, if he can stay like he is, he's going to be a pretty special bullpen piece for a while for the Rangers.
And so I know we're not going to talk too much about next season, but I will say that is one really encouraging thing is we talked, sometimes jokingly, sometimes not, about needing to totally redo your bullpen. Now you look at it, and I feel like you look at Sborz and Leclerc and say, great work, guys. Welcome back.
Right, and that's the two you build around to start off.
Yeah.
How do you feel? I'm asking this question. How do you think? I know we can talk to Derek Holland, but how do you think a lot of the 2010 and 2011 Texas Rangers feel, especially the guys that were there for both and then also were here for a while? How do you think they feel right now? Do you think they feel anything?
That's what I think too, because we saw the quote after, I can't remember if it was game 1 or game 2, from Adrian Beltre, and he said, if they can get 3 more wins, it'll be so huge. It'll be huge for them, huge for me, and huge for all of us. And he said, and this is the part that stings, that couldn't finish it off in 2011. So I always think that sting part, like when John Daniels was like, I thought I was going to be there with them. I'm sure everybody from this 2011 team said that could have been us, but I think that's a shorter term thing than they're happy that the Rangers got it done. And I think.
And is it too much of a stretch to say that they're spiritually a part of this team? Because I do wonder.
I don't think that's a stretch at all.
And I mean, obviously, Bochy is just one of the most professional dudes that you're going to get in baseball. And this team, one of the things that we kind of even joked about because of how stringent they were to the idea of whenever something was happening, whenever they had an opportunity to celebrate, they were like, but we still have work to do. And they kept that head down mentality that we hear a lot in sports, but I don't know that we've seen in a lot of different places besides the way that these Rangers are doing it. I wonder if that is speaking directly to seeing those Rangers teams a decade ago go through what they went through and understanding, look, man, it's not over until it's absolutely over, until we completely complete the job, until we get that final out, until that ball's in the glove. And I wonder how much those teams inspired this team to make sure that they saw it all the way across the line.
And you could take it back just a little bit even further if you want, and you might think this sounds ridiculous, but I think you look at some of those 90s teams too as saying, hey, thanks for showing us that this baseball team could mean anything. Because I know there was a rogue season here or there where you would finish second in the times where the playoff structure was different. But for the most part, this was the place where baseball competitiveness went to die.
Mm-hmm.
And so then with the 90s Rangers showing they could make it to the playoffs, with, as you were just bringing up, the 10 and 11 Rangers showing they could be right at the top of the heap, you really changed what this franchise was.
When Boston got theirs, they brought they brought Bill Buckner, and the entire city of Boston forgave him. I think all of Massachusetts did. Will Nelson Cruz bring him out, put that Rangers jersey on him, and exercise those demons? Everybody finally forgive Nelson Cruz. Can y'all finally do that? I did it a long time ago.
You're right. You are a wiser.
I never blamed him, so.
You're a wiser and more mature person than I am, because he was definitely on my blame list.
But you're done now? You're done with it all?
Because you got it. And you need that sense of closure, right? I don't love.
Are you laughing that Kevin has a blame list?
No, I'm laughing because someone on the text line, the truckwreck.com text line, said, can we get a scouting report from Merrill Kelly? It's not necessary, ladies and gentlemen.
That's John Sborz for sure.
Yeah.
After the Mavericks won the championship in 2011, I stopped hating the Heat as much. I stopped hating Dwayne Wade as much. I'm not going to say that I know. And I'm not going to say I love him by any stretch of the imagination, but that gave me some semblance of closure. And Nelson Cruz, it's not his fault. Derek has told me that. Ron Washington has told us that. All the actual key pieces of that have told me that, but there's still that tiny piece. And now it feels like it doesn't matter. Like that dude who called in and he was like, oh, check this out. And I was like, awesome.
Yeah.
We won.
Hey, how about that Evan Carter play in left field?
Which one?
How about that Evan Carter play?
He made the sliding
the sliding
catch.
play.
Like the sliding
he made some great plays, man.
One of my favorite things that I will miss from the playoffs is trolling Mike as hard as possible because Mike was like, how about that Evan Carter defense? And I texted back to our group chat. I was like, sure would be nice if we get some Evan Carter offense going. But you'll notice when he struck out the third time, I did not text because I felt this is not a joking moment.
Yeah,
this is a serious time, and we needed to extend the lead, not a time for fun. But look, Evan Carter looks like he's going to be awesome.
He can finally go home. Like he doesn't have to live. He's lived in a hotel for 2 months now. He can actually, for a few more days. Obviously, he's going to be here for the parade and everything. I hope to meet him. I'll offer him my house to live in next year if he'd like, and go from there. See what happens.
You think he'll like Mary Grace's room? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I do. I have that empty space there that he can take. I don't know.
Is she coming home this weekend? You're gonna be like, hey, why is there some guy?
Does she have a World Series championship?
No.
There you go.
All right, so it's
That's that is true. I can't do that. He does have a World Series championship, and Mary Grace doesn't.
So it will start near home plate.
This is the parade?
Yeah, the parade will start near home plate, go down Cowboys Way. It'll head up AT&T, then it'll cut across Mark Holtz Lake at Nolan Ryan Expressway, East Road to Six Flags, back down Ballpark, down to Stadium Drive, and then back over to home plate. That's where it will end, as we'll get that thing going. And all the coverage will be right here on 105.3 The Fan. As I've been told, I'll be on the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Mike suggested. We do the show
feel right.
on the stadium. But we'll also have Bruce Bochy today, if you will, Kevin, at 12:20. So
I'm stupidly wearing my 2004 Texas Rangers jersey.
Why?
That's an actual one?
This is the one that I pitched in.
Everybody else out there wish they had one.
Should I? Yes. I don't know if I want to take it off. I feel like I'm going to wear it tomorrow for the show. I'm going to wear it, I don't know, Friday, putting my name on it.
How long did Jason Terry wear his robe? Every day. So just enjoy it, dude. This is your time.
All righty.
You can do whatever you want, Mike.
I'm with him on that.
Yeah, come in here with no pants on tomorrow.
All right,
Kevin's
that's a little
down.
far. What are we doing?
You've done it before.
Actually, I'm not going to be on with you guys.
It wouldn't be the first time he's done that, though.
You're
Yeah.
You just let the chaos ensue. Can we go to line number one?
Number one!
Robert.
That's what we are.
Robert, in Arlington, how the heck are you and how the heck is Arlington?
We're doing great. We got a World Series now.
Yeah.
Yes. One thing I do want to say is that you guys are great at what you guys do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Growing up as a young kid, I wanted to do one of two things. I wanted to either be on SportsCenter doing ESPN stuff, which I didn't know what that meant, or being on radio doing sports stuff. And you guys do it real good. I do want to say one thing, though. I grew up in Arlington as a young kid. I saw Rafael Palmeiro, Pudge Rodriguez, and a lot of other players. They would come to our schools, give us bats and balls and shirts and, all that stuff. So I was a Ranger fan from the beginning. 2010, 2011, it was tough. But I think this World Series, the way we won it this year with this team, it's amazing. We finally got the ownership willing to spend money and willing to really show what this fan base can do. Because they say this is not a baseball town. This is a baseball town, more of a football town, but this is a baseball town, and that's all I got for you guys today.
That's a phenomenal phone call, and I think a really key point that got hit on in there is, and again, I'll try not to do this too much, but I go back to the Mavericks, and if you won the other title, the next one wouldn't feel quite the same. Don't get me wrong. If the Rangers win the World Series again next year, let's all effing party, but it won't be the same as this one because nobody has seen it. Nobody in the Metroplex, nobody anywhere has ever seen the Texas Rangers win a championship. You just got it for the very first time. And now it depends on how old you are, right? I have seen all four of the major Metroplex sports teams win world championships, but there's a lot of people out there who are still waiting, whether you missed the Stars winning the Cup, whether you've missed the Cowboys winning the Super Bowls, and you'll probably feel that same way. But for everybody, all of us listening right now, this is it. We're all experiencing this first championship together, and nothing will be the same in terms of future success.
Yeah, every conversation will be a little bit different because of the way we look at what this team just did.
Yes.
And all season long, we were asking the question, is this the best team in baseball? I mean, how many All-Stars did we have this year? We knew that we had really good talent. We knew we had a good manager, but we were asking, is this the best team in baseball? And there was a period where we were like, yeah, hell yeah, they are. But you couldn't validate that because it was just in the middle of the season or at the beginning of the season. Then as you get further and deeper into the season, you're like, oh my gosh, this team might fall apart. And then they prove at the end of the season, through the playoffs, through a run where they were like, you have to go through the gauntlet. Not only do you have to go through the gauntlet of really good teams, but teams while you're on the road. and then they said, you know what? We are the best team in baseball. They answered the question we asked all season long at the end of the season and said, we got the championship. We're the best team in baseball.
It's crazy, and I wouldn't mind if you said it a couple more times.
Nobody can take it away. They're the best team in baseball.
It's so awesome to hear. By the way, I think you're going to love this from the 682. My boss just called off work tomorrow. Quote, go crazy. The Rangers are the champs.
Oh, yeah.
Man, that's a badass job.
I do want to work tomorrow in this job, but I do feel like if you have a job that's not that great, you should party, man.
Name all the jobs that aren't that great.
No,
okay?
we already did that with all the towns and cities. We're not going to do that
Wait, are
again.
you trying to say we were naming cities that weren't that great? Because we were naming some great cities.
All the cities I said were awesome.
Were they?
Every single one of the DFW cities that I mentioned.
The least awesome?
Which one did you disagree with, Kevin?
Yeah. You name a city.
Well, I would tell you, but we got to go to break. Coming up next, we'll get more of your phone calls, more merchandise updates, and everything else you could want.
Let's play Name a
Talk
Ranger.
about the world champion Texas Rangers next, right here on The Fan.
Line drive down, the ball hit basically right at him, and he goes into a slide and gets to it just before it hits the turf.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, your home, your flagship of the world champion Texas Rangers. Yes! And we have added a natural fit to our motley crew, if we're really being honest.
Thank you.
It is Eric Chiafalo from the G-Bag Nation. Did you have more emotional feelings for this than you did for any of your kids being born?
Yes, my wife is sleeping right now. I can say that very, very easily. Tonight was unbelievable.
I just got done watching Baskey's video of the. I guess that was the Simeon
home
ball.
run. Yeah. So my wife was filming me just because we were so excited after the big Heim base hit that ended up being a single and a error for a triple. I know it's not a triple, but
dude, such a great video, such a great night. These phone calls have been giving me life right now.
Oh my God!
So shout out to the Tolos, but this has just been absolutely epic, man. This team is. I mean, what Nathan Eovaldi did tonight was special.
If you hadn't sat down on the couch, if Zach hadn't walked through the clubhouse on his phone, did you spill something on the Texas Rangers logo? Is that what it was? Did you walk across it?
I stepped on it. Yeah. Or walked across it, whatever it was.
That's all good luck. You need to do this all again in spring training next year.
That's what
and so if anybody like John Blake or Rich Rice, you say, no, I sat on this couch last year
and guess what?
And hung out with the pitchers.
I'm really intrigued by how that's going to go.
I think you can walk that.
Yeah. And then we went to that one restaurant and had a really good team dinner. We went to Chili's. All those times we spent getting ready for this Rangers season. I don't think we expected that this moment would happen.
That really does highlight the point that you guys really saw this from beginning to World Series champion.
Absolutely. Now, just real quick, while you're here, what do you really think of Wolchuk?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Man, I think he's got a propensity to be super on time, and he does a great job just arriving when he's supposed to. He never arrives early, but it's always right on time.
And in the right spot. Right.
And he's a world champion.
That's true.
Gee.
Oh, right now it is Zach Wolchuk from the G-Bag Nation. Sir, how the hell are you feeling?
Did that just really happen?
It did.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
We're not dreaming.
It's still happening.
It's just a weird. I don't know that it's really even set in, to be honest. It's like, holy crap. The Texas Rangers are World Series champions.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Say it again.
The Texas Rangers are World Series champions.
Feels good. Feels right.
It's bizarre, man.
It does feel right, doesn't it?
It's incredible.
I want to take you to line number 4.
Uh-oh.
Why do you say that? This is Larry in Lufkin. Larry, how the heck are you doing?
Awesome, guys. Hey, just want to say I'm a big Tolo fan for life. You know, only thing I want to say about Eovaldi was nails tonight. Most favorite thing of it tonight is when I got to high five my 6-year-old son when the Rangers won the World Series tonight, guys. That was the biggest thing of the night for me. Love you guys. Everything you do is awesome. Appreciate you guys.
Man, that's an awesome call. And you know what we've heard a lot from these phone calls, and Reggie brought it up earlier, is the generational bond. Now, for this person, it was between him and his kiddo, but we've had a lot of other people calling, talking about their parents. And, you know, after they won, the first person I talked to was Brandon, my older son. And then the second person I talked to was my mom. And so, like, we're definitely, like, we weren't all in the exact same place, but we were all feeling the exact same emotion. And we were immediately like, I have to talk to this person. And so I love getting those phone calls to see, like, that Texas Rangers fandom will be passed down to that next generation. So that kiddo could turn into a version of a Cowboys fan. They're 40 and they're like, oh, I saw them win a world championship when I was 6. So we need to figure this crap out.
Yeah, the family aspect of it, like I cannot wait to share these sports moments because my kids are young. So I just celebrated in silence in my recliner tonight in the darkness with Eric Nadel. I synced it up perfectly tonight. That's when I kind of knew it was going to be a great night for the Rangers. Usually it takes a good 3 or 4 minutes to sync up my Odyssey app to my television, and it just clicked immediately for me tonight, and we were rocking and rolling. And it was amazing. And my favorite sports moments are always with my brothers and my dad.
Right.
And so the idea, seeing your video, Mike, with you and your sons, and you guys are in baseball euphoria together, that's fantastic.
Yeah, and it's weird. They do get it. They're 15 and 13, but I'm still I'm looking at him at the end.
You were more excited, I think.
And I'm like, no, you don't get it. We're not supposed to do this. The Rangers are the extras in baseball. The Mavericks are the extras. The Stars are the extras in their sports. They're not supposed to be the teams that win. We're supposed to be the teams that, hey, good story over there, man. They're doing all right, but they're not supposed to have this logo of world champs.
My wife goes, you said at the beginning of the season they had a 5% chance of winning the World Series. And I said, yeah, and that was probably generous. So to see that happening is amazing. I love this from the 325. Juan Gonzalez came back to the stadium and we won the World Series.
Yes.
The curse is broken. You know what to do,
Juan
Jerry.
Gon, let's go.
Yeah, that's a good feeling.
Yeah, balls in your court, Jerry.
Does this kind of give you this feeling? Because Mike, there are times when you have a pessimistic feel about things, like we're just not going to be able to do this tonight.
Right.
Does this change your mind that, hey, a team I'm rooting for can actually win? Because like you just said, we're not supposed to, but we just did.
I think it can. In fact, like I know like the Mavericks are off to a good start. The Stars are off to a good start. Like, is this, because I thought about this tonight. I didn't know you were going to ask this. I thought, could this be the beginning of our Metroplex going on runs where in the next decade, let's say we win 5 championships in the next 10 years, where it doesn't have to be just the Rangers, but all of a sudden our teams start figuring out ways to win championships because they're all set up in a certain way where you're like, they could. Yeah. Maybe we just go on one of those runs and maybe the Rangers just broke the seal. You know, when you drink a lot of beer, like once you break the seal, it just keeps flowing.
Well, hell, in the 7th inning, once you got a hit, then you started to get everybody on base.
No, but Mike's very right there. I probably should have gone to the bathroom before I sat down.
Yeah, that probably would have been a good idea. Yeah. You can go right now, though.
No, I am not moving.
That's what I meant. Like, you can
what was Zach?
Yeah.
What was your
go right there?
Favorite part of the game? Was it an Evaldi inning where he put another 0 on the board? Was it the home run by Simeon? Was it like was it the last out? What was your favorite part of the game?
When you say it, I immediately thought Evan Carter's catch, sliding, and that's why, man. I mean, this team's just early, aren't they, Mike? I mean, this team, you're talking about the future of DFW sports, but this Rangers team legitimately, and I know there was an article in the Dallas Morning News after they beat the Astros. They're like, okay, is this the next American League dynasty? You look at how they're constructed, and you got a guy like Wyatt Langford who's not even up here.
And Shohei.
And they're going to spend money.
And Shohei.
And Shohei. I like it.
I was like doing that.
Dude, this team's got a chance to be special for a while.
Because they're getting Shohei or just in general?
Well, in general, but Shohei will put them over the top to make sure they repeat.
Well, and I don't think Mike or Kevin, this is a situation too where your GM has proven that he'll go get everything.
No, I know.
Put a name out there. He's willing to go get it if it's going to bring a championship here.
John Smoltz.
And I will
not John Smoltz.
I will say this. I said it. You guys can back me up on this. When they brought in Chris Young, I said this guy's a genius.
Yes.
He really is. He's kind of John Daniels and Nolan Ryan into one person. And he
stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, that's what I felt like. I felt like if Nolan Ryan put John Daniels on his shoulders, that would equal Chris Young.
Yes.
So I look at Chris Young and what he did, which needed to be done here, is he said, I know how to win in baseball. Will it translate? Who knows? But I do know you have to have great leadership from your coaching staff. And you have to somewhat trust those guys and believe that they know what they're doing. And he redid, obviously, the manager spot and redid a few other spots. Obviously, redid the pitching coach and redid some of the hitting situations. And it paid off immediately. Who would have ever guessed when Chris Young took over, whether it was he didn't want to totally take over, because he's buddies with John Daniels. He didn't want him fired, but when it was like, no, Ray Davis said, I don't care. You are taking over. You are running this now. You need to make the decision on who our next manager is. Who is he hiring to be the extra coaches that will matter here? And he brought in maybe and arguably the greatest leader in baseball in the last 20 years.
It's tough to argue against that, right?
Oh, 100%.
And by the way, somebody texted in and said, hold on, Chiafalo just roll up at 145 randomly? Not randomly. We all talked about if the Rangers won the World Series, we wanted to bridge the gap all the way to Sean and RJ. So I know Dawson and Broadus will be here.
Yes.
Sean, RJ, and hopefully Bobby are starting their show an hour early. So they'll get going at 4:30.
Yes.
But yeah, we're going to keep going. It ain't just turn it on, leave it on as a slogan, all right? Our team, the Texas Rangers, won the World Series. So we're all pitching in extra work.
What did
you
you
guys
say?
are rocking with us.
The Texas Rangers just win the World Series?
Yeah. So he was just saying that the Texas Rangers, the baseball team here, won the World Series.
Wait,
Yeah,
the Rangers won the World Series. I don't know if you've heard that or not. Texas Rangers won the World Series.
I don't know when actually it will really sink in.
So it hasn't hit you either, right? Like it has not hit me.
I don't get it. I get it, but I don't get it.
Yeah.
I know we did it. I don't know how many times. I remember crying about 10 times after the Mavericks won the championship, and I might be short on that. And what I mean by that is over like a month period. It wasn't just 10 times in the one night. And I'm going to cry over these moments. I don't know if it'll be at the parade. I don't know if it'll be maybe when they put together the highlight package on kind of the Texas Rangers social media where I'll start crying.
I think it'll be when Hedgie pulls those pants down and there's that bagel on his ass.
Big zero.
There's no more wins needed.
The new hashtag Kevin from the Rangers is hashtag went and took it.
They did.
Oh, they did not accept my hashtag from earlier.
What was that?
I added some colorful language to go and take it.
It was like F you the Astro.
You did that one time, but I think you got caught and then you stopped taking it.
That is true. That is true.
No!
You got
It
arrested
was a
for taking
regular
it in that
cruise, not a
instance.
drug rehab
You
cruise.
haven't been caught yet.
Sure.
All right, let's go to line 6. David from Carrollton has been on hold for almost an hour.
Oh my God, we're sorry.
Stamina.
David, how the heck are you?
3D Solo here. I need forgiveness for being stupid on the fan text. Maybe I'll ask it for Bobby at 4:30 whenever he gets in. I'm drunk as Maldonado at the plate. Shout out to Therma and everyone that's been waiting. Everyone that's been waiting on this, Ghost included. Rangers fans were body surfing at the watch party. We had the wave going at the watch party. I used to hate baseball nuggets. I used to listen to 105.3 The Fan for strictly the Cowboys. But Mike is so educational and has clued me in so much on baseball. And baseball has gotten so much faster and so much more interesting. Shout out, you've already touched on it, Mike. Again, I was trying to shout out to him before you did. Flowers or whatever they call it nowadays to Chris Young for pulling this team together.
Man, that is a happy dude right there.
I feel like that was an editorial call.
Yeah. Look, I could feel the clinch up when he said he was drunker than Maldonado at the plate. Everybody was like, all right, well, let's go ahead and
hand by the button.
Thank you. By the way, thank you for the compliment.
Dude, that's what I'm talking about, too. I've said this a lot. We saw it a lot. Kevin, you were missing for a while on these days, but on those days where the Rangers advanced, we would see the fan text lighting up saying things like, I wasn't a baseball fan. I wasn't a Rangers fan. You guys brought me into it, though. And that's something that I think the whole station can take some pride in is we've been doing this thing. We were excited about it. It's something that we enjoy. We enjoy the game. Mike's very passionate, obviously, because, as you said, you lived baseball. You got to live the game, and you had these opportunities to tell everybody about what is in your brain whenever it comes to this game. And I'm happy that a lot of people are taking joy and pleasure in that part of it tonight too, because they were on the ride. And when you're a part of the ride and you get to celebrate this glory, it's so much more fun.
Yeah, along those lines, someone on the YouTube, Too Much BTP, said, I swear I shed extra happy tears seeing Mike celebrate in his video on Twitter. That's the one with you and your sons.
Yeah.
He said, hearing his story about him and his dad, I've been a fan in Atolo, hearing Mike on the road this World Series championship win for so long. Thank you all for being in studio, but especially Mike.
My wife videoed the final out. But it's 52 seconds long, and I'm too stupid to know how to edit that on Twitter or whatever. So there is a video of me. Now I knew she was. I didn't know she was videoing me at the start of the Seager home run, and then right at the end when I turned to Jake, I obviously knew there at the end, and I had a good feeling she was kind of waiting for that final out right there, and it's special, man. I know that. One of my son's dream is to do that, is to play baseball in the major leagues like his grandpa did, like his dad did. I don't know if he will or not, but man, it's really special I'll never forget that moment. I'll never forget tonight. I'll never forget 2011 watching with 3 of my buddies and just walking around the neighborhood after the Mavs won it.
Want to hit 2 more quick texts, but don't worry. The shows are going to keep going. From the 972, my favorite moment was the Marcus Homer because I started crying for my grandfather, who I'm named after. He was a lifelong Rangers fan, and he passed away back in 95. And this kind of goes along with this, and some of the calls have as well. The 817, I was watching with my buddies. My first thought was about how my dad would have loved to see this. He passed away 8 years ago. He was a lifelong fan. My first call was to my 15-year-old son so we could share the moment. Tears were slowly building, then called Mom, and I broke down when she said how much Dad would have loved this. What a night. So I get that it's sports. I get that it's the toy aisle or the dessert section or whatever. But when you hear stories like that, it really can be so much more. All right, you got Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo are here, and I believe y'all are taking over
The
from
Ranger party.
here.
Let's take
Woo!
over.
Let's do it.
Let's
All
do
right.
it.
Let's get naked.
As champions
Woo!
shall.
Pants are flying off,
John.
Phone lines are lit.
Yes, baby, and so are we.
Yeah.
Keep the
KC
party rolling.
Masterpiece will be back in 8 hours. And remember, at 12:20, I guess today, Bruce Bochy, the manager of the world champion Texas Rangers, will be on the show.
I know him.
We'll be back.
I know him.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing.
Odyssey app.
The 0-1. Garver swings, hits it up the middle. Base knocked into center. Seager scores. Carter being held at third as Thomas fires it back into the infield. RBI single for Mitch Garver. And the Rangers score first here in the 7th and lead it 1-0.
The Texas Rangers are World Series champions, baby.
The dam broke, Walchuk.
Holy hell.
The bats came alive.
I'm stunned.
I know.
In an amazing way.
I know.
It's not like I didn't think it was possible. It's just the moment's here. We are living in this.
As your best friend for many years now, I can see it on your face, the emotions. There's a part of you that wants to break down in tears. Happy tears. Joyful tears. You were hanging out with your Wayback Boys tonight, soaking it all in. The same fellas you were watching previous World Series that mattered greatly to you when the red and blue were involved. And then you get to make good on all of that tonight with your boys. That is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. A night we'll never forget, man. A run we'll never forget. The amount of fun that we've had now. Man. I mean, all season long for sure, but this damn October has been incredible.
There's only one October. That's what they told me growing up. There's only one October, and then the Rangers get to play in the World Series, and finally, they are champions.
It's never rung more true, my friend. Never rung more true.
Man, I mean, I think everybody will remember where they were in that moment, who they were with, what they were doing. And you're right. I mean, I got to watch it with a couple of my buddies from high school, one of which we traveled to Game 6 of 2011.
St. Louis.
Just to turn around and drive right back.
You road tripped up there. It's a rain-out situation. Yep. Your buddy is supposed to have his first day at the new job, the big T-Mobile gig he landed.
Unbelievable.
What a bleep hole.
He was a bleep hole.
My big T-Mobile gig, I can't miss the first day for the bleeping World Series.
But same damn difference. And when he told his job afterwards, he's like, yeah, man, it would have been okay. Yeah, we would have understood.
Would have been fine.
So I had to have that haunt me forever. And then guess where our seats were, by the way? Right where Josh Hamilton hit his homer. Now we can look back at that, and that was a nightmare. It's okay now.
Yes.
The Rangers have done it.
We're champions. Absolutely, we are champions. And
you're damn right, Nosebleed Seats is back. It's about that damn time.
For the Nosebleed Seats.
The show everyone can afford to listen to.
It's been a while since you said that.
I can't even remember it.
Baseball euphoria here in the Metroplex. I know Arlington.
We got to go Club Rangers at some point.
Yeah, we'll have to crank it. We'll have to figure out if we have all the right buttons.
Maybe next break we'll figure that out.
We'll get something figured out. But the phone lines are lit, and we are as well. You're home of the World Series champion, Texas Rangers on 105.3 The Fan. How sweet it is, and I guess we need to see who's been here the longest. We're going to have to go to, I guess we need to go to Lamppost. We need to go to Lamppost. He seems to be dialed up. So Lamppost in Burleson, how does it feel to be a champion, brother?
Oh, my gosh. I'm like freaking elated. I can't sleep, and I got to go to work at like 6:30 in the morning. Oh. Don't care. I'm telling you guys, Zach, I think I met you at Fat Daddy's like a month ago, whatever, we were doing the fan.
Yeah.
And I was talking about Evan Carter, and I just couldn't believe what an impact he made on this. You know, I know Seager's the MVP, and Simeon came through, and we had so many other Rangers, but I kept talking about Evan Carter and what he could mean, and the fact that this guy is not even 30 games into his major league career, most of that in the playoffs, is kind of just crazy. And the one thing that is really amazing, and I'm thinking about it right now, we didn't have to cheat to get our first championship, like the stupid Astros.
Damn right.
You know, we don't have to, and John Smoltz can eat a bag of Diamondbacks for all I care, because I can't stand listening to him and the way that he talked and gushed in the ninth inning. But you know what? It's our turn now. We didn't have to cheat. We've got the better players than the Houston Astros. We're going to take it again next year. And there's 2 more points here, guys. One, I can't wait to see what chaps that Austin Hedges wears when I see him rolling around.
Yes.
We need to talk about that. I want to see those ass cheeks.
Mm-hmm.
And the last point, guys, before I get off, is we get to relish this with Bochy next year in our house for the All-Star game.
Damn right.
Yes, we get to relish it all the way through, guys, all next season, and we're going to go back-to-back. So I can't believe it. I love it. I'm pumped, and I got to go. But champions tonight, champions all year. Go Rangers.
Champions
Go
forever.
Rangers.
Lamppost, go Rangers. That was fantastic, sir. What? He's fired up for Austin
He's
Hedges.
fired up, and he should keep the party going, man. Just don't even sleep. Just roll right into work.
Lamppost.
Let
dude.
him know. Crotch first, because you're a World Series champion, baby.
Telling you about Evan Carter weeks and weeks and weeks ago.
Dude,
how about that, Wolchuk?
He's
Fat
been
Daddies.
unbelievable. And
Yes.
and it's weird how these things align throughout the course of the entire Rangers season to where, unfortunately, he gets hurt at the end, and the timing just worked out to where, okay, Evan Carter, there's a spot for you. We're going to go ahead and elevate you. Come on up to the big boy level. And ever since Evan Carter got that opportunity,
He elevated us.
he's been unbelievable.
He really has, man. And that's the beauty of a run like this is there is so many people, so many dudes to appreciate that had their moments.
Yep.
And some had a ton of moments, MVP moments. Adolis, of course, the MVP himself, Corey Seager. And then others play small roles that help everything add up to championship victory. And so there's so many dudes to appreciate, and I cannot wait to just run through from start to finish the whole season, but this postseason run, and you can just go back and look at all these games and go, oh my gosh, huge play from so-and-so, huge play from so-and-so. And that's what makes something like this so fun. And then watching these guys celebrate, dude.
Oh, man.
The only thing that sucks about today is having the basketball coach unfortunately pass away. Bill Knight.
Bill Knight? Bobby
Knight.
It's okay.
But he stole
It's early. It's early.
He stole.
We're on a Rangers mind right now.
The only thing is like he's getting more airtime on SportsCenter, I believe.
Yeah, because I guess nationally people don't care about the Rangers. It's ridiculous. Everybody wanted the D-backs to win this series. It's what it felt like.
Smoltzy for sure.
Meanwhile,
Lamppost
the
just called
Rangers
out
have
Smoltzy.
so many amazing storylines that were going on. I mean, Scherzer and Adolis Garcia get injured going into Game 4. You find a way to just rally the troops. Hey, let's go ahead and win 11 straight road games, 11-0.
And put up 11 runs.
I mean, they're making history every night. Why wouldn't you want to tune into this World Series?
But seeing Martin Perez hand over the World Series trophy to Adrian Beltre, that was a pretty special video there.
Yeah, it was.
Pretty special video as the parties are continuing in Arizona and the team flight, seeing some photos. The vinos being poured for sure.
As it should.
Shout out to Dave Raymond. Shout out to Emily Jones partying on the airplane back. And it is just going to be a giant celebration from here on out here locally. It's just incredible. Rampages in Wiley. He's been tailgating on the phone lines for about an hour now. Rampage, you're a champion, sir. How's it feel?
Boys, how's it going?
Amazing.
I'm calling in tonight. I texted a lot to the fan text, but I'm calling in tonight. Wanted to give out a shout out to my dad and to the fathers all around. My first experiences of the Rangers go back to the 95 All-Star game. My dad took me to the 97 Interleague game, and I heard my first Yankees suck chant when the Yankees beat us in the 1999 playoffs when they swept us. My favorite player of the 90s was Juan Gonzalez, and all of that came around when we were in the Section 133 Tolo event. Yes. When Juan Gonzalez was back in the Globe. Big props to the fathers out there. I know Mike's gone. The stories of him and his dad, it means a lot. It means a lot overall. Second point I want to make, Jose Leclerc. There's a lot of fans that wrote Jose Leclerc off throughout his tenure with the Rangers. He's gone through ups and downs, injuries, Tommy John, confidence, the whole 9 yards. And at the end of the day, Jose Leclerc was the man, the guy we were leaning on, the guy who came in and gave us his all. So big shout-outs to Jose Leclerc.
Absolutely.
And the last point, to the Woolly Bully, to Eric, the fan text. I text in a lot. This is my first time calling overall. I appreciate the times you text back. Try to be respectful and fun and have a good time on the text. Y'all too. are mainstays on the text, and I so enjoy it. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Rampage. We love you, homie.
Thanks,
Absolutely.
Rampage.
Always, always, always appreciate the Tolos. We interact as much as we possibly can. Rampage is a mainstay on the truckwreck.com fan text. He is now a champion, as are you. 877-881-1053. What's the moment from tonight that's standing out to you? What's the moment from this postseason run? All the feelings that are overwhelming you right now. Shout out to Marcus Simeon. Coming alive when it matters most, dude. After fighting tooth and nail, trying to get it figured out at the plate, and he comes up with just huge moments here in the World Series where it matters most. Played in all 179 Rangers games this season. He's an absolute freaking Iron Man, and he's to be respected at every turn. Mr. Marcus Simeon, a champion.
He is Marcus Simeon, right? That's what we were dubbing him.
Well, I was trying. Dave Raymond kind of shot it down.
Yeah, he did, but that's okay. Now, after you win a World Series,
you know,
everything goes, man. It's Marcus Simeon tonight. What does he have, 7 RBIs the last 2 games?
Yeah, he's been special. He's been everything you hoped he would be, and that's what's so cool. I mean, to some extent, you have guys like DeGrom that you paid and didn't really get to contribute for you, but you have guys like Seager and Simeon and Evaldi that you pinpointed and said, we want you guys to be sort of the championship foundation, and they all come through in the biggest ways. And Nathan freaking Evaldi, man, just an absolute foxhole guy, just fighting his balls off.
He is a foxhole guy.
He is, dude. He's a postseason.
You want him there on your side.
When it matters. I don't care what's going on. Might not have everything going. It doesn't matter. He will get out of jam after jam after jam if it's a clincher. If it's a win it all situation, I want Nathan Evaldi on my team every single time. And Chris Young knew it. Spent all Christmas Eve trying to get him here.
That's my
Risked
Christmas
his gosh
gift.
dang marriage for the foxhole guy that is Nathan Evaldi. Nasty bleeping Nate. We love you, sir, and you're forever a legend.
He absolutely is. And the ability, as you mentioned, to work out of jams, not only tonight, but he did it against the Astros to get a win in the ALCS. He was brilliant with runners in scoring position. It's like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and raise my level of play. This is what I want. I want the challenge. I'm going to stare it straight in the face. I'm going to meet it. Nathan Evaldi was brilliant. There's no doubt. Jordan Montgomery as well deserves a lot of love. How about John Gray this series? What John Gray gave you in relief, and I get it. They were probably holding him, hey, you got to go to Game 7, which there was never a doubt that was going to happen. But John Gray deserves a lot of love, without a doubt. And did you see Aroldis Chapman tonight?
I sure did.
What the hell?
I saw Mr. Chapman. I was just as nervous as usual, but congratulations to him. I mean, he's a part of the Cubs ending that drought and now getting to be a part of this Rangers.
Amazing.
62 years of trying to get this thing done. Pretty special stuff. And back to Evaldi for just a second. Sarah Langs noting on Twitter, one of 10 pitchers to start 6 games in a single postseason. First to have his team win all 6 of those.
There you go.
He's just a magnet for winning when it comes to the postseason, when it comes to the big moments. And that is such a great addition to this team. Montgomery as well, another guy that Chris Young identified and said, boom, we're going to bring you over here. We're going to need you huge. But Nathan Evaldi tonight, we love you, sir.
Yeah, and with Montgomery, I mean, the big name at the deadline was Scherzer. All right, sweet, we added some pitching, but everybody's focused on Max Scherzer. In Montgomery, my gosh, there was a time you were wondering going into the postseason, I thought he was your best pitcher because we didn't know what we were going to get from Nathan Evaldi. Go back to April. How about Evaldi stepping up? You lose DeGrom. It's not the sky is falling. No. You got Nathan Evaldi who steps into an ace role, an all-star role. Looked like a Cy Young candidate until he got hurt. And then his ability to circle back and go on this run, unbelievable. Dude, the Rangers are World Series champions.
Philip, you're in East Texas. You are now on your home of the world champion Texas Rangers. You're a champion. How's it feel, Phil?
Hey, good morning from Tyler. You guys doing all right?
We're doing fantastic.
Just wanted to, a little earlier, got a text from my brother who does not follow baseball, doesn't like baseball. Texted me and said, hey, what a game. And he said, our father would have lived most of his life to see this day. Of course, he died, and I'm in my 60s. And I want to give thanks this morning, one to Mark Holtz and Eric Nadell, who I enjoyed listening to as a young man and hated losing Mark Holtz so early. But I was a Oakland A's fan, and Reggie Jackson and Vida Blue were my players when I was young, and Daddy was a Ranger fan. And he would suffer me through being a Oakland fan, and would even bring me a A's batting helmet from the game. And then when Reggie Jackson went to be with the Yankees, my dad forbid me to ever root for the Yankees. And so I stuck with the Rangers since then, and listening on WBAP at night, AM radio, trying to move the rabbit ears to get a signal where I could hear the game and hear especially Eric Nadel. And I'm so glad he got to see this year with all the personal troubles and strife that he's had with his own personal life. And I'm happy for him and happy for the Rangers. And it's a good night, a good time. And so now we can start a new generation of young Ranger fans that can root them on for the rest of the days. And so hope you guys have a good morning and a good night.
Heck yeah, David. Likewise, man. Right back at you. That is, appreciate your perspective there.
No doubt.
And you're right, a new generation of fans, and that's part of the excitement about this is you're a champion now, and if you allow yourself to peek into the future a touch as we sink into this moment here, you feel like there's a really, really nice future to look forward to, and this might just be the beginning of big-time championship feelings inside you. And so that is something to really relish in as well. So David, appreciate your perspective. Let's get to David now in Sherman. David, you're world champion. How are you?
David.
Gentlemen, I cannot believe I'm uttering these words. Your Texas Rangers are world champions. And this season means, and I'm going to get emotional, this season means more than anything to me in the entire world. A few years ago, I was watching Colby Allard pitch to Jose Trevino in the bullpen months before I found out my 1-year-old son had cancer. This June 17th, we celebrated his last dose of chemo at the Ranger game against the Blue Jays. And the Rangers took care of us more than I could ever imagine. And he got to ride out on the field with captain, which was one of his wishes for that day, but we didn't know if it was going to happen. And the Rangers took care of us. And they got to ride out with captain on the field in the same season the Rangers won the World Series. I'm in utter shock and awe. Love everybody on the fan. You guys do an amazing job. I'm just going to sit back and listen for the rest of the night because there's no way I'm going to sleep.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not, David. What an incredible story. Thank you for sharing that with us, man.
Beautiful call, David. Thank you.
And that was the thing that Baskey said as he was walking out. He's like, I don't know how I'm going to go to sleep tonight. I'm like, I don't think you are. So go ahead and just plop down on the couch.
We're staying up all night.
Soak it all in right now. Soak it all in. I mean, I love seeing the slow-mo highlights on SportsCenter of everybody everybody on the Rangers team celebrating together, hugging each other, high-fiving.
Bochy holding up that trophy.
Chest bumps. Yeah, man. Showering Bochy in the beers and in the champagne. I mean, it's just it's a euphoric evening right now, and we're going to keep this thing rolling all the way up until Sean and RJ gets going at 4:30. We'll have the General Gavin Dawson, Brian Broaddus rolling up in here at some point over the course of the next hour. They will take you up to Sean, RJ, and Bobby as well, right here on your home of the World Series champion, Texas Rangers. The phone lines are still lit. The party continues. We party like champions until the sun comes up. Next here in the nation.
From spring training to celebrating, we're so proud to be your home of the 2023 World Series champion Rangers. Listen all day on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Due to poor weather, the 2023 Pros and Joe's Golf Tournament has been moved from October 30th to November 20th. The Pros and Joe's Golf Tournament will still be at the Brookhaven Country Club, located in the heart of Farmers Branch, with a 12:30 p.m. start time. And with the weather-related date change, a limited number of foursomes has opened up, meaning you can still register at prosandjoesgolftournament.com. It'll be a great day on the golf course, benefiting the Urology Research and Education Foundation. Find out more about the new date at prosandjoesgolftournament.com and join us.
In Texas, when our sports teams aren't winning, we make changes. Why give your windows preferential treatment? From now until Thanksgiving, Maverick Windows is sending new customers to a football game at Jerry World on the house. Call 800-972-3631 or visit MaverickWindows.com to learn more now.
If you're looking to get an incredible deal on a diamond, I can tell you firsthand to go to the Diamond Factory. They are the only jewelry showroom with an on-site diamond cutting factory in the U.S. Exquisite diamonds, both natural and lab grown. No pressure environment with true gemologists and experts to help you choose the best piece for your budget. Eliminate the middleman and save money. The Diamond Factory near the Galleria, or shop online at thediamondfactory.com.
Due to poor weather, the 2023 Pros and Joe's Golf Tournament has been moved from October 30th to November 20th. The Pros and Joe's Golf Tournament will still be at the Brookhaven Country Club, located in the heart of Farmers Branch, with a 12:30 p.m. start time. And with the weather-related date change, a limited number of foursomes has opened up, meaning you can still register at prosandjoesgolftournament.com. It'll be a great day on the golf course, benefiting the Urology Research and Education Foundation. Find out more about the new date at prosandjoesgolftournament.com and join us.
In Texas, when our sports teams aren't winning, we make changes. Why give your windows preferential treatment? From now until Thanksgiving, Maverick Windows is sending new customers to a football game at Jerry World on the house. Call 800-972-3631 or visit maverickwindows.com to learn more now.
If you're looking to get an incredible deal on a diamond, I can tell you firsthand to go to the Diamond Factory. They are the only jewelry showroom with an on-site diamond cutting factory in the U.S. Exquisite diamonds, both natural and lab grown. No pressure environment with true gemologists and experts to help you choose the best piece for your budget. Eliminate the middleman and save money. The Diamond Factory near the Galleria, or shop online at thediamondfactory.com.
Life, it's full of moments, including difficult and disruptive ones like a cancer diagnosis, which is why the groundbreaking work of Stand Up to Cancer is so vital. They bring together top minds from different fields to find new and better treatments so patients can thrive. Please join Stand Up to Cancer and Myrtle Beach to help families get back to where they belong, making new memories for years to come. Go to standuptocancer.org to see how you can join the mission.
Touchdown in the flavor zone. Wings from Wing Boss. If you're ready to elevate every bite, if you're looking for wings that'll make your taste buds do a touchdown dance, then it's time to wing it boss style. Choose from 11 different flavors and endless combinations in our game day wing packs. Don't just watch the game, taste it. You're the boss at Wing Boss. Get sauced at wingboss.com or your favorite delivery app today.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Liberty Mutual presents How to Be the Life of the Party.
Okay, first turn the music off. Then ask for everyone's attention. Now, tell them that you customized your home insurance with Liberty Mutual and saved hundreds. Boom! Now everyone knows you're not just a pretty face. You have some brains inside that face that know how to save hundreds on home insurance. Woo!
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com. Based on recent survey of new customers who switched and saved. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Well, Chuck Atolo writes in, Game 6, 2011 was the worst sports night of my life. Tonight, finally, washes away all that pain.
Vindication!
Almost doesn't feel real. I wish I could go back in time and tell myself that one day we'd get here. We're here. We did it. Congrats, everyone. Amen, Tolo. Amen, Rangers fan. You're a world champion, and it feels so good. What do you think about this Brad Sham tweet? He says, some people I care a lot about are finna be really, really happy.
He put the time, bro.
He tagged, of course, Eric Nadel, Matt Hicks, and Jared Sandler there. I didn't know he was he had the finna in his lexicon. Shout out to Brad Sham.
He's got style.
He does, man. He absolutely does. And,
you've seen his game day look.
I have. He's got all the swagger in the world.
And Brad spent some time doing Rangers play-by-play.
Yeah, I'm sure in some way he feels extreme satisfaction tonight as the Texas Rangers are world champions, and we are just celebrating like never before. We almost don't know how to act because, I mean, this is the first time.
It's uncharted waters.
This is the first time, and for some relatively young bucks like us, I mean, this is, the Mavericks 2011 is the championship that most resonates.
Yeah,
the 99 Stars certainly remember, but I was too young to really appreciate it the way I wish I would have been able to had something happen like that now. So, I mean, this is sort of uncharted territory, and being a champion is just, it's phenomenal.
It's surreal.
It's really amazing. And seeing your team get to celebrate and hear from all your guys, and then hear all the stories from the Tolos right now. This is just this is what you live for, dude.
Dude, this is what it's all about. This is why we love sports, and the calls we've been getting, the emotion. Everybody's got a different story of how they became a Rangers fan. And at the end of the day, we all love this baseball team. And now we can celebrate this together. I mean, Friday's going to be insane because we can say the P word now, right?
Yes.
The parade?
You can say parade.
Yeah, that parade's going to be nuts. And I know we're going to be out there 105.3 The Fan, your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. But, I mean, I love it. I love reading all the texts. Everybody that's been involved in this, 877-881-1053. The Twolos, we got so many people in the Twolo chat, the YouTube chat. It's overwhelming. Everybody's story to me is just putting a smile on my face. And your Texas Rangers are World Series champs.
Josh in Waxahachie, you're a champion. How you feeling, sir?
Yes, I just don't know how to put it into words, man. But thank y'all for putting me on. There's been a lot of people just kind of putting that winding through story about their dads, and I remember getting hooked on Rangers baseball when my dad took me to a baseball game at the ballpark in Arlington, and we watched Rick Helling warm up. And we were standing right there by the old bullpen. You know how you can get really close. And I heard the pop of that glove, man, and I was hooked. And I've always been a guy that really, I just gravitate towards pitchers. And I got really excited and got really just knee deep in Rangers baseball in 2002 when they signed Chan Ho Park and they had this big Murderers Row lineup. And Juan Gonzalez was back. And that team ended up sucking. But I was still all in. And, the 2011 thing, 2010, 2011, last time I called into the Fan, I was talking to Richie Witt, by the way, from Richie and Grango Extravaganza.
Okay, there you go.
The night where Neftali struck out A-Rod. But, man, to wind that thread through to pitchers, if Nathan Eovaldi doesn't have the biggest set of cojones mas grandes I've ever seen on a pitcher, man.
Yep.
He's our Andy Pettit. He's our, he's Colby Lewis with a 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
Mm-hmm.
He's the man. And I just hope this championship, sometimes my buddy Cody, shout out to him, he was talking to me earlier, and we were talking about how we get kind of in the doldrums of sports when nothing good happens for a while, and, we start looking at everything from a negative slant. And I hope this just heals this area. The Cowboys need it. The Mavericks need it by now, and the Rangers sure needed it. And I want to declare a ceasefire right now that you guys don't even know is going on with me and the G-Bag Nation.
Uh-oh.
A couple of weeks ago, I texted in, and I called you guys a bunch of knuckle-dragging hillbillies.
Yeah.
And
you're right.
I'm sorry about that. And the reason I got mad is because you guys are pretty tough on a certain biracial angel that plays quarterback for the Cowboys that I may or may not have named my fourth little girl after.
Oh.
Mostly May.
Trey Lance.
But anyway, I just hope this heals all the sports negativity around, and I want to thank you guys for just being so entertaining and just go Rangers. My God, I can't believe it, man.
Man, go Rangers, Josh.
Great stuff, Josh. Appreciate that. And ceasefire. We'll ceasefire.
There's ceasefire.
Yeah. Heck yeah. Rangers are world
There was
champions.
never any firing coming from our end.
Ron in Funky Town. Ron, you are a champion.
Woo. The stars at night are big and bright. Deep in the heart of Texas.
Rangers.
It was a Wednesday night, and there was not a soul in sight that thought the Rangers would make it their night. But after 52 years, November 1st was their night to become World Series champion. Hey, Mike Bassett, if you're listening, rodeo around. We'll probably go to sleep sometime in the daylight hours.
Thanks, Ron.
To my grandma.
Rodeo?
Cutting out a little bit there, Ron. We're going in and out with you.
I think Ron's.
That was probably a good pause.
Swimming in the Jim Beam.
Probably shouldn't have said that.
He promised a nude streaking situation tonight.
Did he?
Upon World Series victory.
Oh,
he did.
earlier.
So I don't know if that was the pregame to that or if that was the postgame to that. But shout out to Rodeo
He
Ron
just got engaged. You think he's
Fort
staying
Worth.
engaged after that?
The
nude streaking situation.
Yeah.
I mean,
His
look,
wife is
she's
all
got to
about
love
that.
him, and she knows him.
She knows him.
We know
Yeah.
Ron. He's an animal.
He's a wild animal. So is Vaughn in Las Colinas, who's partying his balls off right now. Vaughn, you're a champion. How are you, sir? Vaughn?
Deuce?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on?
Man. Vaughn, how are you?
Oh, hey, Woody Bullet. Oh, man, I'm blessed to hear y'all.
Likewise.
One thing I want to say, I've been listening to all the callers. This is amazing. This is amazing. Been to baseball. Well, let me coin that. I used to play baseball. I wasn't that good at it. But you know what? I learned the game.
Yeah.
But
high IQ.
Man, dude, what they did it is freaking amazing. And what it brings to the town, to bring a championship to the town, my age group, it's so many championships that you got. So you got the Mavericks, you got the Stars, which the Stars, that's a far reach. That's a little bit further back. And so you looking at the, kind of like, man, but dude, this is amazing. But the way you guys have carried it, and this is amazing night. And it's 2:30 in the morning. I had to take my supervisor. I said, man, I ain't coming in the morning.
Hell yeah, Vaughn. Tomorrow's a good day to call in sick.
No, I didn't know. You know what I was doing.
There you go.
I'm going to the parade on Friday.
Yeah, they should get it.
Yeah.
I feel like everyone should understand it.
I'm taking 2 days off. So no. But hey man, y'all are doing amazing work. And man, I wish I had y'all job.
We're blessed, man.
To talk ish all day, and be with the brothers and just talk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It would be amazing.
Yeah, man.
It would be amazing.
Nothing
man.
but love, Vaughn. Thank you so much, homie.
Vaughn, you're a beast. That was a great call, and yeah, this is all amazing for us. I mean, the idea that we get to do this is just ridiculous. And
getting to go to those World Series games.
I love the Vaughn honesty there, where he's like, I'm not beating around any bushes here with the boss man.
Yeah.
Like when you see the injury report for that day's work shift, you will see like Vaughn out with championship celebration.
I don't blame him,
because Rangers, that's the designation there. So salute to you, Vaughn. You're a world champion. Taylor in Roy City is a world champion. Taylor, you are on your home of the world champion Texas Rangers. How are you, Taylor?
Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm dreaming. I feel like I'm going to wake up any time and just, it's like, did this really happen? I really do feel like I'm dreaming. I love y'all. I listen to every one of y'all every day. The negativity, the positivity. I mean, it's just, this is amazing. It's crazy because my mom's birthday is actually on Friday. So happy birthday. This is a really good present for her.
Wow.
And I'm just, I don't even, it's just crazy. Man. My buddy is 7 years old. My nephew, he asks every day, "How are the Rangers? Are the Rangers going to win?" Let me know.
Yeah.
And it's just, he's going to be ecstatic. It's just crazy. My brother's in the Army in El Paso. Me and him talk all the time, and just tonight he was like, "Yep, we're going to get our championship shirts, hats, everything. We're going to go crazy.
Go get it.
Go crazy."
When he gets back to Texas, when he gets back here to home, we're gonna go out. We're gonna party, and I don't drink, but hey, we're gonna, it's gonna be crazy.
Enjoy it.
I love y'all.
Enjoy it, Taylor.
I love y'all, and Oh yes, I love y'all, and I love the team. It's just crazy that this just happened.
It is. I mean, it's tough to really put it into words. I mean, to me, and when we talked about it with Mike earlier, it still hasn't really set in. We watched it happen, and we're talking about it right now, like the Rangers are World Series champs. But I don't know. It's just pinch me. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and I'm loving watching all the videos coming out from Arlington and all.
I bet Texas Live is going nuts.
Oh, Texas Live, but then just everybody gathering outside of Globe Life Field as well,
wow.
and just people are getting hoisted into the air. It's just a huge baseball party right now, and there's nothing really that galvanizes an entire city or community quite like your sports team doing something extremely special.
Yep.
And especially when it's that first time. And so the experiences right now, and everybody that's calling in, and maybe you're getting choked up, or maybe you're trying to figure out what you even want to say, because it's tough. It's an out of body experience. It really is. Like the chills that went down our spines collectively here as a fan base and as a Metroplex when Sborz threw that final strike. I mean, and he's just got these guys looking.
Oh,
they're
Sporzy.
lost in the sauce.
Gosh, we love you, Sporzy.
Sporzy, you're an angel sent from baseball heaven, and you were born for this moment. And he himself had so many things that, from an ups and downs standpoint. At one point in the season, it's like, this is one of the best relievers. Oh my gosh, Sborz, you're the man. Things got haywire for a little bit. You get a little bit banged up, but then the postseason arrives and he's absolute nails.
Slums, goes on the IL for 15 days, comes back, and is absolutely brilliant for this team. Honestly, Jose Leclerc was great, but the most reliable reliever that you had that I wasn't worried about when he was out there was Sborz. He always delivered.
Yep. He absolutely did. Zach, it's time for you to deliver. And Farmers Branch, you're a world champion. Welcome to the Fan. How are you?
Guys, I am absolutely ecstatic, as I'm sure literally everybody else is right now. Longtime fan of the Rangers. I've said DFW all my life. Minus attending the Harvard of the South in Texas State. Go Bobcats. But a few points I wanted to really call out here, guys. I mean, first off, our bullpen, absolutely incredible. From being a weak point for us throughout the year to delivering how they did, and naturally we limited who we went to, but they were just hands down amazing. Evaldi, incredible. There's really nothing you really need to say about him. He's just a workhorse. I was there for the Baltimore game when he got his curtain call. It was incredible, and so happy for him. Adolis Garcia, guys, I've been a longtime fan of him. He's been one of my favorites. The way he plays, he just plays hard. And his background, his story, he really deserved this. Same thing with Leclerc, right? A huge shocker for everybody. So two guys that have been around for a little while absolutely deserved it. And then Evan freaking Carter. I've been following him for a little while since he's been in the organization, but nobody thought he would ever come up this year and even have the impact that he had. We would not be where we are today without him. So that's just absolutely incredible, and excited to see what the future brings for him. Josh Young, I mean, a beast, right? Rookie of the year if he didn't get an injury. So that's amazing. I mean, just throughout the team, 1 through 9, they're all dogs. They're workhorses. They play hard. They play for each other. The chemistry is amazing. I thought the 2010, 2011 teams had great chemistry, but this is a whole nother story. And then just looking at Simeon, right? Obviously, as I'm sure everyone else did, super frustrated with him throughout the earlier parts of the postseason, but he really turned it around and, just showed why, proved why he's here, right? He's a leader within the organization, just leading by example. And then Seager, there's nothing to say there. Seager's amazing, and I'm so glad that he's finally out of the Dodgers shadow, and, he deserved everything that he got, even if Adolis Garcia probably would have been World Series MVP had he not gotten hurt.
No, thank you for the call. Seager, one of the best postseason players in the history of the sport. It's unbelievable what he's been able to do. Now you're back-to-back, well, not back-to-back, but two-time MVPs, one time in the National League, one time in the American League. And I don't know if Doley would have ended up overtaking him for World Series MVP. But either way, unbelievable. And he's so right. There's been so many different people throughout the entire postseason and regular season at times. They've needed to step up. They filled holes, whether somebody was injured or whether it was Marcus Semien slumping. You have an Evan Carter who's awesome. Marcus Semien finds his groove. You got Jonah Heim who's slumping. Here's Marcus Semien with 7 RBIs the last 2 games. It was unbelievable, man. And you're absolutely right. When it comes to culture, that's a Marcus Semien thing.
Can you imagine Evan Carter, the feeling of going from
Dude, no.
like
the last
like called up in September and now all of a
6
sudden
weeks for him?
You're a world champion.
Bizarre, crazy.
It's nuts. It's nuts. And I love now everybody's dipping back into the memories from the postseason and the 8-1-7, just remembering, dude, how about the best at bat in the World Series? Tavares walk in the 9th inning in Game 1 to give Seager the opportunity for the tie ball game, and then Adolis to be the superhero at the end. It's
a great
things like
point.
that you have to start adding together to finally get the championship glory. So we continue to bask in it all night long here on your home of the World Series champion, Texas Rangers. Brian Broaddus is making his way into the studio, and he will make an appearance alongside us here, Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo, next right here on The Fan.
Leave it on, Rangers fans. You deserve this. Let's party together on your home of the world champion Rangers. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hi, my name is Jim, and I have low C. There, I said it. I started losing energy and becoming moody. Next, it was my marriage. With my low C, I just couldn't turn up the heat in the bedroom anymore. You see, low C is low comfort, and it's caused by worn-out heating and air conditioning systems. That's when a friend told me about the comfort maintenance program from Reliant Air Conditioning. I had an honest conversation with my service tech, and it turns out all I needed was a Freon supplement and new filters. Now, my C level is back to normal.
In a clinical study, Reliant Air Conditioning restored C levels back to normal in under 2 hours. Discontinue your low C treatment if your home is so comfortable that in-laws demonstrate tendencies to stay on a permanent basis. Common side effects include extreme comfort, reduced energy loss, and a very satisfied wife. To get your comfort level checked, call Reliant Air Conditioning at 877-YOUR-HERO. That's 877-YOUR-HERO. Or go to ReliantAirConditioning.com. Get your comfort checked and turn the heat back up.
My name's Vaughn Bucher. I'm a board member at PD Place, and I first became associated with PD Place 15 years ago when one of my daughters was between health insurance and her daughter, my granddaughter, needed some.
Thelma chant going whenever they bring it home.
Huge congratulations to Thelma and all of our amazing Rangers listeners from your family at The Fan.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Planning a road trip this fall? Maximize your fuel economy by inflating tires to proper pressure and packing light. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Bodark Lake, the first major lake to be built in Texas in 30 years. Introducing Bodark Shores. See for yourself. Watch the video tour at 800-920lake.com. Be among the first to own property on Texas' newest lake, a ground floor opportunity. Just north of DFW, Saturday, November 11th, the grand opening, the most anticipated lake community in Texas. Stunningly beautiful and private property. And the price is a dream come true. 800-920lake.com. 1 to 10 acre lake properties from only $89.9. A prestigious gated entrance, heavy weather covered boat slips, a private lakeside park designed for a lucky few to make every day feel like a luxurious vacation so close to home. Your chance to be the first generation to own lake property here. Call now for your invitation to the grand opening and meet Dallas Cowboy Hall of Famer Randy White, November 11th. Space is limited. 800-920-LAKE or click 800-920lake.com.
Hi there, it's consumer advocate Pete Thompson. If you've been told you need a new air conditioning system, don't get ripped off. Call the On Time Experts for a free second opinion and learn the truth about your current system. TheOnTimeExperts.com. That's TheOnTimeExperts.com.
Size doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
No, it really doesn't.
Really? Because I'm pretty sure that if you go to Dallas Desk with the size of their showroom, you are going to be very happy and satisfied with the available selection.
Oh, come on. It can't be that big.
32,000 square feet of showroom.
Wow, that is big. Tell me more.
Okay, they have sitting or standing tables, workstations, cubicles, reception tables, and other office solutions.
Really?
They do. And because they know every office is unique and every budget is different, they also house new and gently used office furniture solutions in said 32,000 square foot showroom.
Okay, yes. I'm impressed.
Say it.
Size does matter.
The local folks at Dallas Desk stay up to date on the latest design trends, have white glove delivery and installation events.
The Fan, KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Live on the free.
Welcome in. It is Gavin Dawson and Brian Broaddus. Rangers extra innings continues. We're taking you all the way to Sean and RJ, as after 63 years, the franchise of the Texas Rangers finds themselves Major League Baseball champions. Not even 2/3 of a perfect game could hold them down. They just had to wait their time.
Wow.
And your main man, Nathan Eovaldi, clutch enough to pitch out of 5 consecutive runners in scoring position innings to keep them scoreless and keep the Rangers in position, whatever it took to get the job done. It happened tonight, and it just nailed home the idea that this was, to me, a team of destiny, Brian. That's what we witnessed in Game 5.
I think you actually put that the right way there. When those walks were just mounting, and you're starting to see who the Diamondbacks have coming up, and it just was insane, the pressure that was felt by all of us. Yeah. And we're all like in a little bit of shock and disbelief that Nathan Eovaldi, and I know that Eric and Matt and Jared were trying to talk about the number of walks, and they kept going through Eovaldi and like, well, this is the most all time, and you're just thinking like, this is just not possible. And then all of a sudden, Eric would say, pop up, a sharply hit ball,
114 miles an hour straight to
Seager, and you're like going, and you're just like, it was just incredible that they were able to get an out.
Yeah.
And then 2 or 3 things bad happen and get another out.
Yeah.
And then get the final out in these innings. But it was so difficult. But every time that the Diamondbacks failed at it, it gave you hope. It just gave you hope. But then on the hill, you're dealing with Gallen and the way that he was pitching. You're like, man, they are never.
But around the 5th inning or so, you started barreling up some balls.
You did,
and the signs started coming around, didn't they?
Yeah, they started coming around, and you're like, well, okay, they're actually hitting the ball. And Eric even pointed that out. That he even pointed out that, well, it's the third time through the lineup here, and we're starting to hit. And you're like going, okay, Eric's onto something here.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, bingo, he caught it. Those are baseball guys that been covering your team all year, and then they saw what was happening with Zach Gallen, and the Rangers just kept after it, and I think it was a little bit of a demoralizing game for the Diamondbacks in the way of just leaving all those runners on and just like, we've kept this team around, being the Rangers, we've kept them around in this one, and finally the bats come to life. And and hey, the two errors that were made in the series, neither one of them were from the Rangers. They were Diamondback errors that were two of the best defensive teams in the league, and the two errors that were only made in the series both belong to the Diamondbacks, and they ran in, and it cost them runs.
The juxtaposition of the Rangers being totally nails, clutch, elevating to the job, and Arizona kicking it around. It to me, it showed what pressure does. It forges champions. It breaks contenders, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. And the Rangers have been super steady all year when it comes to, and I think a lot of it had to do general with what they dealt with the whole entire season. And I know when we did our show yesterday, we were talking about resiliency was a word, and we were all kind of trying to find other words.
Yeah.
But the one thing that you just knew that this team had been through since day one, had been through adversity.
Yeah.
When with DeGrom, the news they got, it was something that it was part of what they were. As part of they
arrived with adversity.
Yeah,
and the stench of being a rebuilding team still on them.
Absolutely. You get a first-year general manager. I mean, there's you got a championship veteran.
But in that spring training, when Bruce Bochy first addressed the players, we got a taste of what the response was like.
Sure.
And we heard ripples throughout Surprise, Arizona, that the players were motivated to run through a wall after Bruce's first speech to them. There were signs in spring training very early on that this could be different, and now they just harvested the biggest fruit possible.
Yeah, they did a tremendous job. And you mentioned the spring trainings and stuff, and say with what Chris Young was able to do, and we had Chris Young on all year long, and hopefully I think we'll have one more chance to visit with him as a world champion. But his positivity towards his team, his ability to navigate the difficult times was that's the type of leadership you look for in your sports team.
It absolutely is.
You look for a guy, you look for a committed owner, and you look for a competent general manager that's not going to waver. And he saw his opportunity at the trade deadline, and we'd all really kind of transitioned to the Cowboys. We're in Oxnard at the trade deadline, but what do? We have a round table and talk about the Rangers.
Yeah.
And that just showed you, though, the commitment that Ray Davis, I know that we've been very critical of ownership at times, but man, that was for him to hire CY and to CY to convince Bruce Bochy in Nashville, Tennessee to come out of retirement was huge. That's the start of where this, if they write the movie script, that's where it's going to start. It's probably going to start where they're moving on from JD, Ray Davis coming out and saying we're going to spend $500 million on players. And Chris, you're the man that's going to go do this, and now go do it.
Yeah, I think the story, that's a great topic. I think the story would start with like Chris Young working in the MLB league offices.
Yeah.
Or maybe Chris Young pitching for the Royals in the World Series like 8 years ago. And the transition from Chris Young through JD, who was like the first generation of Moneyball guys. The second generation of Moneyball guys is guys that actually played in the game, but are open-minded to the numbers and know how to integrate that with their personal experience. But no doubt JD's a part of it, and Chris Young has recognized that twice. I think Ray Davis is a huge part of it, but it was the collective vision that CY was able to sell Ray on.
Right.
That got them out of, oh, geez, we're rebuilding and we're terrible. What do we do?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, let's go spend $500 million. We got a couple of guys coming up through the system. But then it was, I think, more important than CY's vision was the commitment from the owner to be willing to spend the money for DeGrom and then Evaldi and then Scherzer and Montgomery and Stratton and Chapman. And then the creativity of CY and probably the bookkeeping office to find ways to make trades and add talent without adding payroll, and all that took a huge commitment and a leap of faith and a belief. And, Chris Young was a highly coveted resource as a potential general manager for several years inside the Major League Baseball office. And all these teams that were working with CY and had heard about CY were trying to make him their general manager. Right. The Rangers winning the bidding or the hiring process for CY and him wanting to come back and help the hometown team win a World Series was an absolutely huge factor in this because, they come from a 100-loss team just 2 years ago, and now they are World Series champions, and that takes a lot of bravery and a huge commitment from your ownership. We're going to take your phone calls at 877-881-1053. What was your favorite moment of the game, favorite moment of the series? What do the Rangers being champions mean to you at 877-881-1053? But 214 has a request. Gavin, can you tell John Smoltz, see you later? You're right, I can. Yeah. And we got one for Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte and Christian Walker and Tommy Pham and Lourdes Gurriel as well and Evan Longoria. All these guys.
Gabriel Moreno.
Yeah. See you later as the Texas Rangers have done it. They've made all of our sports dreams come true here after a 90-72 season. They go through and totally dominate 11-0 on the road here, making history in so many ways. They're record-breaking Rangers. That's what they are. They're not resilient Rangers.
Yeah.
Resilient is like, just you're doing a good job of grinding. That doesn't do justice to what this team is. This team broke so many different records of, and it started with being the first team that with a negative save percentage to even make the playoffs. Yeah. And it ends with an RBI record and, the road win record and just it goes on and on and on. Okay, let's take your phone calls, though. It's line one. Brandon in Dallas, what do you want to say about your World Series champion Texas Rangers?
Man, I'm just really excited right now. First off, I just want to thank you guys for all that you've done throughout the season to just bring us the games, make us informed as fans. They can't call us a non-baseball town anymore.
There you go.
We've known for a long time that we're, a baseball town, but, I've been all things Texas since I was a kid. My grandfather used to sit me down and watch the baseball games with me. Unfortunately, he never got to witness this, but I'm standing in this moment and this time right now, proud to be not only from Texas, but from the local metroplex of Dallas. And it's just a great time for our city, for our state to stand up and just, put the whole world on notice that we're here. Hopefully our other teams that are currently playing and competing can add to this. But I'm just really excited, and I just want to call in and just share my excitement. I had to work today, so I didn't get to watch the game. I just made it home from work, but you know what? I will be at the parade, and hopefully I'll see you. And Gavin, I'll dare you NA.
Salute. I love it. Thank you, Brandon. Man, it's so awesome to hear you guys talk about that and what it could do for the city. We see towns go on championship runs right now because it puts it in the air. The other players are watching it. Right. It inspires them. It gives them confidence or something. And the next thing you know, you're on a run like Boston with the Bruins and the Red Sox and the Celtics being champions all at the same time, or Tampa Bay, that just experienced that. And you look around at what all the other teams are doing. It's possible, Brian.
Yeah,
possible.
I will say this. So last night I was trying to keep an eye on the Mavs, and they're off to a 4-0 start. And the Cowboys with a big game. I was watching Eagles tape, and
Stars are 4-1.
Stars found a way to kind of get it done last night on the start of the West Coast trip. And you just there's a lot of crossover with these professional athletes, and they all kind of cheer for each other. We've all seen with the Dak Prescotts and showing up and cheering the baseball on when he could get out there. And I'm sure now there'll be some Rangers that will get announced at various events and get to drop pucks and hang out at football games and stuff like that. So hopefully they will continue this championship run on that we're on right now with the Rangers getting it started.
682, the moment where Matt Hicks choked up saluting Nate Dell was priceless.
That was really, I'm one of these guys that don't always to get very emotional about things, and I really again appreciate what Hicksy and Eric and Jared were able to do. But when Hicksy started in and thanking Eric for all his years of being here and
on The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Attention dove and deer hunters. Teskey Weatherford has over 1,500 guns in stock with more than 350 shotguns and over 400 rifles for you to choose from. Teskey's, I-20 Weatherford, Texas. Teskeys.com.
Due to poor weather, the 2023 Pros and Joe's Golf Tournament has been moved from October 30th to November 20th. The Pros and Joe's Golf Tournament will still be at the Brookhaven Country Club, located in the heart of Farmers Branch, with a 12:30 p.m. start time. And with the weather-related date change, a limited number of foursomes has opened up, meaning you can still register at prosandjoesgolftournament.com. It'll be a great day on the golf course, benefiting the Urology Research and Education Foundation. Find out more about the new date at prosandjoesgolftournament.com and join us.
Cowboys football and Miller Lite. What a pairing. Can cracks at kickoff. Tailgates going way past postgame. Sunday night overtimes followed by Monday morning swagger. Brisket in the smoker. Miller Lite in the cooler. America's team playing America's greatest sport. Miller Lite, the only beer of the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas Cowboys football tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas.
My friends at D&M Leasing want you to know that there has never been a better time to save money for your family with an easy lease. If upgrading to a new vehicle with the latest safety features and technology and lowering your payment sounds too good to be true, just check our 14,000 near-perfect reviews or ask one of our 50,000 valued clients. We want to earn your business and start a relationship that lasts a lifetime with no down payment and no payments until 2024. Just call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit us online at dmautoleasing.com.
Are you ready to go back to the summer of '99? Creed is back. Summer of '99 tour. For the first time in more than a decade with very special guests. 3 Doors Down. Plus Finger 11.
September 11th, Dos Equis Pavilion. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com.
Creed with 3 Doors Down.
Part of the Nissan Concert Series.
RJ Choppy here for Boomer Jacks. Who loves football? That's right, me too. And Boomer Jacks is the best place to catch all the college and pro football action. And it's not just for weekends. Any day of the week is a great time.
I saw
Bennett's favorite thing was dollar hot dog night. So he did a lot of those during the year. So, like I say, tip the cap to all the fans that were out there through all the thick and thin, that they were able to be a part of something special like this championship.
I mean, not that the younger generation can't appreciate baseball,
right?
But because baseball is great, and baseball makes people relate to each other, and a lot of people have had great experiences growing up playing baseball recently.
Yeah.
But in the 70s and 80s, baseball was still America's pastime, and it was the undisputed king and the favorite sport. And a lot of us grew up playing baseball with neighbors, with family members, and with dad. And for me, my dad. And whoever was, on TV, we would, have a favorite player or something. But so anyway, he's here, and last week we had the opportunity to catch game one and that iconic moment. So everybody talking about embracing dad or watching these moments and celebrating with dad, to me, that is it's dead balls on. And as a girl dad myself,
Yeah.
I know there's women out there who have the same memories with mom. So I don't want to make it necessarily a
No.
father-son thing. It's a family thing, I believe.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I'll tell you something too. For all the broadcasts, the remotes and stuff that we did out at the ballpark through the year, the fact that the Tolos were coming through the gates and stopping by our broadcast position, and there was a guy, that Greg Hathaway, that I met, that Cheech and I sat down in his seats, literally behind the owner's box. And he's a guy that just listened to us, invited us down there. And so you talk about friendships and stuff. Now Greg texted me this last night, man, we did it. And
Cool.
you're like,
Yeah.
And here's a guy that, he knows us through listening to radio, but he wanted to experience. He's like, hey, come down and sit with me. Come down there and experience this with me, kind of a thing. So all the experiences that we have with your family, but also the guys and gals out there that we met through the year at the ballpark, it will always be something I'll always remember.
Apologies if you're having technical difficulties listening on Twitch. I guess the audio is only working when the slideshow is on, so you can navigate that way, or you can go over to YouTube or the Odyssey app, or we're back on the TuneIn app as well. Travis in Garland on line 4. You're on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. What do you want to say about this ball team?
First off, Gavin, CV beer me multiple times. Let's go.
Cheers.
No doubt. So when I was 8, I was lucky enough to be an honorary bat boy. When I was 11, Juan Gonzalez threw me his arm sweatband. Greatest day of my life. Evan Carter, you the wingman at the bars in Dallas. Holler at me, homie. And let's go to the parade party like Ron Washington. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. Let's go Rangers.
Have a great night and a great morning, Travis. Opens a line at 877-881-1053. Will is in Joshua, Texas, here on line 6. What you thinking about these Rangers, Will?
Hey, champs. Good morning.
Morning.
I just drove in from South Texas. Just listening to all the guys come on and talk about their dads, and that's kind of what I wanted to say. Just a shout out to my dad. He was a Rangers fan all his life, and made me one in pretty much 2010 when he took me to my first game when we moved here, DFW. Unfortunately, he's in the hospital right now, so I didn't get to celebrate this moment with him. But I went to Academy, got him a T-shirt.
There you go.
Champions T-shirt. Gonna celebrate him with him tomorrow. Make sure he knows he's a champ.
Yeah. Let's
Thank
go.
you guys.
Great
Thank
job,
you, man.
Will.
Appreciate
Enjoy.
it.
Yeah, say what's up to Dad for us.
Absolutely.
Thank you, dude, and congrats to all you Texas Rangers fans out there who are planning on, meeting up with family members and celebrating today. Obviously, we're looking forward to tomorrow's parade, and that's going to be your next opportunity. We definitely want to see you out there, and we'll be doing our best to make sure if you can't make it, you will get outstanding coverage here on The Fan. Salute to Garver in the 7th with the Ribby single. Corey Seager coming through. Heim single with the error in center, scored 2 in the 9th. Young and Lowe ran in, and you thought, holy cow, this is probably going to happen. 3-0. You don't want to count those chickens. They were still eggs. No chickens had hatched.
None.
But then the 2-run Bombski in the 9th, and it was like, holy cow, this has happened. This is happening.
I'll tell you what, man. They have a replay of the 8th inning, and I forgot that Pham was 3-0 on Sborz, and he came back and struck him out.
He did.
And then the next play, Seager with the ground ball backhand and across the diamond. But, Pham is 3-0 on Sborz, and he battles back to get him out of that at bat in the 8th. Well, what a gutty performance by a lot of these guys in this baseball. Not only just this baseball game, but the whole damn series, just to not to give in to anything that was happening. It was not too big for Josh Sborz. Not too big at all for him.
No, and it's just amazing how things went so bad for him in August.
Yeah, he couldn't find. He was on the injured list there for a while. He was trying to kind of figure some things out, and man, I mean, it's just amazing what he was able to do in these playoffs. And Bruce Bochy leaned on him, and with the way that Leclerc had to go the night before, you were thinking, man, is he going to bring Leclerc in? And he's like, no, I'm just going to go with Sporzy here and see if he can get this thing done.
Yeah, Sborz himself said it was surreal to be on the hill as the final outs were being recorded and just tried to, stay relaxed and focus on the moment. It was great, to get a chance to watch and listen to all the coverage into the night. And thank you for continuing to ride with us. Here's line 3, Gary in Denton. You're on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. What do you want to say?
Oh, man. Gosh, I don't even know where to start, guys. I'm 55 years old. I was a Texas Rangers fan when Buddy Bell was our big boy.
Me too.
And brought us, what I'm talking
about. Oh, no,
I
man. There were some struggle bus days there at the old ballpark there in Arlington. But, the Buddy Bells and the Jim Sundbergs and I could go back that far with you. Absolutely.
What was your favorite moment of the World Series, Gary?
We losing there?
I think we lost Gary.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Gary. I'm glad. Hey, Gary, I'm glad you got to see this one.
Yeah.
Because you're right. There were a lot of days. There was a lot of bad baseball out there in the early days. I mean, the 1972 team, and we just lost Frank Howard, who just passed away. He was a Washington Senator that came. That was part of my life of seeing Big Hondo play. But there were just so many days of loving going to the ballpark, but just never seeing anything really result from that.
Yeah.
So today we all get to see the culmination of a very, very long journey.
You had former Rangers kind of weighing in on what this meant in context of 10 and 11. Michael Young saying, I would be thrilled to be considered a member of the second and third best teams in franchise history.
Yeah.
He said, I saw Adrian Beltre say this championship would be a bit of weight off the 11 team, and I agree. It doesn't change history, but it gives us more of an opportunity to focus on the countless positive moments that we had. Yeah, you take away the part of we're kind of the reason the organization still hasn't won a championship.
Yeah.
We're kind of the reason the fan base is still hungry because of the disappointment. And, maybe Michael Young doesn't feel quite as much of that because 2010, you didn't put much of a fight up against the Giants, and it was Bruce Bochy. But in 11, Adrian Beltre and that group were so dang close, and you'll never erase that. For those people that lived through that, that's never going to go away. That'll always be a part of your memory and disappointment. But as champions, it just puts it in a totally different context now.
Yeah.
You're not deprived because of it.
No.
It's part of the journey.
It's part of the journey for sure. Yeah.
Line 2 is Ron in Fort Worth. You're here on your home of the World Series champions. And Ron, it's great to hear from you. What do you want to say about these Rangers? Have we lost him?
Hello, Ron. The Gremlins are getting us right now. Morning Gremlins.
I think we're having some technical issues back there, possibly. Maybe the phones need to be reset. It's a shame. We wanted to hear from Ron. It opens the line at 877-881-1053. Gavin Dawson and Brian brought us from the G-Bag Nation. Okay, it might be weird for you to hear our voices this late or this early, whichever perspective you're looking at that from. But we're going to take you all the way up until Sean and RJ, who are coming on an hour early this morning. They couldn't wait to jump in here with you. So Sean and RJ are now less than an hour away. We continue our coverage in the initial hours after the Rangers have brought home DFW's most recent championship. The Texas Rangers are 2023 champs, and we're back with your phone calls and text messages to celebrate here on The Fan.
Is your World Series champion celebration station. All day long, party with us on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. If having turkey for the holidays, buy from a local farm, get one labeled USDA organic or certified humane. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster on campus or live online. Qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career, accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
Do you ever feel like your life is going round and round in circles? Like you want to move forward in your relationships and your career, but life just seems to take you for a ride? Thankfully, California Psychics can help. Whenever you find yourself spiraling into uncertainty, our accurate psychics are available 24/7.
Listen to exclusive
to give you all the
podcasts.
guidance you need to move forwards in life. California Psychics is the psychic service more people trust. That's why we can guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 80% off their first reading. So, there's never been a better time to give our service a try. Will you look at that? Jackpot. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
If you're looking to get an incredible deal on a diamond, I can tell you firsthand to go to the Diamond Factory. They are the only jewelry showroom with an on-site diamond cutting factory in the U.S. Exquisite diamonds, both natural and lab-grown. No pressure environment with true gemologists and experts to help you choose the best piece for your budget. Eliminate the middleman and save money. The Diamond Factory near the Galleria, or shop online at thediamondfactory.com.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry, with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This year, Staples will not be celebrating the holidays. Instead, we're celebrating the holiday deals with amazing savings for the holiday season. Save 50% on custom holiday cards, save 50% on custom invitations, and save 50% on custom photo gifts like mugs and calendars. During Staples holiday deals, it's not about the ho ho ho, it's about saving dough. Save 50% on custom cards, invitations, and photo gifts today at Staples. Ends 12/16. Visit staples.com/print for more details.
Welcome back, Tolos. They've done it. World Series champions 2023. It is the Texas Rangers. What do you call them? I'm going record-breaking Rangers, man. Can you beat it? Don't tell me resilient.
No, I'm not. No, because yesterday you made it a really good point, and then we had Matt Hicks on, and he didn't like the word resilient as well.
We're agreeing on that.
They're world champions. Yeah. They'll always be world champions, 15, 20 years from now when guys will come back and they'll throw out pitches and hopefully for more playoff games and World Series games that these guys will show back up. You celebrate this team because when we do go back in a few months, go back to Arizona for camp, it'll be some different pieces here.
Yes.
There'll be a lot of different pieces here. And there'll be some core guys, but there'll be some different pieces. Every journey's different for these championship teams. So you always got to celebrate, the guys that were on this one. Always have a special place in your heart when you see a team picture and you're like, man, that guy, I remember what he did in that game. Oh, I remember that time against the A's he did that. Or, just hold a special place in your heart for these guys because when they do come back and they throw out first pitches or at card shows or whatever, and you see them, you'll remember where you were and you'll remember what those guys did.
It'll be very interesting, and these are conversations for down the road, but how does the owner look at it now? Does he want to repeat? Is he hungry for more, or is he satisfied?
Absolutely. Ray Davis is 80-plus years old, very similar to what Jerry Jones is, when you start to talk about ownership. And
looked great on the field last night, by the way, Ray.
Absolutely.
Salute to you.
Absolutely. And so, the man got a new stadium built. The fans were very loyal in showing up. And, unfortunately, the first championships that we saw were not Texas Rangers championships. It was Los Angeles Dodgers, and it was pandemic, and it was scary times and all that. But we've come a long way since then.
We sure have. Yeah, and you look at the important guys, and Jordan Montgomery and Adolis Garcia and Max Scherzer and his $43 million option that the Mets are picking up quite a bit of the
they are
on.
Yeah,
but you're committed to have a lot of money going into next year, and certainly any team with Eovaldi, Scherzer, DeGrom is going to be looked at favorably, especially with the kind of lineup they're going to be able to put out there. You add Wyatt Langford to Evan Carter and Leody Taveras and Adolis Garcia. I mean, it is a ridiculous team. Josh Young, who had a nice finish to the World Series. It could be an absolutely loaded team that's dominant, or it could just be another contender.
Better way to start your...
Depending on how they do the roster construction. I would hope that they want a bullpen next year, Brian. But maybe this year shows that. You don't absolutely need to have so many lockdown guys if you have three you can trust.
Yeah, I'd like to hear Chris Young when he gives the speech on Friday. It's day by day, no days off. I'm ready for him. I hope he's thinking. I hope he's gotten his scouting bag a bunch of relievers that he's thinking about going after. This all but it makes it a lot easier. For him as a general manager. I say easier in a way of that easier to when he goes to ownership and he asks for something. Even though ownership committed a lot of things, a lot of resources to him, it's a little bit easier for him to go in there and ask, okay, I want to raise the payroll another 15 to 18 to $20 million, and see what ownership says to that. and you're probably going to get a okay, Chris, whatever you want to do, because behind that owner's desk is sitting that big World Series trophy right there.
Yeah.
It's a little bit easier to make those calls and ask for things when you've delivered on your side of it.
Yeah, and I think, as long as Chris Young is happy and excited about doing this job, then I think that's a sign that ownership remains committed, because Chris Young is not going to be a guy that would like to stick around unless you are going to be committed to winning.
Yeah.
I think that's part of what sold him to come aboard, and how he was able to sell everybody involved. And it's exciting because it feels like, at least for this year, we had the hungriest and the most competent leadership in sports, Brian.
Well, he was one of us, and I mean us, of folks like myself that is from the DFW area.
Yeah.
He grew up here. He had the experience, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to put myself in, but when I went to work with the Cowboys and you're from Dallas, man, that would have meant so much to me if we could have found a way. We were a bad football team for 3 years, but I would have given anything to been like Chris Young and win a championship and be able to be a part of a parade from the town of a team you grew up at. He was committed. He really I don't think it was front office speak with him. He was really trying hard to win a championship and turn this thing around for Ranger fans all over the Metroplex. He really, really was. And it was important to him because he was from here.
Yeah.
It meant that much to him.
Okay, the 817 asking a question. I'd love to clarify. Why would you call them anything other than champions? Why is there even a question? Because you put a name on them, like you had the Miracle Boston Braves of 1914, the Miracle Mets of 1969.
Yeah,
they're
amazing Mets.
Yeah, they are the only two other teams to win a World Series 2 years after losing 100 games.
Yep.
And we've been talking the last couple of days, like, what word do you use to describe the Texas Rangers? What is the label you put on them? And, it's been a topic of conversation in the media. A lot of us were agreeing that maybe resilient just doesn't do the team justice. And we were trying to come up with something badass to help celebrate them because of how lukewarm John Smoltz has been. Okay, we got the phone lines back up at 877-881-1053. What do you want to say? Favorite moment of the World Series? What does them winning mean to you? And it's line 6. Dario in Arlington. You're on with Gavin Dawson and Brian Broaddus. What do you say about this team?
Hey, gentlemen, how are you?
Awesome.
Excellent, thank you.
So I was not even a baseball fan until I worked at the last ballpark in 2010 and 2011. I attended, working-wise, every single home game, every playoff game, every World Series game, and I was heartbroken whenever we did not reach that final milestone. However, I met one of my best friends, my brother, Michael, who I'm sitting next to at this very moment. And just 2.5, 3 hours ago, it was me and Michael and his 5-year-old son, MJ, watched that last pitch, and we are finally world champions. And Michael had tears running down his eyes, and I jumped into Michael's hands, bro. And it was one of the most beautiful moments in my life. Michael just bought a brand new house. He is getting married next year, and it is just rainbows and butterflies and MVPs, baby.
Let's go. Thank you, Dario.
Let's go.
Yes. Everything's different, once you're a champion, and that's what you and Michael and his son are experiencing. And congratulations, man. I'm just so happy for all these young Rangers fans that don't have to go 40, 50 years waiting for it.
Oh, no. There was, like I say, I was a young man going to Old Arlington Stadium, when I was a kid, and now I'm 59 years old and finally see a championship. That's something that I'm really, really super, super happy for the longtime Ranger fans, for the guys and the gals like me that grew up in that era that really stuck with baseball. I mean, I was a football guy through and through. I mean, that's been my life. Football's been my life, but there are very passionate baseball fans out there, and longtime Texas Ranger baseball fans through thick and thin, through a bad stadium, a good stadium, and a great stadium right now. And congratulations to all of you.
214 Huge Tolo in Boston, floating 3 feet above the ground on my morning run. 5.3 miles listening to you guys. I watched every game on the 10-minute YouTube videos all year, and then Sean and RJ through G-Bag Nation. You guys are awesome, Mike's Baseball Nuggets are awesome. Love my Rangers. Thanks for the ride from Boston. 214 area code. Took a cell with him. Congratulations as well to all you Rangers fans that are out of town, and maybe you don't get a chance to high five Rangers fans everywhere like we will, but we'll be here with you to help celebrate for all day long.
I'll tell you what, the baseball show of record is that midday group, and Bassick and Corey, Kevin, Reggie did a hell of a job. But I loved driving around listening to Bassick and the guests they have, the scouting reports. I mean, you talk about a baseball education. Yeah. Is listening to that group, and I'll tell you what, I felt like our station really, really had this thing from nuts to bolts taken care of and covered throughout.
Okay, line 7 is Eric in Dallas. You're on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. Eric, what'd you like?
Yes, thank you. Awesome. Number one, Rangers, amazing. And give it up to also do a total to Thoma. But give it to Bombs. Also love Nolan Ryan. But I don't think people gave the credit, especially John Sborz, to the defense that the Rangers had. Yeah. They supplied the entire infield. Evaldi should have been the pitcher during the All-Star break, and they did not get the credit they deserve for what they did. They really did everything they could have defensively to stop any onslaught. And that was the best thing of the whole postseason.
Absolutely right there. And I think it all starts, too, with Jonah Heim. Jonah Heim ended up catching damn near 130 games for you, 29 straight behind the plate. I'm sure there are days and nights where Jonah Heim is bruised up, beat up, and his ability to control the running game a little bit, his ability to make plays with Garcia's throws from the outfield, his ability to block the plate and make tag. I mean, we've seen it all year long with these guys. Corey Seager, Simeon. I'll tell you what, I think Lowe got better at first base. There were times when he needed to stretch or angle or do what he had to do to make plays, but you're absolutely right. The outfield, the ground that they were able to cover, especially when they put Carter out there in left field, they got better as the season wore along. And them and the Diamondbacks, two of the teams that the least amount of errors in the year. And I mentioned earlier, the 2 errors that were made in this series were both by the Diamondbacks. You didn't have any.
No,
that's an impressive way to play baseball right now.
You had greatness. I mean, the Garcia catch in what was that, game 3? The Garcia throw out.
Yeah.
Garcia's catch was game 1, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, it helped
because he didn't hit the home run. Yeah.
Evan Carter robbing a home run. Leody Taveras. Yeah. The play from Josh Young early in the Baltimore series where you're trying to win a very close
double
game,
play,
and Leclerc and Chapman are walking guys and putting dudes on.
Yeah.
That stab that he makes going left to turn that long distance double play was just incredible. And you're right, man. So much of it does start with Jonah Heim, but this defense has been special, and they broke a record in the regular season, and there's not enough appreciation for how amazing this Rangers team is. I think because they weren't built for the regular season. This is a team that was built to dominate the postseason, where a couple of great pitchers and 3 good bullpen arms can get it done. In the regular season, if you don't have 5 starters and 7 relievers you can trust, you ain't going to win 105 games.
Well,
and that's the modern sort of barometer for pure greatness.
You know what? And I think a thing that it just popped in my head as I'm watching Josh Sborz get the final out of the World Series here, and just the celebration. It's so great to see this. But think about with John Gray and what he did. And we all basically felt John Gray. We left him for dead.
Yeah.
He gets hurt, and then now
he'd scuff it along too.
He's a starter. He now gets in the bullpen. For him to come out of the bullpen a couple of different times and give them long relief, but quality relief, it's amazing what that they were able to do to put this thing together. Montgomery, Evaldi, Gray, at times. I mean, you're basically using Scherzer as a starter and it's like he's using playoff games as rehab assignments. It's not even, you're not even sure how well he's going to pitch. Mm-hmm. You're just hoping for the best.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, okay, here's another rehab assignment. Oh, it's game 3. It's game 4. It's not like he could go down the minors and try and get himself right. You're basically putting him out there to try and figure out with playoff games and on the line and World Series on the line.
Yeah,
so
we saw Valdi.
They managed this thing so well.
We saw Valdi and Scherzer kind of struggle to pull that off.
Yeah.
But John Gray, absolutely legendary.
Yeah.
With what he was able to do for this pitching staff. And they needed next man up so bad. And when they needed it, like Jankowski 2 nights ago, the guys were unbelievable. 469, I'm a police officer. Listening to the Rangers this season on the fan while working the highway was awesome. Eric Hicks and Jared made those hot summer nights a little bit easier out there on the highway. The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. You are now 35 minutes from Sean and RJ jumping on. They're going to join you an hour earlier than usual for their show this morning, as we wanted to go, as many hours consecutively in a row just connected and hanging with you guys. Didn't seem right to turn it over to the satellites and listen to national commentary.
No.
We don't trust the national guys.
Hey, we
can't handle this.
We love Amy Lawrence, but she got no feel for this one. Yeah.
Joseph in Grand Prairie's on line 4. You're on with Dawson and Broadus. What do you want to say about your baseball team, Joseph?
Gavin freaking Dawson.
Salute.
I've listened to you since I joined the workforce in 2013. You got me through my first freaking job, making sure I was working and getting in there, getting my hours and getting out of there.
Cheers.
I appreciate everything y'all guys do. I've been a G-bag and I've been a Tolo since then. I appreciate that. But this is what I want to say. This is what I want to bring through. I was one of the ones that ran on the field over here at Globe Life. I got arrested. They let me go. It was all freaking worth it. This whole time everything was worth it. All this whack-a-mole, like the great Jared Sandler has said, next man up. It don't matter who it is. El Bombi's down, screw it. El Blondie is up. It doesn't matter. Heaney is down, Donnie's coming through. Chapman is freaking horrendous. He's going to come through and get us a couple of outs. It does not matter. This was destiny. This is exactly what we did this for. This is what we all went through from 2011, 2010. This is what all of this heartache that we've gone through, this is what everything was worth. This is why we did this. This is why we do this. This is why we are Rangers fans. This is why we sit there, we go to the ballpark day in and day out, make sure we lay it all on the line. It does not matter because that's what Texas does. And the last thing before I leave.
No. I need you to stay after you. I need you to stay because I got a question, but go ahead and finish.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. But beyond that, I don't care who was watching it and who wasn't watching it. Because high school me, I'm 28 years old. At that time, high school me was crying. We had our first party we ever threw, and we kicked everybody out when they didn't catch that last freaking ball. Mm-hmm. We kicked everybody out, and we cried together, me and my boys. I don't care who was watching. I don't care if it's 1 million. I don't care if it's 1,000 people watching it. I was watching it. Y'all are watching it. 2011 us was watching it, and that's all that matters. Because why? We came out on freaking top. That's all that matters.
Okay, what leads to somebody running onto the field? What's the thought process?
What leads somewhere on the field is all the heartache that not just Rangers fans, DFW in general has gone through. DFW with Jerry Jones being asleep at the wheel at this deadline, with Mark Cuban being the a-hole that he can be at sometimes, with freaking Ray Davis until this year not giving up the reins. That's what leads you to go on the field and leave it all on the field, like our freaking Rangers did.
Thank you, Joseph.
Yeah, thank you, man.
And thanks to the security for letting you go and not detaining you any further.
Yeah.
I mean, you run out onto the field to celebrate a world championship. That's a pass right there. Yeah. That's not an arrest.
No, that's not an arrest at all.
No.
I always wondered what led to somebody running onto the field.
History, an epic win. You knock off number one.
Oh, I was thinking of did he run on the field by himself and get tackled, kind of a thing?
No, this I think that he was talking about tonight at the Globe at the watch party. Okay, I think that's maybe the field running.
I was thinking what,
or maybe after game 1 or something.
I was wondering because I was always wondering what led to somebody just wanting to run on the field during the game. I thought that's what he was talking about.
No, if you did that, then you're an idiot. You know, don't interrupt the game.
Yeah,
don't make the players worried that somebody might be coming out to assault them.
Okay,
that's not doing it right.
I misunderstood. I thought he was a run on the field during the game guy.
I think somebody did that in Arizona last week.
They did. Yeah.
I think Texas fans have too much class for that person.
Absolutely.
Brian. Yeah. We have 30 minutes to go until Sean and RJ take over. Gavin Dawson and Brian Broaddus. More of your phone calls in reaction to the Rangers being World Series champions. That's right. Not quite yet. Now on 105.3 The Fan.
The Fan. KRLD-FM and HD1. Dallas, Fort Worth. You are free Odyssey app. An Odyssey station.
Biggest Texas Rangers fan, and all I want is these guys to win this thing for her. My mother's name is Thelma Wilson.
Thank you for sharing. We're sorry for your loss, and we'll get a Thelma chant going whenever they bring it home.
Huge congratulations to Thelma and all of our amazing Rangers listeners from your family at The Fan.
And I have low C. There, I said it. I started losing energy and becoming moody. Next, it was my marriage. With my low C, I just couldn't turn up the heat in the bedroom anymore. You see, low C is low comfort, and it's caused by worn-out heating and air conditioning systems. That's when a friend told me about the comfort maintenance program from Reliant Air Conditioning. I had an honest conversation with my service tech, and it turns out all I needed was a Freon supplement and new filters. Now, my C level is back to normal.
In a clinical study, Reliant Air Conditioning restored C levels back to normal in under 2 hours. Discontinue your low C treatment if your home is so comfortable that in-laws demonstrate tendencies to stay on a permanent basis. Common side effects include extreme comfort, reduced energy loss, and a very satisfied wife. To get your comfort level checked, call Reliant Air Conditioning at 877-YOUR-HERO. That's 877-YOUR-HERO. Or go to ReliantAirConditioning.com. Get your comfort checked and turn the heat back up.
Hey everyone, Jane Slater from the NFL Network. Use it or lose it, folks. Your insurance company has been taking your money all year, so why not get something out of it? Book now at KissableDental.com. Teeth cleanings, whitening, they do it all. Even better, there are no surprises on your way out. Anyone else have anxiety about your post-visit bill? Well, don't. They want you to walk out happy with what you didn't pay. No headaches, no toothaches. KissableDental.com. That's KissableDental.com. The Kissable journey starts today.
Sean Sharif here, and Crossbuck Barbecue is saving you the hassle of cooking this Thanksgiving. Go online to crossbuckbarbecue.com and pre-order your smoked turkey, ham, brisket, green bean casserole, or Vermont cheddar mac and cheese. Order now at crossbuckbarbecue.com.
CarsForKids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
Donate your old vehicle to CarsForKids.org to make a difference in the lives of kids. Free towing from CarsForKids.org, plus a $50 gift card.
Bodark Lake, the first major lake to be built in Texas in 30 years. Introducing Bodark Shores. See for yourself. Watch the video tour at 800-920-LAKE.com. Be among the first to own property on Texas' newest lake, a ground floor opportunity. Just north of DFW, Saturday, November 11th, the grand opening, the most anticipated lake community in Texas. Stunningly beautiful and private property. And the price is a dream come true. 800-920-LAKE.com. 1 to 10 acre lake properties from only $89.9. A prestigious gated entrance, heavy weather covered boat slips, a private lakeside park designed for a lucky few to make every day feel like a luxurious vacation so close to home. Your chance to be the first generation to own lake property here. Call now for your invitation to the grand opening and meet Dallas Cowboy Hall of Famer Randy White, November 11th. Space is limited. 800-920-LAKE or click 800-920-LAKE.com.
Life is full of moments, including difficult and disruptive ones like a cancer diagnosis, which is why the groundbreaking work of Stand Up to Cancer is so vital. They bring together top minds from different fields to find new and better treatments so patients can thrive. Please join Stand Up to Cancer and Myrtle Beach to help families get back to where they belong, making new memories for years to come. Go to standuptocancer.org to see how you can join the mission.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, welcome in here on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers, where you can be taken no higher than where you at right now because you're at the top of the mountain. Gavin Dawson and Brian Broaddus here with you. You have Peyton Russell, who's made his way into the producer booth, and he'll be taking over as Sean and RJ are going to take over the broadcast airwaves here coming up at 4:30. Sean and RJ starting their show 1 hour earlier. We're going round-the-clock coverage here as the Rangers have become champions. What was your favorite moment of the game, favorite moment of the run of the series? And what does Rangers being champions mean to you at 877-881-1053? And, we're just tickled to death here to be with you. If you've never heard the G-Bag Nation, Brian and I are on with Eric and Zach every day, 2 to 7. And we'll be on 2 to 7 this afternoon and tomorrow and in perpetuity all the way until, of course, opening day 2024.
There you go.
At which point we'll start being on from 2 to 6:30 quite regularly and making way for the pregame show.
We learned about day baseball. We appreciate day baseball.
Yes,
we do. We love Ranger Day baseball.
And certainly this coming year is going to be unique. We've never done one like this, but from the very moment we set foot on spring training grounds in Surprise, Arizona, the vibes are going to be incredible. We hope you can join us out there. The first game, the Silver Boot Series, the Astros, and trying to win the division and then repeat as World Series champions. It's going to be an epic ride. My promise to you is we'll never let the expectations get too much in the way of the appreciation for this great baseball team, Brian.
No, absolutely. And it was a hell of a ride this season. Had so much fun in spring training and then throughout this year and the fine coverage that our team has here on 105.3 The Fan. It just I really did appreciate the commitment, the involvement with everybody involved to make this thing. It was a championship broadcast by a championship group of people, and I'm happy that everybody that worked so hard on this got to celebrate this, and we'll celebrate it for a long time coming. This is one of the great things that you can do in life is when your team wins a championship. That's something that they never can take away from you.
I love the post-game speech from Chris Young. I mean, Burke asked him a fairly easy question, and he just went off. He did. The next thing you know, he's ranting like a wrestler, giving credit to JD and the ownership, and of course the guys and the fans. And I just love CY. He joins us every Monday at 4:20. He didn't this week because they're in the middle of the World Series, but he's going to join us in one of the next couple of days.
There's no question he'll show up,
and we'll be talking with CY about his vision for what is next. I think my favorite moment was the Semien home run. He just so rarely shows emotion on that level, but to go up 5-0, to have to grind through some struggles and to finish the World Series in the way that he did. It's an individual sport. It's never a selfish sport when it's played right, but it can be because, guys can have to have their own battles, and you're playing for your career and at the same time for your teammates in the club. But if you struggle, it can end. Anybody's career can be over in about 3 months if you struggle enough. And Semien's had some epic struggles for this baseball team, but when he's on, he's amazing. And I didn't know if he was going to break out of it because sometimes his slumps do last 2 months. But he broke out of it in the biggest way. And I think that was a lot of release you saw as he flexed and turned towards the outfield.
Gavin, I think my favorite moment of this series was the butt kicking that the Rangers took on that Saturday.
Why?
I think it set them up for the series to go to Arizona. I think to me it was after the
elation back in.
Yeah, after the elation of what happened to him on Friday night with the Garcia homer to win it, but you go out the next night and you just get completely dominated. I think it brought everybody. They got on an airplane and they knew that okay, we got to find a way. The Rangers have never had a home field advantage when it came to the series. They're always the team that's having to play the 3 road games. So the mission was to try, if anything, to get this thing back to Texas. And the fact that they won 3 straight, I think that butt kicking focused them to the point of,
I think you liked it because you were sitting in the 5th row myself.
I tell you what, it was tough to watch. It really was, but I knew we started thinking about what this team had done on the road. This team is 10-0 on the road.
It did set them up for that mission.
It did. It just reminded them, like, okay, we're in a series now. We're in a series here, and we've got to find a way to go do what we've been doing all year on the road. And I think that's the thing that kind of, as happy as I was Friday night, as sad as I was Saturday, I knew Monday was probably going to be a better day because of the way this team plays on the road.
Okay, let's get through as many phone calls as we can before Sean and RJ start the show. It's Michael in Wilmer. You're in the G-Bag Nation, home of the champs. Mike, what do you got to say?
Man, thank you guys for making yourselves available in the middle of the night so the Tolos could party all night long and have this thing. I think that is so cool of you and your station to be doing this. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I think Evan Carter moments, just the feeling that I had every time that he would show up and be so aware and so, I mean, it's like the youth of this kid combined with his concentration, and I mean, he was amazing. And the thing that I want to connect it to it, at one point I began to think of him as our angel, our little rookie angel that would show up and be great when we needed him to be. And that ties to the fact that the last time I saw my father alive was Game 2 of the World Series, Diamondbacks versus Yankees, Randy Johnson pitching, and so I will always think of that man when great baseball's going on. And there's a whole spiritual thing that happened with this World Series that had me and the old man kind of hooked up watching the game together, even though he's been gone 21 years. So that's kind of crazy, but it sure is crazy how baseball do.
Yeah.
I love it, Michael. That's a great call, and God bless you and your family. And thanks to all of you. We appreciate the thanks that you give us, but I mean, really, it goes back to you more than you know it, because you let us. I mean, the fact that you're listening lets us be in this world of sports in a small way, and there's no sacrifice. I would rather be here than anywhere else. I was supposed to be off yesterday. I'm supposed to be off right now.
Yeah.
And when it ended like this, I thought it could go 6 or 7. When it ended like this, I'm like, well, forget that. I don't want to be anywhere but here.
Yeah.
So thanks to you guys for letting us do that. Here's line 5, Gary in Denton. You're on 105 through the Fan, home of the World Series champion Rangers. What do you think?
Yeah, so listen, I'm sorry I got disconnected earlier. Broadus, I was talking about, I'm 55 years old. I've been a Rangers fan since I could open my eyes.
Yeah.
I remember the old Buddy Bell days.
Sure.
And I don't know. I mean, the feeling of this, finally, this accomplishment. If you're a Rangers fan, if you've been around, this is something special. We've had the Cowboys, we've had the Stars, we've had the Mavs. But if you're a Rangers fan, you've been grueling for a long time.
Absolutely.
And it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. And, I grew up with my cousin. He was a year older than me. He passed 7 years ago, but he told me every year, he said, Gary, we're going to make it. We're going to make it. I wish he was here. I know he's up there. And, it's just something, you wish everybody that you knew or people you've grown up with, who's been around, I wish he was here.
No doubt.
I know he's up there. And, but I got to say, Bruce Bochy and Chris Young.
Yeah.
What an amazing accomplishment.
Great call, Gary. Appreciate it. Opens the line at 877-881-1053. And man, we could just totally feel the emotion from you and the history from you. And, I think he nails home a point that a lot of people are going to be talking about is, for the longest time,
yeah,
it just didn't seem like the Rangers would be champions.
No.
because you get close and you get denied. And as a sports fan, you get used to it. So maybe some people out there are like, what did this really actually happen?
I think that's why Nate Dell said you're not dreaming.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a Ranger fan, you've lived with a nightmare for a long time.
Yeah.
With what happened in some of the histories.
For a lot of people, it just doesn't seem like the Rangers should ever be champions.
No.
Because of your experience. And that's not to hate on the home team. That's just after 63 years. Line one is Samantha. You're in on 105.3 The Fan, home of the champs. What do you say?
Oh, my gosh. First of all, let me just tell y'all thank you for staying on. I've been following with y'all all night, all series.
Thank you, man.
But can we finally put some respect on the name?
Mm-hmm.
Finally. Just quick funny story. I'm that girl that always, growing up, I was chasing the boys to go down to the field with them. I'm now in the construction world, man's world. But, I get a lot of flack for being a Rangers fan. And, sticking through them no matter what, win or lose, they were always my favorite, always will be. And tonight we can finally celebrate why we were those diehard fans.
They did it.
Yeah, go get you a hat. Go get you a hat and a shirt and live this one up.
Yeah.
You deserve this for all that you've had to endure, and congratulations to you for sticking through it. It's not easy. Fan is not easy to be, especially when your team struggles.
Who are those idiots giving you a hard time, by the way?
Yeah, don't let them do that.
What kind of a man's world is that?
You're a champion.
Giving a gal a hard time for being a Rangers fan at work.
Yeah.
Jeez, that sounds like a hostile work environment to me, Brian.
I bet you she's better at her job than most of those guys.
Yeah. Okay, we got full lines. And we have Sean and RJ warming up. They're throwing heat in the bullpen, and their show starts an hour early this morning. We're going to go around the clock as long as we want to help and to continue the celebration with your Texas Rangers here on your home of the World Series champions, 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, everyone. Jane Slater from the NFL Network, and I'm
Jay, coming up in 10 minutes, we go to line 6, celebrating the World Series champion Texas Rangers. Here's Clint in Garland. Morning, Clint.
Hey guys, just want to say the same thing like I was saying. Thanks for staying up and taking these calls. This is a really emotional night, I think, for a lot of people. I was 8 years old when my dad and my granddad took me to Old Arlington Stadium, sat in center field bleachers.
There you go.
Billy Sample and Charlie Huff and Sborz and Buddy Bell. I grew up wanting to be Buddy Bell. I wanted to be a third baseman. I wanted to be Buddy
Number
Bell.
25 for sure.
Yeah, and I'll be totally honest. I was one of the guys at Labor Day weekend after we got annihilated by the cheaters that I said, it's just not going to happen. This team, it's not our year. And to go through it, and then for me and my son to be there at Game 3 for Baltimore and sit in Section 126 and hear the chant start of "We Want Houston," and to hear that and kind of go, yeah, beat Minnesota. I don't want any excuses. I want to do this right. I want to beat your nemesis, beat the team that's treated you like the little brother that, we have no respect for you. And for me, it was Seager's homer in Game 1 for the same reason, Gavin, that you were saying, Marcus's emotion. Corey's stone cold with everything.
Yeah.
And to see him in Game 1 hit that tying home run and start, shaking like that was really like, oh, this team, there's something special here. And it's a great night, and it's a great night. And the one thing that happens, just like you guys have said, I just want to repeat it. Once you win one, you're a champ forever. Good night, guys.
100%. Clint, thank you for the call. 682, this is the greatest day in the history of the world. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt have arrived and are preparing to begin their broadcast 1 hour early here on your home of the World Series champs. Let's get in line 3. Ron in Fort Worth. You're on the Fan, Ron. What do you think?
Hey, third time's a charm.
You got it, buddy. Have at it.
And let me tell you, it's a great night. It's been a great 5-6 days. I became a world champion when she said yes on Friday.
Yeah.
The Rangers became a world champion tonight, or I guess last night now. But one thing I got to say, from Charlie Huff to Nolan Ryan to Kenny Rogers to Nathan Eovaldi and Montgomery, from Palmeiro, Buechele to Gonzalez to Simeon. How about those Rangers? How about those Rangers? Mike Bassick, hey, I'll go to sleep when the sun rises, maybe. I don't know yet. and remember one thing. Grandma, I got 3 words for you in heaven. World Series champion. We did it, Grandma. From the time I was a little kid till right now, we did it. World Series champion. You're Texas Rangers. And if you're not partying all night, drinking Jim Beam with Rodeo Ron and the future Rodeo Ron or Mrs. Rodeo Ron,
yeah,
on 105 through the Fan.
Where the hell you at?
Hey, thank you, Ron. All right, can we get Sean's mic on? There we go, Sean Sharif.
Was that the guy who proposed the other day?
It was. That's Rodeo Ron.
So that was a legit proposal?
That was legit. Yeah, absolutely.
He's now engaged.
Kevin, Corey, and Mike take you.
How you guys doing? You feeling great? Energized?
Yeah, I want to see how Choppy's feeling. I think Choppy was hammered.
Has he slept?
I don't know. He was doing live Instagrams last night.
Well,
yes. Be very interested to see how he rolls in here. How's it been today? People on the lines? People
doing
awake?
Oh, yes.
People, you're going to have a great show.
Yeah.
You're going to have a great show today.
Well, thank you so much to all the Tolos for tuning in. Thanks to the program director, Gavin Spittle, for greenlighting this project and having this idea to have us on all night long and into the morning. And here comes Sean and RJ and Bobby. Anything to promote? Anything's big coming up? We just...
The Rangers won the World Series last night, Gavin. We're going to talk about that for 5.5 hours. That's what we're going to be on.
I think you inspired this from like my first year here of being up doing an overnight celebration and party. I think it was I think it's the Gavin Dawson Invitational that we're launching off for the second time. Props to you guys for doing the real hard work.
There were a lot of founding fathers in the room that fateful night, including Grego, and Lucius Alexander.
Grego probably still hasn't slept.
Several of us
from that day.
Here it comes. Congratulations, Tolos. Your morning show, Sean, RJ, and Bobby next here on your home of the World Series champs, 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah.